Papa, where'd the other islands come from?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer. They've always been out there, Mick. 9 other big islands besides ours and Ankar, and most of them, maybe all of them, inhabited. I'm sure those races wonder the same thing.
Kids are saying there's a problem with the source.
That could be. You know how the source works, right?
That's what makes our machines go, right?
Yeah, but it's more than that. All the islands get their source from underground, usually by clearing dangerous areas and tapping into pockets that are close to the surface. The source has a power in it that makes things work. Our machines, our homes, it even keeps our islands in the sky. It's precious, it's necessary to our survival, and if it ever ran out, many would go to war over it. But now, some think we're using so much source that it's throwing the islands off balance. That may be why our island has collided with these other 3.
Those other islands, will they take our source?
Some want to. The heirs, the bird-like people, they think that their ability to fly gives them the right to rule over Ankar. The Narora, they worship the source. They want to be a part of it. And then there's the grove tenders, caretakers of the source. They seem harmless, but we may come to blows with them too.
Will we win?
Don't fear, my son. We Brahmin are a mighty race. Our fortress is strong, able to thwart many enemies. I already have orders to engage the other islands in combat.
Will you beat her?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this really special episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for Gen Con Online. As we know, there's no physical Gen Con this year, which is a real shame because it would have been my first Gen Con. However, everything's been moved online and hence the reason we're doing videos. Now, in really exciting news, Chip Theory Games announced in the last couple of weeks that next year they are launching a Kickstarter for a reimagining of the Hoplomachus series, which I'm so excited about. Like many people, Hoplomachus features really highly in my kind of list of favourite games, but there are a lot of people who don't know that much about it. It's a little bit difficult to get hold of now. So, kind of prior to the Kickstarter coming next year and prior to having more information, what I've done is I put together this little video on the entire span of Hoplomachus, what's available out there so far, just to let you know a little bit more about the game. But do make sure that you check out the Chip Theory Games website, and you also check them out on Facebook and join the various Facebook groups and on Twitter and on Instagram to make sure that you're kept up to date with the upcoming launch of the Hoplomachus Kickstarter reimagining next year. Right, check out the video. The Hoplomachus series brings games of classic, epic, gladiatorial combat. That's right, there's blood, sweat, tears, swords and sandals right in your living room. The first game in the series is the already legendary Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, featuring amazing solo play, or even head-to-head PvP combat, or take it to the next level with 2 or 3 player co-op. Hoplomachus, The Lost Cities, will take place in either the Pazuli Arena, a close quarter arena with raised stones which offer a tactical advantage, or if you have the Farmel Ruins map, you can take your combat to a wide open arena where archers play a significant part in the battle. Hoplomachus Rise of Rome builds on Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, but now you have new heroes, you have new bosses, you have a new arena, and you have a new way to fight. Rome and Pompeii have risen to the challenge, but along with these new heroes comes new bosses in the shape of the mighty Titans. Face off in epic player versus player combat in the new Colosseum arena as you battle for crowd favour, or take on one of the mighty Titans in solo and co-op challenges. If you have the Lost Cities, you can combine the Lost Cities with Rise of Rome for epic 2-player versus 2-player team showdowns. Hoplomachus Origins is a quick-to-learn, fast-paced, tactical skirmish game taking place over 3 unique neoprene arenas, each with their own victory conditions. The setup takes minutes and it offers a fantastic PvP experience as you and your friend will battle to the death in one of the arenas. For the solo player, there are 20 unique solo challenges taking place over the 3 unique maps, each challenge getting harder and harder. Can you survive and become arena champion? The Hoplomachus series features the very high quality neoprene mats and high quality printed poker chips that have become the watermark of quality from Chip Theory games. Featuring an unparalleled tactical and tactile experience, there are reasons why the Hoplomachus series features very highly on a lot of people's top 10 lists. So wow, as you can see, I've got a lot of passion for the Hoplomachus series and I'm genuinely kind of over the moon excited about what's going to happen in the reimagining when the Kickstarter launches next year. So please make sure once again that you kind of follow Chip Theory Games on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. Make sure you're kept up to date, check out the website, get on the mailing list, and hopefully in the not too distant future we'll hear even more about what's to come in the Hoplomachus Kickstarter, as well as some other Kickstarters they've got coming in the coming months. So once again, my name's Mark. This is Not Board Gaming. Thank you very much for joining me on this very special episode. Please like and subscribe to the channel to Not Board Gaming and enjoy the rest of Gen Con. Take care.
The lock, a simple mechanism used as a deterrent, a means to keep out undesirables, and a symbol for all that is off limits to the downtrodden and oppressed of New London. It's no wonder then that the citizens of this corrupt and diseased city spend their days learning to open locks by any means necessary. 4 residents of New London in particular have taken their skills to the next level. Elizabeth Watkins, a commoner plucked from the streets against her will, now subverting the Royal Company ranks from the inside. Axe Derringer, a rail worker with the guts to take on any Royal Company safe that turns up in a boxcar, good and flying under the radar. Dante Harvard, an airship pilot making New London government runs, known for his quick wit and even quicker hands when it comes to pins and springs. Charlie Beckwith, a machinist with a price on his head, wanted in New London for stealing just about everything you can steal. These 4 residents have caught the attention of a mysterious figure interested in their unique talents. An unusual summons has been issued to each individual by way of a strange lockbox with no more than a time and a location inscribed on the bottom. Clearly, a larger game is afoot. But raw curiosity can dull the senses, and the mystery of it all is a strong motivator. Welcome to Triplock, a simple yet not so simple abstract challenge of skill and memory from Chip Theory Games. Choose to play solo as you work with the stranger to delve deeper into the unknown secrets of the Royal Company, or hone your skills even further against another master lockbreaker while you wait for the right moment to act. Either way, you'll be racking your brain to solve locks amidst a corrupt world full of intrigue and mystery. Triplock can be played in 15 minutes or less. Choose your characters, set up your lock, and draw a diagram. Diagrams give you insight into the lock's composition, and each one you complete brings you closer to solving the lock. Using 2 action dice and your character's unique lockpicking skill, you must discover the mechanisms hidden behind failsafes, working to align them to match your chosen diagram orientation. Simple enough if it weren't for your opponent's traps and countermeasures. Solo play is no less riveting as you select your team and follow the stranger into the bowels of the station, protected and patrolled by Royal Company. Each character is compelled by their own motivations and unique talents, but their fates are intertwined by crisscrossing paths and the mysterious figure's proposal. Unlock your past, unlock your future. You're the only one who can discover what's behind the black curtain of New London's elite.
Let's get this out of the way first. These components are ridiculous.
Insane. They really, really are. I mean, I don't even know where to start. I mean, the player boards are not boards, first of all. They're basically mouse pad material that are really nice die cut for the dice, and I can't tell you how perfectly these dice fit in here.
Yeah.
It's just nice. They just snug enough so that they don't really move around, but not too snug.
Right.
It's just great.
You have the chips.
But it's so much fun when every time your mission's over and they're like, you can upgrade a point or two. I'm like, ooh, what do I gotta upgrade? Oh, I should upgrade that stat because I really need more dice per turn. But at the same time, I want one of my special dice, and I love those choices.
I can't have this creeping vines creep because they can only creep onto non-path hexes. And this one's only just been deployed. They have to creep at the start of your turn on the onslaught phase.
The first thing that you notice is Tara has her ship right over here, and she is going to be playing as Horizon's Wrath. And they are like a pirate faction that has an airship.
Then your next move, you're still moved around the board, and you're still in the range of that spire, and it's going to take a second pop at you.
Everything else groups. So I've got Swabby, Buccaneer, Powder Monkey.
Hello everybody and welcome to our review of what may well be one of the most ridiculous productions maybe ever? Too Many Bones is not some grimy dopaminergic loop where players are kept docile by numbers that just go up. No. You've got to understand that this dice game is wicked. The encounter cards that you draw randomly each day are so varied and creative as to make you feel like you're on an actual adventure. One day you might have not enough meat in the pot, so you have to go and bash a bunch of forest critters on the head, and it's fun. Next day, a dragon shows up, and you have to decide, are you going to run for your life or stand and fight? We've got plucky but self-sabotaging characters, a combat system that gets you excited but is prone to disasters, but where disasters are where you shine. And even the treasure is thematically perfect. In fact, in one game, my friends and I managed to win a lockpicking contest by using a crowbar we'd found earlier, which I swear to God is something out of The Hobbit. The designers didn't predict that, but in creating a world that's so tonally consistent and so full of heart, they did still create it. So I guess I should stop rambling and just say congratulations to Chip Theory for reminding me just how charming fantasy can be.
Do you have a mountain of games and sometimes struggle deciding which one to play? Do you feel left out of the decision-making process? Or like your suggestions are tossed aside by more assertive gamers before they're given proper consideration, leaving you hurt, confused, even upset? Every time your game group tries to pick a game, are you tired of the negative energy, the bickering, the frustrating loss of your extremities? Ouch, that'll leave a mark. Well, shrug off the severed arm and turn that frown upside down, Dave. Introducing Game to Pick a Game, the game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play game. Game to Pick a Game by Chip Theory Games is a 5-minute action-packed voting and bidding system layered with characters and skills. You'll need planning and ingenuity if you want to see your nomination win. This amalgamation of game styles and genres will have you using social deduction and wit to thwart your component's strategies while protecting your own. The game takes place over multiple rounds, beginning with a game nomination. Then each player will place a voting chip on their own or another's nomination. The face-down side is the one that counts in the end, but the face-up side determines turn order for the next round. Each character comes with 3 identical voting chips. However, they also have a unique skill that, when used at the right time, can reveal, conceal, or alter votes on the table. Do you fight tooth and nail for your own nomination? Or just focus on the game you know you don't want to play? As play continues, more and more of the common votes have been played, which, in turn, starts to reveal people's strategies. How and when you play your chips makes all the difference. You'll be quite impressed with the amount of strategy hidden under the cover of this beautiful game. But don't take our word for it. Just listen to what some of our paid employees have to say.
Wow! This game is easy to play, but it will take my whole lifetime to master. Thanks, Chip Theory.
Horse apples. My game didn't win, but at least I had a fair shot.
Gee, Gads! Never before has it been so easy to pick a game to play when we wanted to play a game, but we didn't know what game to pick.
Your time is precious. So is your body. And no one should ever have to feel hurt, confused, or upset on game night. When your games feel like they are playing you, it's time for a quick round of a game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play. Game to pick a game. Game to pick a game, the only game you'll always play on game night.
Limited time only, batteries not included or necessary. Chip Theory Games is not responsible for any game resulting in the play of apples to apples. No limbs were lost in the making of this advertisement. All depictions of gore or violence were achieved through the magic of special effects. Do not ingest Game to pick a game.
Pledge now.
Happy, guys, happy.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for Gen Con Online. And what are we going to be looking at in this video? Well, we're going to be looking at an expansion for Too Many Bones, which came from Kickstarter to backers earlier this year, and it came out and everybody went absolutely wild because this will change the way that you can play the base game of Too Many Bones or the base game of Too Many Bones Undertow forever. Of course, I'm talking about the Splice and Dice expansion for Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games. Now, we all know that in the base game of Splice and Dice that there is the Build a Tyrant mode, and this Build a Tyrant mode kind of works with the base games of either Too Many Bones or Too Many Bones Undertow. And instead of picking a tyrant at the beginning, what you will do is you will develop your tyrant as the game progresses. After each encounter, you will add more to your tyrant, and by the end of your journey, you will have created a truly unique tyrant for you to battle and to fight and see if you can win. And then you can record that tyrant on a sheet for prosperity and use it in any other game. It's an absolutely fantastic way to play Too Many Bones. But not only that, do you really think that giving you the ability to build your own tyrant is where Chip Theory Games would stop with a new expansion? Of course not. In the Splice and Dice expansion, you're going to get access to 5 new tyrants, and these tyrants deliver 5 of the toughest challenges in the game. We have Lockgear, we have Leech, we have Blobulus, we have Oxide, and we have Ammonite. That's 5 new tyrants for you to battle, 5 new challenges for you to overcome, and these challenges aren't easy. Okay, so there's a new way to play the game with the Build a Tyrant mode. There are 5 tough new challenges in 5 new tyrants. Is that all that you get in Splice and Dice? Of course not. This is Chip Theory Games. You're going to get a wealth of content for your money, and it comes with a wealth of new baddies as well. There are new 20-point baddie chips, there are new 5-point baddie chips, there are new 1-point baddie chips, there are 3-point baddie chips and 3-point baddie chips to use in your game of Too Many Bones Undertow, because one thing that you get when you get a Chip Theory Games expansion is you get so much content. Phew. So, a new way to play the game. 5 tough new challenges in the form of 5 new tyrants and a wide variety of new baddies. Is that all you get in Splice and Dice? No, of course it's not, because along with the Build a Tyrant mode, there is also the Nobulus Apprenticeship Program, which is a whole separate game. And in the Nobulus Apprenticeship Program, what you're going to do is you're going to take the form of Nobulus's kind of lab apprentices as they try to create a new tyrant. It's almost a standalone game, although you will mix and match parts of your Too Many Bones base game or your Too Many Bones Undertow base game, and it creates this wonderful, unique experience where you'll create a tyrant, take it out to battle against other baddies, and if it wins, you can then incorporate that tyrant into any future game of Too Many Bones. If you're really interested in the Nobulus Apprenticeship Program, is this kind of hidden gem within the Splice and Dice package, then I have also recorded a video, a full playthrough of the Nobulus Apprenticeship programs from a solo perspective. Of course, it can be played with more than one player as well. So please check that video out also. When you open the box of Splice and Dice, you're going to be greeted by two new fantastic die-cut neoprene mats, of course with the stitching around the edge. You have the lab mat, and this is the mat where you're going to start splicing elements from each of these baddies that you defeated, and you're going to put baddies in these tanks and put dice around these on this lab mat, and you're going to create a splicing element so that you can then transfer the splice details and stats onto the other mat, which is your tyrant mat. And the tyrant mat is where you will record your tyrant and you'll upgrade it. You will add maybe more attack stats or more defense stats, or maybe additional skills or more tyrant dice. You'll change the way that your tyrant attacks. Will it be a melee attack or will it be a range attack? There are so many variables. No two games play out in exactly the same way. And that theme carries across both the Builder Tyrant and the Nobulus Apprenticeship program. They're both about the journey of creating this unique tyrant. Some of them will be fantastical creations who will wipe out the competition, and others you will have a real challenge on your hand if you're playing on the Nobulus Apprenticeship program to try and beat the baddies on the mat. It's all about switching up how you think about how you play Too Many Bones. Of course, you're going to get a wealth of dice in this game as well, in the expansion of Splice and Dice as well. And you can see here that the dice are absolutely beautiful. These kind of heat transferred dice, and again, really hard wearing, durable, weighty, feel great to roll, and add a truly unique and dynamic element to each and every game. And as well as the Tyrant cards, you're going to get new encounter cards. You're going to get epilogue cards as well to string together a campaign. You're also going to get your Nob cards that you will use in your Nobulus Apprenticeship program. These cards are how you play the game of Nobulus Apprentice, as well as some individual apprentices that you can use in your NAP game to change and give you additional boons each and every time you play. And to top it all off, everything is laid out in this wonderfully detailed, fantastically illustrated instruction manual for Splice and Dice, where within these very hallowed pages you will find out how to play both the Builder Tyrant mode and how to incorporate it into your Too Many Bones or Too Many Bones Undertow game, as well as learn how to play the Nobulus Apprenticeship program. And once you do, and they're relatively straightforward to learn how to play, they are a pure joy to play. So it's Chip Theory Games. The quality is obviously evident. We have the wonderful die-cut, stitched neoprene mats. We have the weighty chips with a fantastic print on there. We have the heat-transferred dice, which are highly durable and feel fantastic. Everything that you get inside the package of Splice and Dice just screams absolute quality. But that is not all. You see, along with the Splice and Dice expansion, Chip Theory Games also released some new gearlocks. So the first one is Dart, and Dart is this wonderful gearlock who rides on the back of this pig and can jump off this pig and can barrel through people, creates a completely different way to play your Too Many Bones games. And the others are the lab rats. Now there are 4 lab rats, and you play them as almost as one, basically, changing between the lab rats that you choose to play out. It's 4 kind of burgeoning gearlocks there with different skills, complementary skills that help each other out. Again, adding a truly unique experience into your Too Many Bones journey. I think it's safe to say that I think Splice and Dice by Chip Theory Games for Too Many Bones and Too Many Bones Undertow has just added another dimension onto the whole Too Many Bones franchise. It's fantastic that this franchise absolutely keeps on going and keeps giving us new ways to play and offers new ways to play. I think I'm absolutely in love with the Splice and Dice. As much as I like to play with the new Tyrants and the existing Tyrants, I also love playing the Nobulus Apprentice program and the Builder Tyrant program as well. Builder Tyrant mode to create my own tyrants, and if you followed me online, then you will see that I've actually shared some of my tyrants that I've created as well. So that is Splice and Dice, an expansion for Too Many Bones by Chip Theory Games. It's an absolutely fantastic, outstanding product. Go online, go and order that now, as well as the new gearlocks in the form of darts and in the form of the lab rats. So thank you very much for joining me on this very special video regarding Splice and Dice from my very good friends at Chip Theory Games. My name's Mark, I'm from Not Board Gaming. Enjoy the rest of Gen Con, and I'll speak soon. Bye bye.
Hello everyone, it's Josh from Chip Theory Games, and today I wanted to take you through a little bit of the journey that we went on when making this beast right here. I always find it fascinating to watch how things come together, whether it be our projects or others, but in this case I thought you'd appreciate seeing some of the bumps along the way and just showing off the final product. I know a lot of people have already seen most of what exists on the inside and outside of this box, but maybe you'll glean a few interesting bits off of the journey. So let's jump right in. I just want to talk quickly about the mentality that we went into with this beast. Overall, we kind of wanted to make sure that structurally we knew this was gonna have to hold, I don't know, 30 to 50 pounds. We were trying to project what else we would be packing into this thing in the future, and we wanted to make sure that it not only held that content, but literally held that content from a weight perspective. And so that was one of the first challenges we put Justin on, was make sure everything fits. Here's a very loose guess at what we think could be coming, and what kind of space that would take up in the box, and then let's get an all-in put together here and see what kind of weight we're going to be up against. And so he did an incredible job with that, coming up with some great estimates for us and dimensioning out everything. We knew that we wanted it to be kind of the second piece of this was we just wanted it to be usable. It needed to be the showpiece that it is, but it also needed to be extremely functional for our owners. And so the functionality of the box shows up when you start to see all of the extra trays that we included. Certainly the size that it fits in a Calyx, but that was kind of a nice thing that we were able to accommodate. But I think more than that, we wanted it structurally sound, and we wanted it to be useful. So we started with, let me just see if I can get this out here. This is our first white box. And the way this worked, and I still love this front, it's unfortunate we weren't able to kind of keep this kind of gateway option. But what we found very quickly with this was, one, cardboard wasn't likely going to cut it. We had these full trays filled up in there, and we started pulling them out and leaving them out about halfway just to see what that kind of pressure would be like and what it would do. And very quickly we saw that this cardboard was starting to pull away or just flat out rip. And this is the neoprene tray, so it's a heavy one because it's got the cards in the front, neoprene, but everything below it is, I'm sorry, this is the neoprene tray, this is the gear lock tray. Everything below this point is even heavier. So if it couldn't hold up the gear locks, we knew that this wasn't looking good. The other thing about this is just, you can see just how, this is pretty strong box material. It would be fine for a board game box that's going to live on your shelf, but to hold this much weight, it just wasn't going to cut it. So we had to do away with not only this gate design, this cool magnetic flip front, but also cardboard altogether. But before we got to that point, we ran a couple other samples. We did our second white box. This one was similar. We hadn't eliminated cardboard altogether yet. We were still kind of thinking that we could just beef it up. And I won't show you all the insides of this, but we first tried to solve that problem with reinforcing the trays themselves, making them double thick cardboard. And the assumption was that as the trays are inside, they're providing some of the structure for the actual box itself. And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. It wasn't holding up, and as those trays get removed, that structure goes away, and it's usually the most stressful point for the box when that tray is coming halfway out and kind of leaning forward because of the weight, and it's putting pressure on these points, and they were again separating. So that's where we abandoned that altogether. and we went with something that was much more sturdy. We have to give credit to our manufacturer, because they were doing the same types of tests, and they came back saying, you know what, you've got to consider MDF. And I think that was another point in the journey for me where it was like a no-brainer, I guess. Both the magnet and the choice to go MDF we weren't even to the point of needing to factor cost in yet. And that's something that it's going to sound really weird. Chip Theory, I think, is uniquely positioned due to us not being in retail currently, where we can have a first, a second, a third round of development cycles ultimately without talking price yet. It gets us a lot further down the design road and gets us further into the scope of what was the original intent, before having to talk about that. And right or wrong, I think it allows us to have a much more impressive final product. It does definitely dip into profits, but I think one thing that I wanted to talk about with this is this piece was made to be a showpiece, and the profitability, to say that we're not concerned about money or profits would be incorrect. I just think that I saw the profitability of this piece showing up once it was delivered, people being really truly impressed with this thing, and then wanting to fill it out. Like, if you have a cool piece that you want to show off and it has empty spots in it because you don't have all the gear locks yet, like, if it's cool enough, and if it works, and if it's usable enough, and if it really enhances your game, like, if all those things prove themselves out, you're gonna fill this up. And that is where the money comes in, like, from like getting back what we've put into this, is from the sales of all the items that actually go in it. So it's not, it was just an interesting thing. We haven't really approached other products quite the same way, but it gave us the ability to, the magnets, for instance, is a good example of that. Andrew Chesney gets the credit for the original idea there, but we've often joked about magnets. It just lets, if we get stuck on something, well, let's consider a magnet. And they're usually pretty costly to go that route when we're talking about designing something. But in this case, it just was perfect. Andrew, saw us doing something with magnets, kind of testing something unrelated to this, across the room, and was like, wait a minute. And he went over and he grabbed some magnets and he, put them in front of this thing we had, and put like a metal backer behind it. And we tested, we're like, this could be a thing. And I think that was another point where it was just so refreshing to not be like, whoa, wait a minute. How much does that cost? Eventually we had to do that. But initially it was just really awesome to be like, oh, heck yeah. Yeah, like, of course we have to do this. Which, I don't know, like it is a joy of being able to produce stuff like this. The magnet ended up coming out really cool. It was another kind of, for me, it was an excuse to do it, was because we had not done quite as intricate a molding that used alloys and needed to fuse an actual magnet inside. Not fuse it. It twists in with a screw. But coming up with that, using Bennett to help us concept that and then make it, render it, and then send that over to our manufacturer and have them come, basically saying, here's the kind of the brushed look we want, and then having them come back with this. It couldn't be more rewarding in that sense. The magnet, I think, would be one of the top things that I'd say came out just as we had hoped it would. So this magnet, probably the biggest challenge with this magnet was how hard do we, how big do we make it, and how much do we want it to stick? it's pulling heavy trays. And so in this case, we had to make sure that, like, I think we upgraded the magnet 2 or 3 times, and still we didn't want it to be so strong that it started to pull the plate that's sunk into the front of the tray, that it would start to pull that hard enough where you could see the outline. On our first boxes, that was very much the case, because they literally put the plate right behind the paper, so it wasn't sunk into the back or the middle of the tray. It was sunk into the very front part of it, and so when we would pull, you'd start to see that plate kind of lift away from that front divider, and that wasn't going to work for us. So, you know, trying to fill things out and make sure that we had just enough where it wasn't a pain to get it off, but still be able to deal with a drawer as heavy as this one, which you have to pull it a little bit slower. Like if you were to put it on and yank this off, it's going to come right off. But that was the intent, was that any bigger magnet than this, you're affecting and harming the box. But at this point, it was solid enough where with the right amount of pull pressure, you'd be able to open it. So I don't know, stuff like that really excites me about this box, because it's a very kind of a minimalistic aesthetic to it. You don't have a lot going on other than the art in the front of this box, and I just think it looks beautiful in that respect. So I think just another note on structure, you'll see that again, this is one of the heaviest boxes. This is fully loaded. Every card, every mat, it even factors in some of the potential future stuff that we've got. But the MDF was a totally correct call, in that the structure here is solid, and we just love how that turned out. And in line with that, the gear lock tray, again, you can see from the side, there's the only play here is the play we intentionally left in there to allow this to slide easily in and out. So there's just nothing moving with the MDF, which is great, by the way. So this is current gear locks loaded in, if you can see that. The other aspect to this that came kind of after a while was the labels. So that was another challenge that we've run into some interesting parts. So this is the label. Now these labels are very much like our stickers on our chips. So they've got it's a foil. It's a sticky foil that then has a layer of heavy plastic over the top of it for protection and whatnot. And so we wanted that to be the sticker that we use, just because it helps with the scuffing and whatnot. But that's the look that we're going for. We have a little knockout for the gear lock themselves. And then this tray is one of our gear lock trays. And I'm trying to be careful so I don't fling everything. This along with pretty much every tray that we designed for the Trove chest, so enough of these trays come right with the chest. Same with the tyrant trays. There's enough for every single tyrant in the game. And they were designed to sit on your table and look just as nice outside of the box as inside. Functional, but something that looks minimal on the table, because we would want you to use this right alongside your gear lock mat. So this is made to sit alongside it, just a little bit away, so you still have room for all your exhausted dice. And but again, it came out beautiful. And this actually, if you wanted, could inset basically to give it a little bit of height, so it fits in opposite and can hold your dice. But yeah, every piece of this, I think we tried to factor in the play that was going to be done with the piece, and then how it was going to be used to store the components. when not in play. One other thing I'll just touch on here is I'll just get back to the labels. So these turned out excellent. They stick. They actually allow you to kind of, they stick with enough stick that when you press them down, they're not moving. But in the process of placing them, they're malleable, like they move a little bit. You can kind of push them one way or the other to get them exactly where you want them. So then we were like, well, let's do these types of stickers for everything. Of course, right? So we went ahead and made some protectors. This was a little bit of a right at the end thought of, hey, if this was to be too hard on your box, you could take one of these and stick it to the box, and it would be like a key that you're, that's kind of for that tray, and it would just protect the magnet from the art. Someone brought up the fact that maybe you could just stick this sticker to the bottom of the magnet, and that actually would work probably really well as well. So there's lots of different ways. We haven't found, we've been using this for the last a good while. Like this one, not for the last month, but the previous sample we've been using for over a month, and that has held up just perfectly. So we don't intend to use these stickers, but and we didn't want to go clear, because clear on here, it just doesn't look as good. It looks like something's there that shouldn't be there. So we wanted it to be a physical key if it was going to be something at all. So that was our thought process on that. They came out fine. But what I wanted to get to was the little tiny labels. So that's for our little chip dividers. So one of the things that came out of this was these, I think this was kind of a latter part of the campaign, were these little chip dividers. And these are for like sectioning out your baddies, your gearlocks, your anything, your tyrants, separating out all of those pieces so that they're more easily grabbable and sortable and whatnot. And we wanted to make this thing as versatile as possible. So we wanted these to fit right in your tray, have the cover go right on over without it impeding or blocking anything. We wanted them to be able to be flipped both ways, so that you could label them one way or the other. And the idea was that you take one of these things, you got this cool little sticker, and you put it on. So now you know that this is Beast 5-point baddies, and then you can sort them as such. Now, this was an awesome idea until we got the final. Like they're being loaded in the containers. One's actually on its way here right now. We got this, we tested these a number of times, but we got the finals and we put them on the stickers, and then a week or so later, I went back and I was like, oh man, I didn't push one of those down hard enough. And so I pressed it back down. Next day I was showing someone, and oh my goodness, it's popped up. Why did it pop up? Well, problem is that this plastic that's on top of this label is rigid enough that due to the contour of this, that plastic is fighting against the stickiness of it. And so the plastic that's protecting the sticker is pulling, it wants to go flat, and it's pulling up the sides of the plastic. So, I mean, even at this late date, we're faced with an oh crap moment, because it's just not something that any of us anticipated. This same issue kind of became an issue. Like at that point, it jumped, kind of went to my head that I need to check the tyrant trays. So I checked the tyrant trays, and sure enough, the tyrant trays themselves have a little indent for these stickers, and you can put them in, but unfortunately with the tyrant trays, the indent that allows for the sticker to go in it's not a sheer angle, it's a rounded angle. So at the bottom isn't as wide as the top, and so the top is what fits the label, the bottom isn't. So when I put this on, if I look on the inside, I can see that the very bottom, the sticker isn't actually sticking to it. And even if I press it down, the rigidity of the plastic pulls it up. So what do? Well, thankfully our manufacturer's gotten used to our last minute kind of our, okay, no, we have to fix this instances. And so called them up, and the first 2 shipments of Trove chests were already addressing. Those are the ones we don't have time to do anything about, other than, like, we're going to have these printed without the plastic on top. The plastic's great, it protects them, but not for this use. We already have an indent, so it's fine. We're gonna have them print these and these again without the plastic. We're actually gonna take the die cut down a little bit on these, and in the end, they're gonna be packaging those, air shipping them to the 2 locations that these containers are arriving at. They'll get there before the containers, and then, yep, we'll pay to have the boxes opened and have these sticker sheets inserted in. After the first 2 containers, the rest, they'll actually have these done by that time, and we'll be able to just include them along with the Trove chests. So anyway, just I don't know, that was a long story, I guess, but I think it illustrates just how, like, I'm not willing to let this Trove chest, like, it's a small thing, but it's a huge thing when it comes to the look and feel of this piece. If the stickers aren't sticking, or if they're just not performing as they should, like, nope, doesn't work for us. So we went ahead and changed it kind of at the last hour to make sure that everyone was pleased with their product. Yeah, I guess, other than taking you through, there's a few more things I'll kind of show off here, and then we can call it good. But the Trove chest itself, I would say, couldn't have turned out better. The structure of it is a 10 for me. The art on this thing is a 10. Melanie did an awesome job, along with Anthony. Anthony did the work for us. He does so much of our art, and Melanie, though, put it together and basically made it look as kind of degraded as it is, like this thing has been sitting around for ages. And so between that, the front that has a really cool inside to it, between all of those pieces, I couldn't be more pleased with the art. This piece, I'll just go through. We had a number of questions about this piece. One, where does the magnet get stored? So I'll address that now since I'm talking about this face. The magnet, we weren't sure, because we were upping the strength, and then we were like, nope, we got to stop with that. We stopped at a certain point. But then we were working with thicknesses on this piece here. The intent was always to make sure that it somehow attached to the front. But again, we didn't know exactly how things were going to end up as far as this thickness and the magnet strength. So we made it so that at least it was always going to work on the bottom here. So right now, anywhere along this side where the metal plate is on this tray will work for holding your magnet. And it basically uses this ledge on the bottom as a way to not slide any further down, because it is weaker, but it is certainly, it's certainly strong enough to hold it. You could try other places, like there's other places where the magnet is, but it just doesn't stick where the amount that we would want. So this is where you could store it. The other thing, the other possibility is, if you wanted to orchestrate some type of a pull tab, you could store it in one of these. But I just think that kind of ruins the aesthetic of this being fully openable by magnets. So yes, you could store it on top if it wasn't in a calyx. There's lots of other options there, but we felt like the best one that is pretty secure is right there on the front of your Trove chest. So that's one thing. The other question that I had from a few people was specific dimensions. So I'll just be clear. Calyx is, it lists on IKEA's website 33.6 centimeters for the width and the height. And it rounds that off on some of the graphics to just 33 centimeters, but just know that a calyx is 33.6, which roughly comes to like 13.23 inches. And therefore, this is exactly 13 wide by exactly 13 tall. And so it's gonna fit, but it's gonna fit really, really snugly, and that's what we intended. So we don't have a lot of space in here. We altered a number of things in order to allow for that to take place, but it does fit perfectly. Depth-wise, it is exactly the depth of a calyx, which is 15.3/8, I think. Yeah, 15 3/8. This measures in at 15 5/16, so it's right there. Of course, you'll want to be hanging it out over the edge, potentially, because you need to slip this up in order to get this out. So basically, yeah, that's the thought behind it. As far as anything else with dimensions go, I don't think there was any other questions. We have internal dimensions. So these right here are all specific to the items that they're holding, but I won't go through those now. But the main thing that changed over the versions was we widened one of the base trays that are the chip trays, and that was just so that it could hold a couple other things like our dice trays. So we wanted our dice trays to fit in there, and then we also wanted to bring the structure point here to a little bit different spot. So yeah, there was a couple reasons that we went that route. The only other thing is that I want to talk about, I guess, maybe one of the finer details, is we really tried hard to account for the longevity of this piece. Again, after our tests with the first ones, we were just, it got me really worried that we had initially I thought we had bit off a little more than we could chew, because they were just not holding up to all of the TMB content that we were putting in it. And so I was just, maybe in the middle part, I was kind of questioning whether we could do this in a way that would meet our standard. And but one of the things that was important to us, and it's worth noting here, was just the amount of times that you're opening these trays up made it really important that the graphic finish on the front. So normally from a aesthetic, for me, I would say let's wrap this graphic around the side of the tray so that it's just full flush and it looks beautiful. But the minute you wrap it around the side of the tray and you put it in, the edge of that graphic could catch and start to tear and rip, because we want it snug and secure. So that graphic, if it's wrapped around the side, is now going to potentially hit the edge of the Trove chest itself and start to tear that graphic. So it was important that we give up a little bit of the aesthetic and finish those graphics, so you can kind of see the bordering here. And that line is because that wrap is going around in front, and it's terminating at the edge before the corner. A similar kind of thing that I think is worth noting is that the trays here, and I'll see if I can get this out for everyone to see. The card areas where your deck boxes or your open cards are going to go, you have dividers that go in there. Normally the wrap finishes at about a 1/2 inch over the other side. But knowing that this was a tray that these things are going to come out of, we really didn't want the cards to be below where that wrap finishes. We wanted the wrap to extend below where the cards are, and if you can see right here, the wrap goes below it, so that you're never actually, catching on the graphic wrap of the tray. Little things like that, I really appreciate everyone on the team that helped kind of factor a lot of that stuff in, so that we could make sure that this Trove box lasted as long as possible, and that it just becomes that piece that will be something that you can show off for years to come. I think that kind of does it. I guess the only other thing I'll probably mention with the weight is that when we started, this backers, as you know, many of you are one, paid $75 for this thing, which is kind of laughable now. I still think there's that it was worth it to sell it at that price initially, just because for us, Kickstarters there's still some discovery left. We don't have our products finalized when we run our Kickstarters. We use a lot of the feedback that we get from the Kickstarter to influence the final stages of design, all of that. So just like that for this Trove chest, we were taking a percentage amount of guess on what this thing was going to end up like. And looking at where we started to where we are now, you're getting some real value at $75. We then bumped our plan was that the MSRP would end up at around like 95 to 100. Now that's already at 110 on our website. And then we got in the news that, yeah, it's 11 containers, and here's the shipping estimates of your now much heavier box because of MDF. And it'll likely take another bump up to 125. So I'm just saying, thanks to everyone who trusted us on this, because it is a little bit of a leap of faith. Hopefully we've shown ourselves worthy of that faith. But yeah, I mean, that's the reason to go in with us at the beginning, is because usually the value, we're always going to make sure the value's there with a piece like this and any of our games too. And so I'm just excited for everyone to get it and kind of revel in the awesomeness of this thing. And yeah, again, thanks for everyone for all your support. Couldn't be more pleased with how this came out, and I hope that this was semi-informative for you. So thanks, everyone.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for Gen Con Online, and in this particular episode we're going to be speaking about a game which is both an expansion to and a standalone game from Too Many Bones. That's right, in this episode we're going to be talking about Too Many Bones Undertow, the kind of sequel to Too Many Bones, but you can mix and match everything from Undertow in with your base game of Too Many Bones. When Too Many Bones was released and everybody fell in love with it, there's a reason it's the number 61 game in BGG's kind of top 100 games, none amongst us thought, I know what this game needs. It's more water-based battles, but in typical Chip Theory fashion, they knew exactly what we needed. And the guys at Chip Theory released Undertow as this, as I say, standalone and expansion to Too Many Bones, and most of your battles are going to take place on a raft on the water. On the water, you say? Surely that is going to change absolutely everything. And you know what? You're kind of correct, because when you open your box of Too Many Bones Undertow, you're going to be greeted with a new battle mat, a double-sided battle mat, because some of your encounters will take place on land, some of them will take place on the raft, and the battle mat allows you for that. You're also going to be greeted with 2 new gear locks as well that come in the form of Stanza, who's this kind of lute-playing, guitar-playing gear lock, and Duster with her faithful friend Nightshade, and they make a winning combination as you send them out to battle against the various baddies and the 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. That's right, there are 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. Did you think you'd had enough and you'd beaten all of the 7 tyrants in the base game of Too Many Bones? Ha! Let's give you 5 more tyrants and a whole wealth of new challenges for you to overcome. So these 5 new tyrants come in the form of Nobulus, Barnacle, Volkesh, Colossum and the Goblin Queen, and they come with a variety of different lengths of game for you to provide you with a completely different challenge. And the best bit is, you can absolutely mix all of these in with your Too Many Bones base game to expand your Too Many Bones adventure. But of course, it's Chip Theory Games, and providing you with a new environment to play in, a new battle mat and 2 new gear locks and 5 new tyrants just wouldn't be enough. So what they've done is they've included as well some brand new 3-point baddies, and these 3-point baddies come in 2 colours depending on whether you are battling your baddies on land or on your raft. The 3-point baddies that you battle on land are various types of mechs, and the 3-point baddies that you battle while you're on your raft are the Krelm, and the Krelm will try to eat your raft from around you, making you almost fall into the water and suffer a terrible drowning fate. Of course, it's a Chip Theory Games Too Many Bones franchise game, so there are the wonderful heat transfer dice that you get in the game as well, and these look absolutely fantastic. Not only does each gear lock get its own arsenal of dice, but you have separate dice for the tyrant dice, and of course you have all of the dice that would allow you to use Too Many Bones Undertow as a purely standalone experience. Of course, along with the wonderful weighted chips and the beautiful die-cut neoprene mats and the wonderful heat transfer dice comes a wealth of cards for the tyrants, for the encounters, for your loot and your Trove loot. There's even campaign cards in here which allow you to string together a Too Many Bones Undertow campaign. And the great thing is that if you bought the adventure map separately for Too Many Bones, if you flip it over to the other side, you will get the Undertow map on there as well, which is a fantastic way of tracking your progress through Daylore. The package is rounded out by this wonderfully illustrated, fantastically high quality rulebook, which lays everything out fantastically well for you and allows you to ease yourself into the world of Too Many Bones and Too Many Bones Undertow. So there we go, that's Too Many Bones Undertow, a truly unique expansion in the wonderful Too Many Bones world. Of course, it can be mixed in with your base game of Too Many Bones, or if you don't have that, you can keep it separate and play it as a true standalone expansion. I think that's a wonderful thing about it, because the price point is lower than the base game of Too Many Bones. That means it's an easier entry point into the Too Many Bones universe. So if you've been on the fence a little bit, I would highly recommend going out there, going on the Chip Theory Games website, finding a copy of Too Many Bones Undertow and really just throwing yourself into this wonderful, wonderful journey. So there we go. It's not hard to tell why I love Too Many Bones Undertow, and I do mix it all in with my Too Many Bones, and I do keep it separate as well. Obviously, Chip Theory Games are releasing the Trove chest very shortly as well, so all my collection can be in one place. So thank you very much for joining me on this journey through Too Many Bones Undertow. My name's Mark, I'm from Not Board Gaming. Enjoy the rest of Gen Con, and I'll speak soon.
The Lock, a simple mechanism used as a deterrent, a means to keep out undesirables, and a symbol for all that is off-limits to the downtrodden and oppressed of New London. It's no wonder, then, that the citizens of this corrupt and diseased city spend their days learning to open locks by any means necessary. 4 residents of New London, in particular, have taken their skills to the next level. Elizabeth Watkins, a commoner plucked from the streets against her will, now subverting the Royal Company ranks from the inside. Axe Derringer, a rail worker with the guts to take on any Royal Company safe that turns up in a boxcar, good and flying under the radar. Dante Harvard, an airship pilot making New London government runs, known for his quick wit and even quicker hands when it comes to pins and springs. Charlie Beckwith, a machinist with a price on his head, wanted in New London for stealing just about everything you can steal. These 4 residents have caught the attention of a mysterious figure interested in their unique talents. An unusual summons has been issued to each individual by way of a strange lockbox with no more than a time and a location inscribed on the bottom. Clearly, a larger game is afoot, but raw curiosity can dull the senses, and the mystery of it all is a strong motivator. Welcome to Triplock, a simple yet not so simple abstract challenge of skill and memory from Chip Theory Games. Choose to play solo as you work with the stranger to delve deeper into the unknown secrets of the Royal Company, or hone your skills even further against another master lockbreaker while you wait for the right moment to act. Either way, you'll be racking your brain to solve locks amidst a corrupt world full of intrigue and mystery. Triplock can be played in 15 minutes or less. Choose your characters, set up your lock, and draw a diagram. Diagrams give you insight into the lock's composition, and each one you complete brings you closer to solving the lock. Using 2 action dice and your character's unique lockpicking skill, you must discover the mechanisms hidden behind failsafes, working to align them to match your chosen diagram orientation. Simple enough if it weren't for your opponent's traps and countermeasures. Solo play is no less riveting as you select your team and follow the stranger into the bowels of the station, protected and patrolled by Royal Company. Each character is compelled by their own motivations and unique talents, but their fates are intertwined by crisscrossing paths and the mysterious figure's proposal. Unlock your past, unlock your future. You're the only one who can discover what's behind the black curtain of New London's elite.
Hello and welcome to Too Many Bones. I am a Gearkin, and this is our story. Tyrants of the North are expanding their territory and have overrun the Deepwood. We few have been selected to infiltrate and eliminate these tyrants one by one, thus ending their invasion once and for all.
Orcs up ahead. Attack or wait for Gilly?
I'm already here, and I've got plenty of arrows.
Guys, I'll take the orcs if you take this thing.
With each day, our party grows in skill and in strength. New encounters hit us at every bend, and now we must pay for passage across the Cibran River. This is the point of no return. We press forward.
It's as I suspected. The air is 23.7% more foul this side of the river.
Let's do this already. I'll pull him.
More behind you, Gilly. Panther brought the entire outpost.
Days pass and our party grows weary. This land is cursed. We need to rest. After that, I have a plan. A treasure trove would raise our spirits and equip us well for our final battle. Now, to find that dragon.
Stay back, I've got this. My spider bomb is the perfect distraction.
All that worry to die at my door. You are no match for my Thunder Club.
For the length of his monologue, he went down pretty easy. Who's next?
And that is how we took down the first of many. Other tyrants will soon fall by our hands, and we shall... What? No, Boomer, you cannot keep the Thunder Club.
The war changed everything, for it did not consider us. Enkar's battles rained devastation down upon us, leaving our precious city, my family, in ruin. Must be done. The Greege have recently arrived to the fray, providing a needed distraction while I formulate my plan. While the Horizon's wrath is on the offensive, their island will be our gateway to the skies. With our foothold firmly secured, I will unleash an assault using creatures and weaponry, the like of which Ankar has never seen. I will unite and embolden the devastated forces of Y'all, and with them enact my revenge on every inch of God's crumbs, taking all that is dear to them, just as they have done to me.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark, and this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for Gen Con Online. And in this video, I'm going to be talking to you about one of my all-time favourite games, and that game is Cloudspire by Chip Theory Games. Now, this game came out in maybe September 2019 after a very successful Kickstarter. So backers started receiving it in September 2019 to huge critical acclaim. And what is Cloudspire? Cloudspire is a tower defense MOBA inspired game, so something similar to along the lines of the PC classics like League of Legends and Dota. And in this game, which is hugely asymmetrical, you will either play in a PvP scenario against other people, or there are full solo and cooperative campaigns that you can play in the game, and you will battle things out on this wonderful map, building towers, trying to become the last person standing on there as you defeat your enemy's fortresses. So the base game of Cloudspire gives you access to 4 factions, and those factions are the Brawnen, the Heirs, the Grove Tenders, and the Nerora. However, at the time, Chip Theory Games also released a 5th faction, which is these underground dwellers called the Greege. Now, each faction is wildly asymmetrical. The fortresses that each one has a number of upgrade abilities that completely change the play of the game, and each faction chip upgrades in a different way. It gives you access to different powers. So depending on who you're playing as and who you're fighting against, you will have a wildly different experience each and every time. The fully modular map is made up of these fantastically printed die-cut neoprene map tiles, and they are an absolute joy to lay out on the table. You can see the colours are really vibrant on there, and the play experience as you slide your chips around the board is again second to none. It's become kind of this benchmark of quality that chip theory games are known for. And speaking of the chips themselves, there are a lot of chips because there are 4 factions, 5 factions, and more factions coming as well. And each of the chips, as you can see, is this wonderful kind of weighted chip with a fantastic print on there, and it's double-sided because you can upgrade your factions as you go along. The feeling that you get as you slide these chips around the board, making tactical and strategic decisions, is second to none. As each faction operates differently, each faction comes with its own high-quality printed reference sheet, and this will give you details and a bit of background information on each faction, how they play, how you upgrade them, and what the maximum upgrade abilities can be. And these become an absolute source of life as you play the game, as you're trying to work out the best strategies to either beat the solo or cooperative campaign, or beat your other players in the fully asymmetrical PvP game. So, as well as giving you a fantastically illustrated and very well laid out and easy to read rulebook, it also comes with, as I mentioned before, solo and cooperative campaigns books. And if we look at the solo campaign book on its own, the solo scenarios, you can see that there's a wealth of scenarios in there. Each one will give you a different map layout that you can put out and try fighting faction against faction. There is so much replayability here because even if you get to the stage where you completed every campaign in the solo scenario, at the back of the book it gives you an endless mode, and the endless mode is effectively like an endless mode like you would get on a computer game. The waves of baddies just keep coming and coming and coming. It makes the game so replayable. Featuring a host of baddies not only in your other factions that you're fighting against, but also in the form of landmark factions as well, which could be creatures that you have to fight throughout the game. It also features a number of cards, including these relic cards, which will give you certain special items as and when you uncover them. And also for the multiplayer game, there are event cards, which change the scope of the game each and every wave. It would have been really easy for chip theory games to go down a similar route of too many bones here, but they haven't. In fact, the number of dice that you get in Cloudspire is relatively few compared to the 130 unique dice that you get in Too Many Bones, because dice don't play a major part in this game. This game is all about working out how you're going to maximize the map and your factions and exploit the weaknesses of the factions you're fighting against to destroy their fortress. It gives such a unique experience. I don't think that there is any other game like Cloudspire that's out there that gives this kind of depth of play, that gives the joy that you have as you're sliding these pieces around on the neoprene mats, that looks as good on the table as Cloudspire does. There is just no other game that comes close to this for this particular experience. But that's not all, because what they did in the first run, they also released the Cloudspire miniature expansion. So if you're building towers in the game, you would, without the miniature expansion, you would put the towers on the board and stack them up as you would with your factions. However, this miniature expansion gives you access to some wonderfully detailed towers, and they're all individual for each individual faction, that really add a next level kind of element of visual flair to a game that is already over brimming with visual flair. So the first print run of Cloudspire sold out worldwide. It has been a huge success. But do not fear, if you get yourself over to the Chip Theory website, then you can place an order for the second print run, which comes in November of this year. So the second print run of Cloudspire, which is being delivered in November, comes with several quality of life enhancements and user interface improvements, which is going to make the game easier to learn and easier to teach. But not only that, coming in November are 2 new factions as well. That's right, you have the Ankar's Plunder expansion, which will give you Horizon's Wrath and also the Uprising. These new factions operate in a wildly different way to the existing factions. One of them is floating, we've got cannons, and you can move their fortress around the board. Trust me, I've played the prototypes of these, and they are truly going to change the game of Cloudspire. Cloudspire is a unique experience. Like all chip theory games, you're getting something that is different from the norm. It has these wonderful production values. It has these really high quality chips and neoprene, the print. But more than that, the gameplay is utterly outstanding. It's totally immersive. Every time I finish a game of Cloudspire, I instantly want to play the game again. I have a real problem in removing it from my table to play other games because I just want to put it back on the table and play more of the game. So please do not worry if you have missed the initial first run of Cloudspire. As I mentioned earlier, get yourself over to the Chip Theory Games website, go and put your pre-order in for Cloudspire, the second print one, with the amendments, and also have a look at the new factions there, and you will get that come November this year, and you will be so happy that you've entered the Cloudspire journey. So yeah, I really don't mince my words about Cloudspire. I think it offers such a unique experience, such a fantastic experience at any player count. I have played it solo, absolutely loads. I've played the endless mode loads. I've also played it multiplayer. In fact, I played a game over Skype with Paul Grogan from Gaming Rules. It lasted 3 hours and it was just a wonderful, wonderful experience. There is nothing else out there that gives the level of immersion and depth and strategy and tactics that Cloudspire offers. So yes, I think it's an absolutely fantastic game. Thank you very much for joining me on this video. As I say, my name's Mark, my channel is Not Board Gaming. Enjoy the rest of Gen Con and I'll speak to you soon.
Let's get this out of the way first. These components are ridiculous.
Insane. They really, really are. I mean, I don't even know where to start. I mean, the player boards are not boards.
And hello and welcome. My name's Paul Grogan, and today we're going to be doing a two-player playthrough of Cloudspire Skirmish. I'm joined today by Mr. Scott Morris, who you can see on screen. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Paul. How are you?
I'm good. Now it's late afternoon here. It's morning there, but This is going to be broadcast. This isn't going out live. This is going to be broadcast over Gen Con Online. Chip Theory Games have asked us to do this video to show off the new Skirmish mode for Cloudspire. So Cloudspire is a game which I've done a few videos for already, but Skirmish mode is a new way to play the game. It is a two-player head-to-head battle where you can see on the board that we already have some spires. Now, we haven't completely finished the setup yet. We are going to do that in a minute, but the objective of this particular Skirmish scenario is that we need to defeat the opponent's spires. So I'm going to be playing the Grove Tenders today. These are my 4 spires here. This is my fortress here. Scott is playing the Neurorans. They start with these 4 spires here. And yeah, our objective is to defeat the spires of the other player. Normally in a game of Cloudspire, you are trying to defeat your opponent's fortress, or at the end of 4 waves, you count up the points. This one is slightly different. Now, we're not going to be doing so much of a tutorial today. I have already done a few videos on how to play Cloudspire, so if you're interested in learning full details of how to play the game, I would definitely recommend checking those videos out. Today, we're just going to be doing the playthrough, but we're going to be explaining a few little bits as we go along. Right then, so things left to do in setup is we need to decide what spires we've got. So the location of our 4 spires is fixed. That is based on the scenario. However, we choose which spire goes where. Now the scenario says that each player starts with 1 of each of their 4 spires, which is really interesting for the Grove Tenders because 2 of these spires I can't normally build at the start of the game. I have to unlock a certain fortress upgrade to allow me to build them. But in this scenario, we both start with 1 of each. And the Neuroran player is listed as the first player. So Scott, you need to decide first which one of your 4 spires you want to place on the board and where you want to place it.
Yeah, this is either going to completely win me the game or completely lose me the game. So this is really the part you want to pay attention to, everybody.
Yeah.
So we will see how that all works out.
It is one of those games where the slightest misplay, like, oh, I grouped those 2 units the wrong way round, the ramifications of that decision can be massive.
It can be pretty big, but that's one of the things I love about it, is it really makes you think. I'm actually going to start really basic, and I'm going to take my aspect, which is my 1 melee, and I am going to put it in that one that you just touched.
This one?
Nope. The one right next to it.
This one? Okay.
Yep, that one.
So that is a very, very simple spire. It has 1 melee, and it has its own default range of 1.
And we should probably note for the viewers at home that the scenario rules for this is we cannot upgrade our spires naturally. There is an event die that's going to actually upgrade our spires, which is really, really cool.
Yeah, we can't do that. The other thing to mention as well is these miniatures are an add-on. These do not come with the base game of Cloudspire. So if you own Cloudspire and you're thinking, wait a minute, my copy didn't come with these miniatures, dear Chip Theory Games, these are an extra add-on. And if you do have the add-on, they don't come painted either. This is what I did over Christmas 2019. I spent 4 days over Christmas painting these spires. Right, okay, so me next.
Yep.
I am going to choose to place... Now, I was thinking about this earlier on, and I did have a rough plan.
By the way, if anyone wants to play the play at home game, you have to take a drink every time Paul says shrubbery. So those are the rules.
Those are the rules. I am going to place my Retol on the spire which is nearest you. So that has air defense, and it comes with 1 melee and a ranged upgrade. So it's actually got a range of 2.
Yep. You will need that air defense against my Neurorans, that's for sure.
Well, yeah. Okay.
All right. I am going to I am going to put my portal in top and to the right of where my aspect is.
This one?
Yep, that is correct.
Okay, so this portal, this doesn't attack. It has 2 fortifications on it. But it has the ability of Neuroran Rift. So remind me how that works.
So Neuroran Rift is pretty cool. So obviously it's only usable by Neuroran units, but I get to treat that spire as a path hex. Moving onto it will instantly teleport a unit to another chip with the talent Neuroran Rift or Rift Walk. So depending on what the center location turns out to be and what units I come out with, that might be a little Stargate for me.
Okay, nice. Okay, so I'm going to choose... I'm going to play the Muskeg. Now, the Muskeg is an amazing spire because it has the ability of Wallop. I just love the naming of these things. So that's got 1 melee, 1 ranged. It's also got air defense, but the Wallop ability means instead of attacking, I can just punch somebody and basically kick them back. So I'm going to put that there. Near my fortress gate.
Which is going to be interesting this game because where you placed that spire is a great placement for that one as units are coming after your fortress gate. But in this scenario, we're not really going to be going after each other's fortress gate too much. So that's going to be very interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. I think, and this is the decision I've for anyone who doesn't know, Paul and I have been talking about doing this for a couple of days, and I've been reading the scenario over the weekend, and I've been so stressed about this setup piece, and I knew that it was going to come down to this decision of where do I put my refractor and where do I put my monolith. So I am actually, let's see here. So that's going to go. I am going to put my monolith. I'm going to put that right next to my fortress.
Okay, so the monolith has also got air defense. I don't think I have any flying units either, do I?
No, you're just big giant trees. For some reason, I can't shoot you up high, though.
Okay.
Which obviously, of course, is going to mean my refractor is going to go down on the bottom spire. So I don't think there's a necessary need to wait for that one because we know where that one will go.
Yep. And then I'm going to place my creeping vines on the lake. So the lake is filled with creeping vines. Now the creeping vines has 2 abilities. It has cover and creep. Cover basically means that you can't damage it unless you are attacking from an adjacent hex. I've done it again, haven't I? I've put that underneath. And the creep ability means that I can actually move. Spires normally, when you build them, you can't move them. But if they have the creep ability, you can move them, but only to a non-path hex. So this one, if I wanted to, could move to here. Okay, so your refractor goes here, which has got 2 attack and 1 fortification, and then my shrubbery, it's got to be
there. You go, 1 point.
Drink.
So if anyone is looking at me and seeing why am I moving back and forth and why am I doing all this stuff, because Paul is in the UK and I am in the US, I have recreated what you're looking at on camera in front of me. So I have the game in front of me, I have the video from Paul's side, and hopefully I will not make any placement errors along the way, but I'm sure I'm human and fallible, so we'll see how that works.
Hopefully. So normally every source on the board gets covered with a landmark token, and in this scenario we only have 1 here. So I have all 26 landmarks from, because we're using the Portal Seekers expansion as well. So I'm going to stack them up. Would you like to pick a number from 1 to 26?
Let's go with my lucky number 13.
Number 13. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it is this one. Okay, so that is there. And we don't need the rest of them.
So we don't know which one it is, but I know what the back is. So I can at least pull all of the ones with that back out, which is good. So
now the other thing is that we're supposed to set the market up at the start of the game. So the market is going to be down here. So we're going to reveal this Earthscape, which is the one with 2 paths, a forest and a source well. And technically, I have got all of the mercenaries there shuffled. Technically, we're supposed to reveal 3 of these. However, you'll find out soon why there's no really need to do this in wave 1.
Of course, the Earthscape is the last one on the bottom of my stack.
Of course. Right. Okay. So let me just check the rules for this scenario to see if there's anything left in setup that we haven't done. I think we are good to go. So here's how the sequence of play works. It follows the same rules and sequence of play as the normal game, but you're going to notice a few exceptions. First of all, as Scott mentioned earlier on, our spires, we cannot construct new spires and we cannot upgrade our existing spires by any normal means. That will only happen by means of the event die. And when a unit attacks a spire, so the other thing that you do in the game is at the start of each round, you actually set your mark. You choose where your mark is going to go. Now, in a 2-player game, that is normally your opponent's fortress. But in this game, I believe we
actually can target spires.
We can target a spire. So we are going to, in player order, when we get going, we are going to set our mark, and that is where all of our minions must go towards and try and damage them. And it says, when a unit attacks a spire that is its mark, the spire will retaliate as a fortress does, dealing 1 damage at unlimited range. Now, that's an interesting one, because I actually have an ability which says, if I decide to buy it, your fortress now deals 2 damage when retaliating.
Yeah.
I wonder if that means you think?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, it says as your fortress would. So if your
well,
fortress
it says
would
as a fortress gate does.
Okay. Well, I would say if it just says as a fortress gate does and not as your fortress gate does, then it probably stays as 1. Yeah. Look, you're going to beat me and destroy me already. I don't need to be pummeled into the ground right now.
And then after a faction defeats and pillages a fortress gate, they must immediately choose a different mark. So if you defeat a fortress gate in this game, normally that would be game over. But in this scenario, it's not. So we might need to read the rules on pillaging should that happen.
Well, and you bring up an interesting point, and this is one of the things I've been really excited about to play with this scenario is normally in a 2-player game, you don't really use the mark chips because you're just going after each other's fortresses. But the way that the mark chips work is that's where your minions kind of blindly march towards.
Yeah.
And with this setup and the way everything is laid out, there was a couple of things that I noticed over the weekend looking into it, that there may be times that you want to target your opponent's fortress just to make sure your minions move in a very specific way, which is really kind of cool. So
okay, so we're off.
We're off.
The first phase of wave 1 is the event phase, but we don't use the event cards, and instead we roll the event die, but we only do that if there is an unequal number of spires. We both have 4 spires, so we actually skip the event phase in wave 1. Now we go to the income phase. Now this is where both players normally get a certain amount of source as income and can then spend that source on buying fortress upgrades, building new spires, etc, etc. In this scenario, in wave 1, we get 0 source. So there you go. We can't buy anything from the market. We can't upgrade our fortress. We can't do any of that whatsoever. So now we go to the market phase. We have a market phase, but don't worry, we'll get more source from wave 2.
I'll choose to pass. How about you, Paul?
I'll pass as well, yes. So now we do the build phase, but again, we haven't got any source. So the build phase has gone. And now we do the prep phase. Now, when do you normally declare your mark? Now. It's in the prep phase.
Yes.
So where would you like to declare your mark?
That is a good question. I think I'm going to declare my mark as your retall.
Okay. So that's going to go there. Yep.
Perfect. Yep.
And
that's
I'm
exactly
going to go.
The place I put mine.
Well, I kind of want. Yeah. This is hard to get to. This portal is hard to get to.
Very.
Because it's behind these mountains. Yeah. Okay. And that's the thing. If I go after this portal with melee units, they're going to walk all the way around here, get blown to bits by this model on the way past. So I think we're going to
blown to bit. If there's anyone in this planet that can roll blanks really well, it's me.
Well, I was looking through the Grove tenders earlier on today, and I've noticed that there is a fortress upgrade I can buy that means if I roll misses when I'm attacking with my spires, it turns them into ones. And I'm like, well, I'm definitely buying that.
Yeah, that for this scenario, that's really good.
I'm actually going to target your monument.
Okay.
All the way back there. Okay, and now what happens is we get 5 command points. So there's 2 types of currency in this game. The source, which I've mentioned, is used for upgrading your fortress, building spires, and buying things from the market. We didn't have any of that. What we do have is we do have 5 command points, and this command points do not carry over. So you either spend it or you lose it.
Yep.
And Scott, you are the first player. So what are you spending your command points on?
That's a good question. I am, I believe, going to spend 2 and is it 3?
Well, I'll tell you what I've not got. I've not got the health chips.
Oh, well, you need to have your health chips.
I need to reach across here.
No, I can't do that yet. So I am going I am going to play 2 drifts. I'm going to choose 2 drifts. They are, and if you haven't played the Neuroran, I call them the electric avatars. They kind of remind me of the movie Avatar, but they are very unique because normally in this game you have units that when you do certain things you can upgrade them, and they're really awesome. With the Neuroran, you actually have kind of 2 sides of a coin, and you have to choose when you are putting them into play which side they go into. The champions can upgrade and have new abilities, but the individual units are just one-sided, and they're all pretty awesome, which offers you access to a lot more abilities, but it's also kind of crazy because it offers you access to a lot more abilities. So, but I'm going to start out pretty simple, actually. I'm going to spend 4 of my 5. Yeah, I'm going to not spend the last one, and I'll bring out 2 drifts.
And would you like to group them together or separate?
I am going to group them together.
Okay. And
so
is Anvas going to be on top of the stack or the bottom?
Anvas is going to be on the top.
Top. Okay. So that is your stack done. So I'm just going to have a look at these drifts. So they have got 3 health, 1 attack, 3 movement, but they are incorporeal.
Yes.
Now,
would you like me to tell you what incorporeal means?
Yeah, fire away.
It says only adjacent units and spires may attack this unit. During movement, this unit may pass through opposing units, stealing 1 source from the faction for each one it passes through. So that last part probably won't be too big of a deal for this one since we don't have any source. But if I can keep at least one of them alive, it could help me for next turn.
Yeah, interesting. So it's similar to cover, which means they can only be attacked by things adjacent to them.
Yep.
With the ability that you can move through me. Okay. And Vass also has matter distortion.
Yes, so that says before or after the unit's movement, I can acquire the top Earthscape from the market and place it so that it covers part of the isle this unit occupies.
And you can do that every round?
Yeah, before or after his movement, and then I can upgrade him and flip him to his promoted side as well. So it's not a common thing to do a lot. As I've played Neuroran a couple of times, it's really much more situational that you want to time it, but it can be really, really helpful.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's the old Neuroran sheet that I've got. Oh, why don't I throw that away? Because there is a new one.
Oh, great. I don't have the new one. I have the original one.
Okay.
I was an all-in backer from day one.
Where is... well, I think it got included. I thought it got included.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the new one. Yeah, matter distortion. Yeah, so what the old reference sheet was missing was flip this unit to its promoted side.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess
that was
I do
missing
have
from the
sheet.
old one. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
So yeah, so it does it, and you flip the unit to its promoted. So you can only do it once per game, and then you flip over.
Correct.
Right. Okay. So now that you've done that, I am going to spend my 5, but I'm actually going to spend all my 5, and I'm going to buy a Warbriar for 2.
Okay.
And a Vine Herald for 3.
Seems good.
And I also start the game with Daiwin.
Yes.
Okay. So how do I want to stack these? Well, I think because they've all got 2 movement.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're going to put the Warbriar on top. Then we're going to put the Vine Herald, so not grouped together.
Okay.
And then we're going to put Daiwin on the bottom.
Sure.
There you go. So that is my stack.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay. So we've set our marks. We have done our deployment. So now we start the onslaught phase, and off you go.
So Anvas is going to move up next to the portal. So basically 2 forward.
2 straight ahead, yeah. So he's behind the... Oh, that... Yeah, okay.
Yep. And then I am not going to use his matter distortion, I don't think.
Okay.
Not just yet. Yeah, I'm going to hold off on that. And then the drifts will go 3 spaces.
You have a choice with these, don't you?
Yeah. The drift will come 3 forward and go right in between the 2 rocks. Yep, right there.
Okay, because you could have gone there.
Could have gone up 1 and then slowed up my movement.
There. Right.
Yep.
Okay. My spires now attack you.
Yep.
You then explore. You then attack me, etc., etc. Right. My go. So my Warbriar is going to move first. This has 2 movement, and again I can do some fancy shenanigans
Yeah.
So I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to move the Warbriar 2 to there. So the Warbriar has the Impale ability, or sorry, the Impale talent, which means if I end my movement next to you and I didn't start my movement next to you, you take a damage.
Yeah, that's a painful one.
Yeah, literally. I've then got the Vine Herald, which is going to move 2, and that has a range of 2.
Okay.
And then I'm going to move Daiwon that can move through the forest, but he's a bit stuck, so he's just going to go there. Okay, and again, your spies would then attack me, etc., etc. Right, back to you.
This is where we have the really exciting part of this scenario that Paul doesn't know, which is where I automatically do 1 damage to everything on the board. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, I missed that in the rules. You must have had a different PDF to me.
I must have. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. All right. So back to me. Very straightforward here. I am going to move the drift, and they are going to go 1, 2, 3, and end up right next to the landmark. So straightforward 3.
Straightforward 3. Okay.
Yep. And then Anvas is going to move 2 to where the drift were.
So yeah, he's going to come back saying, "Oh, I didn't really want to go that way. I'll go that way instead."
He was just making room for the drift to run through.
I see.
Yeah, they're the speedy guys. So
yep.
So now,
distortion.
Well, your spires. Yeah, I'm not going to do matter distortion yet because I'm still on the same kind of island that I don't want to be on yet.
So this retool here has a range of 2, so I don't quite get you.
Right. Yep. That was the plan.
You get to explore if you want to.
Yeah, your spires would fire, but of course they don't. And then I get to explore. So yeah, I would like to explore that landmark. So
I'm going to close my eyes.
Can
you see what it is?
Yes, I do, and that's not one of the ones that I pulled out. So
does it have the engage ability on it?
It does not have the engage ability on it.
You can choose to reveal it if you want to.
I think if I remember right, what this does. Let me just grab my handy dandy reference sheet. But I'm pretty sure I do want to reveal it. Here we go. Nope, that's Merc Talents. What am I looking at there? I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Have you got the one from Portal Seekers?
Yeah, no, I do not want to reveal it.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave it as is.
Okay.
But I know what it is now.
Right.
All right.
And then you get to attack me, and then
I attack the darkness.
Yeah, attack the darkness. What a brilliant video that was. I still use that phrase now, and I'm sure half of the people I use it on have no idea what I'm referring to.
Right.
Okay, so the Warbriar moves 2, and I don't have a choice at this point. That moves to there. The Vine Herald, I do have a choice. I could take a weird way round.
Yep.
So I'm actually going to count the hexes at this point. If I go 2 there, then next round you're going to go there. Yeah, no, I think you could end up doing... No, that's fine. We're going to move 2.
Okay.
Okay, and then Daiwon is just going to move into the gap here himself.
Okay.
Your spires would attack me. They don't. I don't have any exploration to do. Back to you.
All right, mind the gap. So this worked out pretty well for me because I do not like that impale ability at all. I am going to move the drift, and they are going to go 1, 2, 3, right adjacent to your Warbriar.
Yep.
And then Anvas is going to move 2 forward, which puts him just on the center aisle.
Yep.
Which I will go ahead and use his matter distortion. I almost said master distortion. That would have been funny. So here's a really good question. So I didn't see this in the PDF about the skirmish rules, but so let me make sure that I have the right tile. This is 2 pathways and a forest with a source well on it.
Correct. Yes.
Yep. Okay. So are we able to build an extra spire on this or not? Because I think we're not. Yeah, I think we're not.
I don't think so.
But that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it says spires may not be constructed or upgraded by any means except through the event die. So
correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's going to pose a rather interesting thing for me because I am going to. I have to put it touching the center island, but I could overlap it to another island. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put it at the kind of top left of the landmark, covering up the forest, the pathway, and the space with the little yellow hexagon.
There.
And and I'm going to do it, rotate it 1 turn to the right. So clockwise. Yeah. Yep, exactly like that.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yep. That's the way I'm going to have it go. And then Unvas can promote himself and go to the other side, which he now has flying. Yeah, which is awesome. Yeah. So, but you have air defense, which is not fun. So.
I do.
Yep. And then your spires will fire, and I do believe that you've got range from Retall, but...
Retall is in range.
The drift is incorporeal?
Is not.
Yep. The incorporeal ability means only adjacent units and spires may attack him, so... Retall needs to just sit there and go, I think I see a ghost.
There's something over there. I just can't quite see it. So, yeah.
And then from there, I guess I get to attack your
attack me.
Yep.
So you deal 1 damage to me.
Yep.
And
you retaliate for 1.
I retaliate for 1. There you go. So we're both down to 2 health.
Yep. That's one of the things I love about this game is the combat is so straightforward when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah. You know, and I've taught this game so many times, and once you get past the complexity of all of the building and the different variability in the units, when it gets to combat, they're like, what, I literally just deal 2 damage because it says a number 2. Yep, that's it. It's like, oh, right, okay.
Yep.
Right. Is it my go?
I
think it is. So as you say, you've got past my impale ability because I started next to you, so I can't go away and charge. I do still have to move, though. I have to move towards my mark, and I can.
Yep.
Which is there.
Yep. I gave you a pathway to run around.
You did. That goes there. And then Daiwin is going to go here.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to be able to kill this drift because I'm right next to you, so I can see where you are. But first of all, your spires can't attack me because they're out of range. I'm not doing any exploring, so it is my attacks. Now, you're going to get to retaliate against the first one of these, aren't you?
First one. Correct. So clearly, your champion should attack first.
No, the champion needs to deal the killing blow so he can level up.
That's right.
Okay, I think we're going to attack with... I'm just looking at Anvas's attack. Anvas, right, yeah, we're going to attack with the Warbriar first. So the Warbriar attacks and deals you 1, and then you retaliate back and deal 1 to me.
That's correct.
Okay, that's the retaliation done.
Yep.
Then my hero, Daiwin, attacks.
Yep.
The Welsh dog. It's got 2 range, but that doesn't matter. I deal 1 to you, no retaliate.
Yep.
So the drift is dead, and I get 2 source. Now, the game comes with these nice dials, which you use to track how much source you've got. However, on a live stream, they don't show up that well. So I'm just using dice. So I've got 2 source there.
Sure.
And then the other drift now appears that was underneath it. They were grouped together. So you have that there. Daiwin dealt the killing blow, which means Daiwin gets an upgrade. Now, interestingly enough, because Daiwin has range built in, I could take a range upgrade if I wanted to.
Yes.
Yeah, now where are my upgrade chips? I do have upgrade chips. They are on the table somewhere. Oh no, they're down here.
Now, one of the things that's good to point out in case anyone has never played the Neuroran before, normally in this game when a unit's defeated, they go back to your barracks, which is basically your supply.
Yeah.
But the Neuroran are very different. Because they are in tuned with the source, they actually go to a grave site, and one of the abilities and upgrades that I can do on my fortress is something called Forgotten Graves, which will allow me to get them back. That's why, while you have that flip side of the coin mechanic, and you have a lot more abilities at your disposal, you don't just have a constant cycle of a supply from them. You have to invest in certain things if you want to get those abilities back later on in the game. So this could be a really good offensive move, or it could mean I don't have my drifts for the rest of the game. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah. So I am going to put an attack upgrade on Daiwin.
Okay.
There you go.
Seems good.
Well, I'm just thinking you've got some fortifications there. So I'm going to need that attack upgrade in order to get around those.
That'll be good.
Now, the other thing, of course, is it's about to be your turn. You're going to move through me with your incorporealness.
That's right.
And steal one of those source from me.
That is correct. That is correct.
And there's nothing I can do about that because a limited build action can only be done at the start of your turn. So yeah,
that is correct.
There isn't anything
you could applaud my deep strategy, but that's about it.
I could. Right. Okay. So I'm done. It is over to your turn.
Anything that works out for me is usually dumb luck. So, okay. So movement, I will use the drift, and as you said, I can move through Daiwin. So I will go 1, 2, 3, and I will actually be right next to both the muskeg and the retol.
Yeah, and you steal 1 source from me.
Yes. Actually, you know what? There's a better way I can do that.
I wasn't going to tell you.
Because I steal a source for each faction, from the faction of each unit it passes through.
Yeah.
So if I were to move onto the Vine Herald, onto Daiwin, and then next to Muskeg and Retol, would I get 2?
You would.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that.
You said you weren't very good at this game.
I wasn't. So I'll do that, and I will steal your 2 source.
Yeah, so that 2 source, which was mine, is no longer mine. And this is one of the cool things about the game. Although your minions have to follow certain rules, and they have to go towards their mark, which is here, the rules are you have to spend all of your movement, and you have to end up closer than when you started. Within those 2 rules, you still have a little bit of flexibility. So because Scott is now closer than where he started and spent all of his movement, he's fulfilled both of those criteria. So he's followed the rules of the game, but he's done it in a clever way to steal all of that source that I got. So
and technically, one of the interesting things is had you moved Daiwin to a different location and that hex was open on the pathway, I could have moved into the Warbriar and then into the Vine Herald and then to where Daiwin was, and then been able to do something there. So I think I'm also going to get pretty aggressive with Unvas.
Okay.
And I am going to move 3 and put him up right next to Warbriar. Over by the Warbriar.
There?
Yep, right there. Yep.
Okay, yep.
Bingo.
Okay, right. So my spires attack you.
Yes, and you do get to attack me this time because I'm adjacent.
Well, this one has the wallop ability, so I'm just going to read that again. Because I might use that. Wallop. Instead of attacking, this spire may deal 1 damage to an adjacent unit and then place it up to 3 hexes away from this spire on any valid hex. The unit may be fired upon by any new spires it is now in range of. But once this talent is used, flip this spire to its retol side. So it's a once per game ability that once I've used it, I flip over.
So how badly do you want to use it is the question.
Well, the thing is, I'm going to be attacking you for 1 here. I've put them on in the wrong way. That should have been that way.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm going to be attacking you for 1 dice here and for 1 dice here.
That's easily 2 blanks.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas if I was, I'm probably going to use this one first. I'll attack you with this one first.
Sure. Yep.
And see how that goes on. So here we go. Let's roll some dice. Well, let's
here
roll
we go.
1 dice.
This is it. The whole game is going to come down to this one roll. Oh!
It's a blank. Okay, so no damage. So I think
the ghosts are winning.
I think I am going to use the wallop ability.
Sure.
So I deal you 1 damage.
Okay.
And then I move you to a hex up to 3 away, and I'm going to put it there.
Ooh.
Okay. So that is that muskeg has now become a retol.
Yep.
And now because I've pushed you here between these 2, they can now both attack as well.
Yep.
Okay. And I might as well just roll them both at the same time because I don't have any other targets for those. So here we go. Wow. That's
Whoa.
1 hit and another blank. There's only 1 blank. There's one side is a blank. So
amazing. That's amazing.
You got lucky there.
Well, that's interesting. Now that poses a different question to me about how I want to handle this.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting. I could, to hit either one of those spires, I'm going to need to roll a 2 because you have a fortification on the bottom of each one. And you're going to be able to...
When you say roll a 2...
Yes, roll a 2, yeah, because you have the fortifications on the bottom of each of those, right?
But you don't roll dice when you're attacking a spire.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Drift cannot cannot damage either of these because they are fortified. Yeah.
And my decision becomes, if I attack the Warbriar with Drift, I can kill the Warbriar and not have to deal with retaliation. But it would also eliminate the ability for Unvas to get an upgrade, and I would really like to get an upgrade.
And Drift, being a minion, has to attack if possible.
Yes.
So if you were to attack the Warbriar with Unvas to get the upgrade, the Drift would have to attack the Vine Herald and then die from retaliation.
And I think we're going to do that. So the Drift will attack the Vine Herald.
Yep. So 1 damage off the Vine Herald is down to 2. The Drift dies, goes to your Forgotten Graves, and I get 2 source.
Yep. And then Unvas is going to attack the Warbriar for 1.
So the Warbriar dies, you get 1 source.
Kill the Warbriar.
And then Unvas gets an upgrade. You can either take an attack upgrade or a fortification upgrade.
That is correct, because he does not have range. I'm going to take an attack upgrade.
Okay. There you go.
Because the fortifications on the heroes. I don't know about you. I don't do many fortifications on heroes. I tend to do the range and the attacks.
Yeah, I mean, this has caught me out a couple of times, and it's caught out people that I've taught the game as well. Is that attack chip there is not a life point. So Unvas still has 3 life points. And a lot of people see it there and think, oh, that's a life point. Therefore, what's the point of the fortification ship? And it's not. Whereas the fortification ship has no abilities whatsoever, but it's an extra hit point.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's it. I think I'm good.
Okay, right. So over to me.
Do your worst, my friend.
Well, this is the thing. The Vine Herald has to get towards the Monolith, but I can do it by avoiding Unvas.
Kind of sneak around. Yep.
I can go here. And Daiwin, I have full control over where Daiwin goes.
Yep. Don't forget Daiwin has Forest Walk too.
Yes. It's just whether I want to go there, and I think I do.
Okay.
So I think Daiwin is going to go there.
Ooh. Nasty. You're going to come over and give Unvas a hug, right?
Well, if by hug you mean kill, then because the Vine Herald deals 1 damage with 2 range, and Daiwin has got an attack upgrade and deals 2 damage, and Unvas only has 3 health.
Yep, I think you're going to get him.
So that's my movement done. You don't have any spires within range that can attack me. So the Vine Herald attacks first at 2 range, deals you a damage.
Yep.
No retaliation because it's at range. And then Daiwin does 2 damage to you, which kills you.
That is correct, with no retaliation because I die.
And that's why the fortification chips can be useful.
It could have been, it could have been. I didn't think about the Vine Herald's range. I was thinking about Daiwin coming in, leaving me at 1, and then I had a plan for something. But that plan is not going to work right now. But that's okay.
I gain 4 source for that.
Yes, you do. So you're at 6.
Now, I think we've done something wrong, and we might need to backtrack.
Uh-oh. Did you cheat?
I think we have.
What did you cheat?
You have no minions on the board.
Not anymore, no, because I just, the Drift had killed from the...
Exactly.
And
when you have no minions on the board...
Yep.
My heroes go into campfire mode.
That is correct.
So for anybody shouting at the screen, saying you're getting the rules wrong, right, campfire mode is at the end of a turn. And when did it die? It died on your turn.
It died on my turn, yes.
Yeah, so we need to undo this. And Vas is still alive.
Yay!
There we go. That goes there. Daiwin goes back...
2. Yep.
There. I think that's right.
Yep. You can still... Yeah, you can still use the Vine Herald, of course.
Oh, no. Hang on. At the end of a turn in which only one faction has units in play.
Mm-hmm.
Right. No, we got it right. It's if you've got no units left whatsoever.
Yeah.
Then the hero's going to campfire mode. So as we were, we're all good. Right.
Yep.
And that is it. That is my turn done.
We thought we were wrong, but we were mistaken. So it's okay.
So now at the end of the turn, this now goes into campfire mode because you have no units left.
That is correct.
Okay, and as soon as all of the minions have gone, the wave ends immediately. Right.
That is correct. Yep.
We're good. We didn't get it wrong.
I'm sure we'll have plenty of more opportunity, but that's okay.
Yes.
So,
okay. And Anvas is D.
So now I have a very interesting decision because I have 3 source, and do I want to do an upgrade as a build at the beginning? I'm sorry. We're past the past the prep.
Yeah, normally if this was a normal game, you would be spending that source now to put an upgrade on something.
Yep, that is true.
Darwin is in campfire mode. The Vine Herald moves 2, and I don't have any choices, so it goes there.
Yep.
Now I think I'm still out of range. I am.
You can, not for nothing, man. You can explore if you want to explore, but
no thanks. No thanks. So I'm just going to move to there. I'm out of range of your spires, but now I can destroy this aspect.
Yes, because you have range with.
And in fact, I have to. So that aspect has been destroyed. I get 3 souls.
He has to attack as a minion.
Yep. Okay, and then it's your go, and then it's my go.
And I'm done.
And I move another 2, and I am still out of range.
Yep.
Now, I am in range of attacking your portal, but the portal is fortified, and I only have 1 attack. So that does nothing.
Yep.
Back to you, then back to me. I move another 2.
Yep.
And at this point, you get to attack me with... Oh, yeah, I mean, this is just going to die because I can't actually hit you.
Well, the monolith has 2 attack.
Yeah.
You have 1 attack, so you would not be able to get through the fortification.
Yeah.
But you do still have to move the Vine Herald.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have set this as I wasn't planning for this to happen, so...
I don't have a camera on my dice, so I am going to be super kind and let you decide your own fate by rolling my dice for me.
Thank you very much. So your monolith attacks me, deals 1 damage.
There you go. I told you I can roll blanks.
Yeah, I attack you, but unfortunately, because it's fortified,
nothing
it bounces off.
Yep.
Your go, my go.
Yep.
I don't move. You attack me again.
Yep.
Dead.
Boom. And
you gain 1 source.
So I'm at 4.
And the wave ends immediately, and we now go to wave 2.
That was a very, very good round for you.
It was.
You got 6. Technically, you got 8 source, but you only have 6 because I stole 2 from you.
I've got 9.
You have 9? Oh, I must have counted wrong.
Well, I gained a total of 8, but you stole 2. So how have I got 9?
Yeah, I was going to say you should have 6.
I killed the aspect.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The aspect is 3.
Yeah, the aspect is
you're right.
3.
9. Yep, you're right.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Yeah. So a good first wave. So play passes to me. So I am the first player for wave 2. We have an event phase, and we now do have an event phase.
Yes.
And we roll.
This was my plan. Is I really just wanted people to see the rules of the event phase, so I gave up that aspect.
Get behind early. I've rolled a 5.
Ooh, very nice.
Which means
the player,
you get
the fewest spire may add 1 range to one of his spires.
Okay.
I am going to add that to the refractor.
Okay.
Seems to make the most sense.
That is tough. Okay.
I like it. Like it a lot.
So that's the event phase done. We now do the income phase, and at this point we now get 4 source each.
That is correct.
So I get 4.
I go to
get
8.
4. And now we do the market phase. So the previous chips clear. We get a new one of those, and we get 3 new ones of these. So I'll read out what we've got.
Okay.
We have Rower, who is a mercenary hero.
Okay.
We have 2 mercenary spires. We have Blade Wall and Bricks and Mortars.
Okay.
Now, it did say spires cannot be constructed
by any means,
except by the event die. So presumably that applies to these as well?
I would imagine. It would be, I mean, with as many mercenary spires as there are, that seems like it would be a lot of chips that would be not used or wasted or anything.
Yeah.
And there was nothing in the scenario rules about taking those out or adjusting the market. Just said do the market as normal.
But maybe we'll suggest that to them later. Maybe it should be remove the mercenary spires from the market. It might be.
Do you want to play with them, or do you want to just draw new chips for them?
Part of me is thinking, I'm sure that's what they meant. And part of me is thinking, oh, maybe they meant that intentionally. So it's up to you. What do you want to do? Do you want to get rid of them?
I'm
happy to get rid of them.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah,
okay, so we're going to get rid of them. I will put some Klingon
breaking.
subtitles on screen now to let you know
go.
whether that's what we should have done or not. But for this game, we are going to remove them, and we're going to get 2 more. Right, so we have another mercenary hero, which is Barry Brund.
Okay.
And a mercenary minion, which is the Portal Hopper.
Okay.
Which is also incorporeal. Okay, so I can't quite see these. There we go.
Barry Brund and...
Okay, so Barry Brund is evasive.
Yep.
Which is... Let's just put that back up there.
Where's my Portal Hopper?
Evasive. When attacked by a unit with the range talent, reduce the damage dealt by 1. Sorry, reduce the damage dealt to 1. And Portal Hopper has got incorporeal, so we know how that works.
Yep.
Now you can only have 2 heroes in total in play.
Correct.
And you've got quite a lot of fortifications. So my concern is buying heroes that only have
1 damage.
1 attack. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Although, saying that... Let's just have a look at these other heroes and see which other one I might buy.
The 2 range of Roa is pretty nice.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Even if it's just to stop you gaining. So I'm going to spend 5 of my source to buy Roa.
That's pretty good. So you're going to go down to 4.
And the market refreshes.
Oh no, you went from 9 to 13, so now you're down to
8.
8. Yep.
Okay, so we have another mercenary hero. This is Phoenix. FWENIX.
Phoenix.
Who has Quick Strike and Swindle. So Quick Strike means you attack before the spires.
Yep.
And Swindle, that's a new one to me. When this unit attacks or retaliates against faction units, it doesn't deal damage. Instead, it steals 1 source from the faction for each health that would have been removed. Okay, right.
I like Phoenix. I think I will spend 5 of my 8 on Phoenix.
Okay, you have 3 source left.
Yep.
And you now have Phoenix. So the market phase is 1 purchase each. Technically speaking, it does get refreshed.
Sure.
But we're not going to be able to buy them.
That's okay. Excuse me.
Right, so that's the market phase done. We now go into the build phase. So in the build phase, I go first, and this is where I can spend my source on, in this scenario, building fortress upgrades, because normally you would be using it to build spires. But that's not a thing in this particular scenario. So I'm going to buy... There was one that I was looking at, and it's going to cost me... Oh, it's going to cost me 9 in total. Why did I buy Roa? Oh.
Well, because if you didn't, I was going to.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'm actually going to buy, for 3 source, I'm going to buy Inner Oak, which will give me 4 extra source during the next income phase. So that is Inner Oak, level 1.
Seems pretty good. Inner Oak, level 1. Put my little pin in your thing and give you that die, which is really cool. I'm kind of torn. The gate port is not going to help me very much in this scenario, I don't think, because that focuses on a lot of the market phase stuff. But the pavilion is very good, and the Fanatic Tower would be helpful as well, but I don't have enough to really do what I would want to do with the Fanatic Tower yet. So I think I'm going to spend my remaining 3 on my first level of the pavilion, which is the Lumia Delegation. It says at the start of each prep phase, you may exchange 2 source for 1 CP or 4 source for 2 CP. So at this point, I'm not going to have any source, which is a bummer, but it's trying to build up for future turns.
Yep.
All right,
so it's back to me, and I could spend my 5 source that I have. Now, how many CP are we about to get? We're about to get 10, aren't we?
We're about to get 10 because it's +5 from the previous wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It ramps up, doesn't it? Quite a bit.
Quite a bit. Yeah.
Because what is it in a normal game? 5, 7, 9, 11?
Yeah, 5, 7, 9, 11.
Yeah.
Yep. So, yeah, 11 is usually the end game. So 10 may be the end game. We'll have to see.
Okay, I'm going to stay there. I'm not going to buy anything else.
Wow. Okay.
And
I'm out, of course. I'm at 0. So.
Okay. So now we buy units. So yes, we have 10 command points. So I'm going to buy. Oh, now these. There's a grizzled oak here. Grizzled oak's very nice. Grizzled oak is extremely nice.
Yep.
And it has an inbuilt 2 attack, which is going to be very useful for getting rid of these enemy spires.
It's pretty
So
good.
I think we're going to buy the grizzled oak and 2 warbriars. The problem with the grizzled oak is it only moves 1. So I think what I'm going to do is I am going to not group these together at all. So there's going to be a warbriar, followed by another warbriar, followed by a grizzled oak. I need some more health chips.
That is a lot of pain.
Yeah.
That is a lot of pain. That's a lot of impale. Are you going to group your warbriars?
No. So warbriar number 1, then warbriar number 2, then the grizzled oak.
Okay.
Now, whether to put rower at the front or the back of all of them, I'm going to put rower on top.
Okay.
So we got one gigantic stack of units there.
Man, yeah, that is a lot. That is a lot.
Okay.
Okay, I have some interesting choices to make. So I really do like the idea of getting Phoenix out right now, but I also like the idea of this.
And Phoenix moves 4. Wow.
Yeah, he's fast, and he has Forest Walk. Yeah. This is a tough decision because Phoenix is he's really good. I think, let's see, that plus that would then leave me with that, which says that. Okay. That would do me good. The movement of those is very, very good. So yeah, so I am going to buy. Should I do that or should I just go hardcore? That's a good question. Here's a question for you, because this is very important actually for the scenario rules. So I have an ability on one of my characters called Quantum Dark. It says before or after this unit's movement, it may defeat itself in order to convert an adjacent opposing spire with 2 or fewer upgrades into a Neuroran spire. I'm presuming that still works in this scenario.
I think so. You
even though we
cannot
can't
construct or upgrade.
Right.
It doesn't say anything about not being able to convert, so I think that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be worth it. So, and that's the case. I do not have enough to do that, but I could do that and that. So, let's go for it, right? Let's have some fun here. I am going to buy a Void, and I am going to buy, I think, yeah. I am going to buy a medium.
Okay, so the Void costs 7 and the medium costs 3.
That is correct.
So the Void has the Quantum Dark ability and the medium has the Possess ability. Now, Possess doesn't sound like something that's I'm going to like.
Possess says before or after this unit's movement, it may convert an adjacent ungrouped opposing faction minion by placing this unit underneath it. You now control the opposing minion as if it were your own. When damaged, remove health from the Neuroran unit, and when all health is removed from the Neuroran unit, it is defeated and the opponent regains control of their minion.
Nice.
The nice thing about that is the medium has 4 health, which is pretty good.
So by me playing a nice big fat grizzled oak, that might not be my grizzled oak for long.
Well, we'll have to see. I have to get next to him, so we're going to have to kind of see how that works out.
Yeah.
I am going to stack them. Ooh, that's a tough choice. Do I do that or do I do that? Because Phoenix has to go on the top or the bottom.
Yep.
So, ooh, I think I'm going to do the medium on top of the void.
Not grouped?
Not grouped because they're going to be different. And then Phoenix is going to go on the bottom.
Okay. There you go.
All right. I too have a giant stack of things.
Yep. One thing we didn't do at the start of the prep phase. Declare mark.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we did not do that.
I should have declared my mark, which is going to be the refractor.
The refractor, okay.
Yep.
Put that right there.
And where is your mark?
My mark is going to be, I think, I think I am going to go after the creeping vines.
Okay. So the one in the lake. There.
Yep. We'll see how that works out.
Okay. Right. So then we did the spending of CP. Then we did deployment. Now it is the onslaught phase. So start of my turn. I have no start of turn effects. Movement. I am going to move Daiwon first. And Daiwon is going to move to here. Just move one forward towards your portal on the other side of the lake. Then Rower is going to move 1, 2 to here.
Okay.
And then the Warbriar is going to move 1, 2. Then the other Warbriar is going to move to there. And then the Grizzled Oak is going to move to there.
Sure.
Okay. Nothing attacks me. And then Daiwon deals 2 damage to the portal, which gets rid of the bottom fortification chip.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is not looking good, kids.
Nope.
Not looking good. Just for the record, though, this scenario was supposed to be the Neuroran versus the Heirs, so Paul felt that he needed an advantage, so he went with the Grove Towers.
That's what it was. It wasn't that I cannot understand how to play the Heirs at all.
I can understand it. I'm just not good at it, right?
Yeah.
So that's okay. That's all right. Okay. So my medium is going to move, and he can move 3. Yep. I am actually going to move him 1, 2, 3 right in between the rocks.
So 1, 2, 3 to there, yep.
Yep. Then the Void is going to go, and he is going to go right behind him.
Yep.
And then Phoenix is going to go, and Phoenix is going to, let me think here. If you were to do that, I would still be able to move before you did that.
So heroes can't move through minions, but minions can sort of move through your own heroes because they switch places, don't they?
Right.
Yeah.
I am going to put Phoenix just 1 out right behind the Void.
Okay. There you go.
He's going to slowly make his way into the melee.
So yeah, so my attack's nothing, your attack's nothing. Back to me.
Back to you.
Now, I'm just going to read that possess ability again.
Sure. It says before or after this unit's movement. Yep. Yeah. Only minion.
That's the thing. Yeah. Hero. So the medium cannot convert Daiwon.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Yeah. So I think Daiwon might just stay there and get rid of this portal. That feels like a strong move. So this Warbriar, I have no choice. It goes there. This Warbriar, I have no choice. It goes there. The Grizzled Oak is going to move 1 to there. And then Rower can only move through mountains, so can't move through the lake. Rower is going to take up the... now this is the thing. Your heroes either move before or after all of your minions. So if I put Rower in this gap here...
Then your guy's stuck there.
Which I think I want. Well, no, because then the Grizzled Oak will move and it'll exchange. So, it doesn't make that much difference.
That's true.
Done with movement. You've got nothing to attack me, so I take out the portal.
Yep. Portal is gone.
Boom, I get 3 source, putting me up to 8.
My goodness.
Okay.
This is the moment where I usually joke about how you should always lose the demo. Are All right. Well, the good thing is now I'm like completely cleared out here. I mean, look at all the space I have.
You got all this open space. You can, put some pastures down and,
I would love
do some
that,
mining of iron.
Ironically, the mountains are really as much a deterrent to me as they are to you, which is kind of interesting. Okay. I think it's over to me.
Yep.
Do I want to do that or do I want to do that? If I do that, you have 2 range. You're going to do 2 damage. You're going to probably go after that. 1, 2, 3 will get me there.
Hang on.
There. Yes.
Darwin levels up.
Yes, you are correct.
So I flip Darwin over and I lose the attack upgrade.
That is correct.
So Darwin is back down to 1 attack.
Yep.
But he has gained a health.
Gained a health of 3, yep.
And he now has the pacify ability. The pacify talent. Which is instead of attacking, I can discard an adjacent landmark minion to gain 3 source. Okay. So if this was a minion, I could pacify it. There you go.
Okay. I am going to move my medium right up next to Daiwin.
1, 2, 3. Yep.
I am going to move the void behind. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3 down between the lake and the tree.
Yep. Okay.
Yep. Right there.
Because you've ended nearer than where you started, so that's fine.
And then Phoenix is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 right in between them.
There you go. Nice.
Yep.
Okay.
And your spires would attack, but they don't have range.
Nope, nothing's in range.
And then I can't possess Daiwin, but I can attack Daiwin. So
you attack me for 1.
Hit him for 1 and retaliate
back for 1. Okay. Nice. Yeah, because if this was a normal game, we'd be adding range upgrades to these spires, building more spires, and
for sure.
Yeah, it's very different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, one of the things that I do as an Auroran is try and get the portals out and reinforced like as soon as possible. So, yeah.
Okay, cool. So my go. So Daiwin is in a little spot of bother, but can move. So I can't get any more bright.
Kind of tight.
Yeah. Don't want to lose Daiwin.
The nice thing, though, I mean, Daiwin's a champion, so they can move in any direction they want. They don't have to blindly march towards the mark, which is kind of nice.
Yeah. The other thing as well, I've just noticed the upgraded Daiwin is not worth any source.
Yes, that is correct.
So, because normally you would get source for killing him, but the upgraded Daiwin, not worth anything.
Not at the moment. I could have a plan, because remember, Phoenix has Swindle. So.
Yes, that is true. I mean, that's just instead of attacking, you steal source off me, isn't it?
I steal source, right? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Whether or not your guy has source value or not.
So I think we're going to move Daiwin back to here.
What's the matter, Paul? Chicken?
No. There's a little travelling salesman here who's selling biscuits. So,
is that a shrubbery? Traveling salesman selling biscuits. That's good. Well, bacon and rolls in the morning, right?
Yeah. Right.
Nothing wrong with that.
That's that hero done. Now I'm going to move my minions.
Yep.
So the Warbriar moves first, and the Warbriar is actually going to go.
I'm not hoping you make a mistake here because you're my friend, but I'm hoping you make a mistake.
Yeah. So I need to stay out of range 3.
Probably not a bad idea.
So, if I go there, that is outside of range 3.
Yes.
And I think, if I've calculated it correctly, with this Warbriar, this space here is closer to my mark than this space.
With your mark being the refractor.
Yeah. Right now, I am 2 away from here.
Correct.
If I was there,
and that would
I'm
be
1
away. Yeah, that's correct.
So I could. Oh, it only moves 2 anyway.
Yeah.
So I can go there.
Sure. I mean, you could go to the one up from there, but yeah, I mean, not the one up from where the Warbriar is. Don't worry about it. It's too hard to explain spatial when you're not in the same room.
There you go. Now the Grizzled Oak moves It has to move 1. It has to make progress. It can't, so it is allowed to make a lateral move if it wants to, but it doesn't really matter.
Sure.
So the Grilled Oak is there. Then I move Roa.
He's just banging his head against the log.
Yeah, Roa can move to here.
Yes, because Roa has Mountain Walk.
Yeah, now I'm just going to check. So Swindle is instead of attacking, you would attack me for 2 and steal 2 of my source.
That is
if
right.
instead you were to attack me with both of those, you could actually deal me 3 damage.
And he's got 4.
Yeah, I think I might just stay there. Yeah, no, we're just going to stay there.
Look at how defensive he plays, ladies and gentlemen. That's awesome.
Right, that is it for my movement.
Okay.
You don't have any spires that can attack me, so I think all I have is Daiwen doing 1 damage to the medium.
Correct. Okay.
And that, I think, is it. Okay.
Oof. Tight. Okay. So Daiwen has 2 health left.
Yes.
I am...
He's also just written his will.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Is the Swindle optional?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Swindle.
It does not look optional. It says when this unit attacks or retaliates against faction units, it does not deal damage, period. And instead, it steals 1 source. So yeah, so I don't think that is optional. So, and that's okay.
Yep.
So this is going to get interesting because I want to do that, but I can't do that. But I could do 1, 2, 3, 4. And that, that would stop both of that, actually. That would be really good. Because if not, you're going to come in with that Warbriar. Roa has a range of 2, though, so I don't like that. Okay.
And your target is this Creeping Vine here.
Creeping Vines, yeah, the one. So, 1, 2, 3 would get me there, and then not let me do anything, and more than likely die from Impale, which would be bad. So yeah, I don't think the medium's going to work out very well for me this round. Let's...
Yeah, having the medium at the front.
Actually, you know what I'm going to do?
I could try and avoid it. Go on.
I can, because your Retail has a range of 2.
This has a range of 2 up to here, yeah.
So he's going to get hit no matter what I do, so I think I should do that. Yeah. All right, I am going to go 1, 2, 3 with the medium and go on the other side of the landmark.
1, 2, 3, yeah.
Yep, just like that. And the Void, does he just switch places with Phoenix for his move?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first movement goes to there, so they switch. Because your own heroes can't get in the way of your own minions.
But I can still finish the move for him with the remaining 2 points of movement, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So I'll move up to, let's see, let's go there to go there. So I'm going to move up right next to Daiwen.
It's an attack of 4.
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty heavy. And then Phoenix. Can I move over the landmark tile? Remind me of that. If I have Forest Walk, since it's on a forest?
I don't believe so.
I think it blocks everything.
Move on to occupied tiles.
Yeah. And I can't move through my own void. So
nope.
I am going to move... I'm just going to move Phoenix up 1.
Okay.
Yep, just like that.
Right. So
now
my Retool is in range of your medium.
That is correct.
Okay. Let's see if I can roll another blank.
I hope so.
That will be my 3rd blank. It's a 1. So
it's
1 point of damage on the medium.
Okay. Whew. Okay, that could have been bad and really, really bad.
Yeah.
So now I have the option to explore if I want.
Yeah.
And I am going to explore.
Okay.
And I'm going to flip over.
Is it the It is. It's the source.
It is the source geyser.
So,
Yes. So I get to, I believe, if I remember right, I get to regain my health.
It's 2 health, I think, at the end of now.
Fountain. Once revealed, all adjacent units may recover 2 health.
At the start of each round. That's the problem. Round.
At the start of each new round, yes. That is correct. That is correct. So it's not right now. Yep.
It's not right now. It will be at the start of my turn.
And at the end of the current wave is when that's going to happen.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's all right. So, I mean, I'll still get it at the beginning of your turn. So
Yes.
I think that's okay.
Yeah.
This is going to be a real shocker, but Void is going to kill Daiwin.
Yeah. So Daiwin dies.
Yep.
You don't get any source for that.
That is correct, unfortunately.
And Void, being a minion, doesn't gain any experience points.
That is correct. And Quantum Dark doesn't come into play right now. So.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Phoenix is just going to sit there and wave and go, "Hi, how are you?"
Hello.
So.
Trying to
All
swindle a rabbit.
Right, yeah, something like that. He's trying to get to that salesman that was selling the biscuits. So.
Okay, so I'm
all right,
gonna
Mr.
move my...
Impale, bring it on.
Yeah, well, I think it's got to be done, hasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, this Warbriar moves to here and impales this, impales the Void for 1.
Sure, yep.
The other Warbriar moves to here and impales the Medium for 1, which doesn't count as an attack. So, the Medium is removed and I gain 2 source.
That is correct.
Putting me on to 10. Then I have to move the Grizzled Oak next, so that just moves 1.
Yep.
And then Roa moves, and Roa moves to... Oh, no, hang on. We forgot. The Medium is not dead. We didn't do the Source Geyser.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So he should actually be 2 health.
You're now on 2 health. Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
There you go. And then Roa moves to... I think we're actually going to go...
He said confidently. Tough decision.
Yeah, we're going to go there. We're going to go onto the plains
okay.
in front of the retool.
All right. Seems fair.
Yeah, okay. Right.
Seems fair.
I think that's all my movement done. Yes.
Okay.
No
I don't have
exploration,
range
no
on you.
Yep. So the Warbriar has to attack.
Correct.
Does 1 damage.
Yep.
Dies from retaliation. You gain 1 source.
Yep.
This Warbriar attacks, does 1 damage to the Medium. Then take 1 back in retaliation.
Yep.
Roa then attacks the Medium, killing the Medium, sending it to the Forgotten Graves, gaining me 2 source.
Mm-hmm.
I will get that source. And then Roa levels up, and I'm going to take...
that's right. I forgot Roa's a champion. I completely forgot about that.
So Roa now has an attack upgrade.
That's nice.
I think. Now, hang on a minute. Roa has 4 health. The Void does 4 damage.
That is correct math. So do you want to do your own fortification suggestion?
I am going to do a fortification instead.
Okay. Seems good.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. Your go.
My go. Okay. I want to keep that there, but it's not going to happen. Man, if I did that, that would leave you with quite a bit on the board. The Quantum Dark is not as sexy right now because
reading Quantum Dark again.
It would be
to convert an opposing spire. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the converting is nice and it would really, really help, but the ability, I would end up defeating myself, which would be very, very bad. leaving me with only Phoenix, which would send Roa into campfire mode, but then you would have your Grizzled Oak to just kind of like walk across and just boom, 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 pound into me as, it's Hulk smash, exactly. That's interesting. So I think the better thing to do is I'm going to have to do that because I can't go into the forest at all. Great move, Scott. You are so bad at strategy. I am going to move the Void 1, 2, 3 in between the Creeping Vines and the Warbriar.
Tell you what, I've just realised.
Yep.
I added the fortification upgrade to Roa. I'm not going to take it back, but
sure.
I added the fortification upgrade to Roa thinking, oh, you might move the Void round here and attack me.
I could not have, because if I stop right where the finger is, it's the same thing, and I can't move backwards. So,
exactly. The Void is a minion, and it has to go towards its mark. So, yeah.
That is,
my mistake. Right, so where's it going?
He's going to go right up in between the Creeping Vines and the Warbriar.
There you go.
So one more. Yep. And then Phoenix is going to move in between the Warbriar and Roa.
So 1, 2, 3. Or do you want to go one more?
I have Forest Walk. Ooh.
Yeah, I would put you in range of my both of the retools.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go on to the forest then. Yeah, that's a good call. Thank you.
Oh, this forest?
Yes, that forest.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So your Creeping Vines can do your worst, I think.
Yeah, one attack from there. That's the only thing that's in range. So here we go.
Here we go. Blank, blank, blank.
It's a 1.
Nope, it's a 1. Okay.
1 damage. So the Void is down to 2 health. Okay.
I have him at 3. Did I do something wrong? Because you attacked them with the Warbriar for 1.
I did the Impale.
Oh, the Impale. Yeah, that's
the
what
Impale,
I didn't think of. Yeah. There we go. Okay.
So, what's the Void attacking? The Warbriar or the Creeping Vines?
That's a good question. I think I am going to attack the Warbriar because it will kill it.
Yeah.
Which is probably the wrong thing to do for the long term, but that's okay because it's a short-term decision.
Warbriar is dead. You gain 1 source. You are now on 2 source.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And Phoenix can't hit anything.
Nope.
Yet.
Okay. Start of the next round. Phoenix would heal.
Yep, but he's at full.
He's at full. And then my go. So we have the Grizzled Oak that moves 1.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have Roa. Now then.
Now you don't even have to move Roa if you don't want
to.
Yeah, being a champion, that's a hero, that's really good.
I'm just looking at the situation here.
I mean, clearly the right decision is to move 2 spaces to the right. I think that's a very strong, aggressive move.
What, here?
Yeah.
The thing is, how much am I worried about Phoenix when Phoenix can't actually attack?
Right.
And deal damage. All Phoenix can do is just steal lots of source.
I could steal lots of source.
And if I go here, I still have the ability to attack. I am in range of the Refractor, though, because the Refractor has 2 range upgrades, so the Refractor can reach here.
That is correct.
The point is, I will start off my turn next to the Source Geyser, and I'm probably going to heal up.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I was thinking. It's probably safe. The downside is any damage dealt would take off the fortification chip.
That is correct. Yeah, because they on a hero they are just an extra point of health. Yeah. On a Spire, you have to deal 2 damage to them.
Yeah.
So, yep.
So it isn't an obvious choice.
That's what I love about this game.
Yeah.
They're very rarely do you sit here and go, oh, this is what I need to do, right? Unless you're in a situation where really the thing you need to do is right in front of you, right? But
okay, so
there are a lot of options.
I'm going to move to here.
Wow. Okay. I like it.
And then on my attack, Rower is going to attack the Void.
Ah, yes. Good move. Very
1 damage to the Void.
Yep, 1 damage to the Void. And no retaliation because not
range.
It's a ranged attack. Yep.
Your go.
Well, that's very interesting. So Now I'm really, really glad that you didn't put the attack upgrade on Roa. So before or after its movement, the Void will defeat itself in order to convert an adjacent opposing spire with 2 or fewer upgrades into a Neuroran spire.
Yep.
So I will defeat myself and go to my forgotten.
And do we literally switch the miniature over?
I mean, you're welcome to if you'd like to.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
There you go. So that is now yours.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot.
Okay. You have no minions left on the board.
That is correct. I still can move Phoenix, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can still move Phoenix. Phoenix is... Now, Swindle, I think, is anything... Let me double check that. No, yeah, that's what I thought. It's only... So this is the interesting part. So Swindle is when... here it is. When this unit attacks or retaliates against faction units, it does deal damage. Roa is not a faction unit.
It is very specific in that, right? Okay.
It is. So I could leave Phoenix where he is and do 2 damage to Roa.
Yeah.
Which
this is hilarious though, because we're fighting right next to this source geyser that's going to basically keeps healing us.
But I have 2 damage. You only have 1, so that could.
But I heal 2 at the start of the round, so we'll never deal damage to each other. Brilliant.
I think it's pretty funny, actually. I think Phoenix is going to actually. I'm going to move up. No, because I don't want your shrubbery to hit Phoenix. That would be bad. I could quick strike him, but no, I can still do damage to the spires. They're not a faction unit. So yeah, let's do that. Phoenix is going to move up to in between my creeping vines and your shrubbery.
Yep.
And because of quick strike, he can attack the spire before the spire attacks him.
Yeah,
so
we've got 2 attack, which takes off the fortification.
It seems like the right move.
Okay. And now I get to do my spire attack on you.
That's correct.
And I've rolled a 1, so Phoenix goes down to 4 health.
That is acceptable.
Okay.
The nice thing about the convert there is it kind of swung the tide of 4 to 2 to now 3 to 3, which is kind of cool.
Yes, and if you're going to get rid of the shrubbery this turn, but I'm hopefully going to get rid of one of yours as well. So we will see. Right, start of the next round.
Yep.
Roa would heal up, but doesn't. Grizzled Oak, then, we're going to be here a while. So yeah, Roa is going to go here. Why not? Okay. I think, no, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Do we actually want to... Because what's going to happen is you're going to get rid of that shrubbery. You're then going to choose a new target.
That is correct. Actually, I should have chosen a new target already because the creeping vines was my target.
Oh, yes,
right?
You should.
I should have, yes.
Yeah. So where is your new target?
I think in that case...
it actually doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because
you have no minions on the board.
Yeah, Roa should be in campfire mode, yes. But I can choose a target just for record. I'll just choose the Retail at the bottom, so that's fine. But
all of your minions
Roa is not going to move, actually. So
No. We that's the bit we got right last time, but we thought we got wrong. Roa would go into campfire mode once all of your units have gone.
Right, all of my units are gone, right?
You still have Phoenix.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. You're saying gone as in, never mind. Yeah. I'm misinterpreting how you're using the word gone. No worries about it.
Okay. Right. So Roa is going to move. So I think I'm just going to put Roa here for now. I've moved the Grizzled Oak. And then Roa is going to deal 1 damage to Phoenix. Phoenix is now down to 3 health.
Yep.
Okay.
That seems good.
Over to you.
I'm not moving anybody anywhere. And Phoenix gets the quick strike. So he will kill the shrubbery. And bye-bye shrubbery. That is correct. So I'm at 3 total source. Man.
Yeah.
Low source output. That's okay.
Now, I don't think the Grizzled Oak can move to next to Phoenix.
I don't believe so either, because
think
the
Grizzled
mark
Oak
you have
has
is the
to go
refractor.
there.
Yeah.
Rower is staying where he is.
Sure. He's going
And
to fire.
Rower is going to deal 1 damage to Phoenix. Phoenix is down to 2 health.
Seems fair.
You'll go.
Okay. Well, I think I am going to move 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 down in between the Retall and the Retall.
3 or 4? 4?
Actually, you know what? He has 1, 2, 3. Oh no, because then the Grizzled Oak could attack him. Yeah, I'm going to move 4.
Okay.
So down in, right in between there. Yep.
Yep.
And with the quick strike, I'm going to hit the Retall to the right of Phoenix and
This
take
one?
off the range strip. Yep. No, the other one.
The other right.
Yep. The Jersey right.
And then I get 2 attacks on you.
Right. Yes, you do. Yep. Phoenix was a good buy for me this round.
There you go.
Ooh! Bye-bye,
Done.
Phoenix.
Yeah, bye-bye, Phoenix.
And you
I
get 3 swords.
3 more swords.
That's pretty good. That's okay.
okay.
Phoenix did a good job. He took out 1 spire. I converted another and did a damage to the Retall. I'm feeling good about that.
Rower goes into campfire mode.
Yes.
And then it's my go. So
smash.
turns are going to go very quick here. I move 1, done.
Yep.
Your go, done.
I pass. Yep.
My go, done. Your go, done.
Yep.
My go, moved. I now get attacked.
You do, yes.
By your
the
refractor.
has a 3 range. If anyone doesn't understand that, the spires automatically have 1 range naturally, and then I have 2 more range upgrades, so I have a total of 3. So
That's the
all right,
other
double
bit
twos.
that's really hard to teach people.
Double 2s, come on, baby.
The last time I taught it, I've now found a way of teaching that. But the first few times I taught the game, it was really confusing.
Nice.
So,
we should talk about that later.
oh, 3 damage.
Ooh, I like that. That's really
I
good.
do not like that. I don't think this Grizzled Oak is going to get very far.
I am so good at rolling, let me tell
Right.
you.
My go.
Yep.
I move 1. You attack me again.
Yep, let's do that one more time.
I'm going to use different dice.
Makes all the difference.
It's 2 damage.
2 damage. Uh-oh, he's getting plinked.
Okay. Then I move 1. No,
Yep.
I didn't get it.
Come on.
Yep. There's 3.
Ooh, wow, man.
Right.
And I get 3 more swords.
You
so I
get
go to
3 more
6.
source.
Yeah.
And that is the end of wave
Oof.
2.
I feel so much better now about getting that upgrade on the refractor from the event die.
Yeah.
That is great. That is
Speaking of getting upgrades to spires from event dice.
Yes.
It's my turn to do that because I only have 2 spires in play. And you have
correct.
3.
Yep.
And I've rolled a
Survey
5.
says- Ooh, that's good. That's a range chip.
So I get a range chip. So that's going to go on.
Aw, that
This
didn't do
Retall.
anything. Phoenix died for nothing.
Yeah. Okay, the Source Geezer disappears.
Yes, it does.
Rower
It
is
blows
awake
up.
again. We clear the market.
Yes, sir.
We get a new market. Okay, where are the market chips? Here are the market chips. So the 3 market chips we have are...
So that was really interesting. So round 1 of the skirmish, you clearly did way better than I did. And
round 2 I messed it up.
2 completely switched it around, right?
Yeah.
So end of round 1, it was 4-2.
4
And-
4 to 2?
because
Was it? No.
I
Yeah.
think- yeah, and now it's 3-2.
Yeah.
So
me
that was
building that Grove Tender. Sorry, the what was that I built? The big thing.
the Grizzled Oak.
That's it. That was a really bad idea.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yes.
Perspective. I think it was good.
my plan was to put Rower ahead of it, so that Rower would take the damage. But then, because of course you lost everything, Rower went into campfire mode, and the Grizzled Oak was just so slow, and it never got anywhere. So.
Yep.
Okay, so wave 3.
Wave 3.
We have done the event phase, income phase.
Yep.
It's 8 each.
It is 8 each, yes, because it's 4 plus the previous round.
But
so
I've
I am
got
good. 14.
Inner Oak, which means I get another 3.
Nice.
No, I get another 4. So I actually get 12.
So you're at 20. Is that right?
There's another 10. 25.
Nice.
I am allowed to go above 20. Normally you're limited to 20, but this particular faction upgrade I took Means your source capacity is now 30.
Wow.
Okay, so
Well,
I have
14.
25 source.
That's not bad.
Okay, so you get to spend first. Well, it's market phase first, isn't it? So in the market, we have 3 heroes. We have Lahadnil, Callus, and Carbon. Or Carbon, or Carbone, however you want to pronounce it. Carbone.
What were the other 2? Carbone, Callus?
Lahadnil. Funny looking purple guy.
Lahadnil. Ah, he looks like Thanos.
Yes, he does.
Okay, these guys are all... Carbone is 4.
So let's go through these abilities. Carbone is battle hardened. So when attacked, reduce the damage by 2.
It's pretty good.
Capture. When this unit defeats a minion, you actually capture it. Its faction may not return the minion to its barracks, which against you is not really that useful because you don't get your units back anyway. Lahadnil has got channel and healing. Channel is gain 2 source each time this unit is attacked. And healing at the start of your turn, this unit may recover 1 health. And Callus has got 2 range and spire shot. As part of this unit's movement, it may move on to an adjacent friendly non-fortress spire. While on a spire, this unit gains +1 range. Nice, so we can climb up spires and attack from the top.
It's actually really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to buy Callus.
Okay, so you spend 4 source on buying Callus.
Yeah, seems good.
Okay, and we get that replaced by... it's a mercenary minion, the Fashioner.
The Fashioner.
Which has the improved talent.
He makes ascots.
If this unit ends its movement adjacent to a friendly spire, you may spend 2 source to add any upgrade to the spire, ignoring upgrade restrictions. Except we can't in this game.
That is correct.
So is that another one you think we should remove?
It seems logical. I mean,
we're going to get rid of it.
You wouldn't want a chip that's completely dead due to the rules.
So we have instead the Convict, who is battle hardened.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to take Carbone.
Okay.
For 4 source because he's awesome.
Even with the capturing, huh?
It's the battle hardened.
Yeah, battle hardened is good.
And does that apply to? Yeah.
Plus he has 4 health, which is really good.
Battle hardened. When this unit is attacked by a spire, reduce the damage dealt by 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seems like a refractor beater.
Yes. Okay, so you have 15 command points to spend.
That's a lot.
That's more than I've ever had in any other game.
Yeah, that's crazy a lot.
I'll start thinking about how I'm going to spend my 15.
Okay.
Because that's a crazy amount.
That seems really good too, but he only has 2 movement, so I'm not sure if that would be worth it or not. Might be.
You can buy another hero, can't you?
Yeah.
Yep. Because you've got Callus, but I can't because I've still got Rower, and I've just bought Carbone. So no more heroes for me.
Ooh, what is assimilate again? Sorcerer Warrior, 2 access. Oh yeah, it's not going to matter much. I think we've got to go 5, 10, and then that may actually come into play this round. And that will not. So we'll do that.
We're not in the prep phase, we're in the build phase.
Oh, duh. Yeah, we completely forgot to build.
Build phase.
That's funny. Okay. Yes, so as I was so busy trying to figure out what I would upgrade in my fortress, I am going to... and we have not hit the prep phase yet, so I still could save my source for my pavilion. So I'm going to spend 3 and go down to 7, and I'm going to get my Fanatic Tower.
Okay.
Fanatic Tower right there, which lets me roll the Fanatic Tower die, which is the white one.
Does that happen
Says
now?
it says observatory. Gain and roll the fanatic die. If your roll is higher than 5, reduce it to 5, and then lock the result as your FT range.
Okay. I have rolled a 5.
Good. I rolled a 7, so it would have been a 5 anyway.
Okay.
So I totally forgot that we were doing that. So yep. All right. So that's a 5.
Yep.
So that's good. Yeah. So now you get to choose.
Yeah. Oh, it's just fallen on the floor. What I was going to build. It's going to be the Hall of Shaping, level 1.
Okay.
Which basically means that my minions summoned by taproots is reduced by 1.
Okay. That seems good. Remind me again, the rules specifically say spires may not be constructed or upgraded by any means except through the event die. So there is zero. Yeah, there is 0 point to me adding Order of Assimilation to my pavilion. But I do like the idea of using that a little more. This is a tough decision.
Yep.
Because I want to have, I don't have a lot. I have 7 left. The portal rings could be really advantageous. I really don't need to get into the Forgotten Graves at this point because I think we're going to finish it on this round, possibly. Or on this wave.
There's certainly going to be a lot of crazy stuff on the board.
There's going to be a lot of crazy stuff on the board, yes. And I don't need the Azure Temple. Yeah, I'm going to use 3, go down to 4, and I'm going to upgrade my power rings.
Okay.
First level for that one. So that one says, during the prep phase, place a selected ungrouped unit here instead of your fortress gate. At the start of your first turn during the onslaught phase, teleport this unit to a valid hex within FT range.
Yeah.
So they can like
FT range is 5, but you count
out.
the range from where?
From the fortress gate, I believe.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to buy Hall of Shaping level 2.
Nice.
Costs me another 3.
That seems fair.
Anything you want to do with your remaining 4?
Nope, I think I'm going to hold on to it.
Okay, so I'm buying Hall of Shaping level 3.
Sure, seems good.
Which costs 4. And that still leaves me with 14. So...
I got a hunch I'm going to see a lot of taproots this turn.
Yeah. Now, the thing is, the taproots cost... If I'm going to start summoning, they cost a lot to summon.
They do, yes.
I've got 3 taproots, and each one is going to summon possibly a Treed. They cost 5, which means I'm going to need 15, and I only have 14, so I think I might stop there. Oh no, the source cost for minions summoned by taproots is reduced further. Right, it's reduced by a total of 3. So I can actually summon Treeds for 2 each. Yeah, that's
seems good.
Fine, I think. Yeah, yeah, we're good with that. Okay, so now we're on to the prep phase. So we first of all declare our marks. Where would you like to put your mark?
Oh, that is a good question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We will go after the second retall, the one in the back.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Put that there. Well, I'm going to go after this creeping vine.
Oh yeah, I forgot you could do that.
Formerly mine, creeping vine.
You can totally do that.
And now we get to spend our 15 command points.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. I already have mine ready to go.
Okay.
It's quite a bit. So I am going to do an Arclight, which is going to be grouped with another Arclight.
Yeah, so that costs you 6.
I'm going to do a Conduit, which costs me 4, so it's 10. And then Bishop, which is 5 for 15. And I am going to... Stasis is important. So Conduit says, before or after this unit's movement, you may place it on top of an adjacent ungrouped opposing faction minion. That minion becomes inactive. However, any damage dealt to this unit is removed from the inactive minion's health. This unit must move off of the minion on the next turn in which it can make progress.
Right.
So because of that, I'm going to have my Arclights not be grouped and be separate.
Okay. Yep.
And I'm going to stack them like an Oreo, Arclight, Conduit, Arclight, and put Bishop at the back.
Okay.
And then I have Callus, who will go at the very back.
Are you using the power rings at all?
I am going to use power rings, and that lets me put... I don't think I can put Callus on there. Oh no, during the prep phase, place a selected ungrouped unit here instead of the Fortress Gate. Oh, I could put Callus there. That's interesting. Ooh, that's really interesting. You know what? I think in that case, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Do that and do that. I think I'm going to put Bishop on the portal rings.
Bishop on the portal rings.
Yep, so it'll go Arclight, Conduit, Arclight, and then Callus.
Yeah. Okay. And at the start of your turn, Bishop basically comes out and gets a free 5 movement points. Is that right?
Pretty much. Yep.
Yeah.
So
okay.
This is pretty good. And I think FT range, if I remember correctly, is completely... many of Fortress advancements refer to FT range. This can be acquired by advancing the Fanatic Tower. FT range is counted from your Fortress Gate unless otherwise stated. If you have not advanced your Fanatic Tower, your Fortress rate or FT range is 0. So so it's not actually movement points. It's just a hex within 5 of my Fortress Gate. So.
Yeah. So I'm just looking up how am I going to get rid of a fortification ship.
Sure.
So I have the Treeds have the Ram ability, the Ram talent, which is when attacking an adjacent spire, this unit may remove an attack upgrade from that spire, even if it's not at the bottom.
Yep.
So that'd be good. I could ram this Creeping Vine, get rid of the attack upgrade.
Yep.
But it's still got a fortification.
Sure.
That's the problem. And I have very few units that actually have 2 attack.
Yep.
I have the Ogre Growth and the Grizzled Oak, and we all know how the Grizzled Oak turned out last time.
Well, it sounds like you need to bring out some of your heroes and upgrade them.
Yeah. No, I think it's going to be 3 taproots, which is 9.
Okay.
And the Ogre Growth for 5, so I've got one spare, which I
Okay.
can't do anything with. Now, how am I going to group these? That is the
this
question.
is an interesting question.
That is indeed the question. So...
Overgrowth has 5.
So yeah, taproots. I summon something and it goes on this space, and then the taproot flips over and gets grouped with it.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yep. It says may only be performed by an ungrouped unit.
Yeah.
Instead of moving, you may spend X source to create a Warbriar for 3, a Vine Herald for 4, or a Treed for 5.
Yeah.
But don't forget you have your discounts because of your
Discount
upgrades.
3. Yeah.
Yep. If performed by the taproot, the unit is summoned and on its promoted side.
Yeah.
Flip the taproot and group it under the summoned unit in the same hex.
And the upgraded Treed has got 2 attack.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. So it's what is it I can summon? Treed?
Treed, Vine Herald, or Warbriar, and the Treed is only going to cost you 2. So
yeah, okay.
That seems good.
I only have 2 Treeds, but one will die and then will come back. Oh, and the upgraded Warbriar is also 2 attack as well. Okay, yeah,
yes.
We're looking good. We're looking good.
Just don't. Whoops! As I throw my health chips around the board, don't forget that your summon can only be done by an ungrouped minion.
Yes. So I have
while you're bringing out
all
3
of my
taproots.
taproots.
Yeah.
I need some more health chips. Oh no, there they are. Right, okay. So I have Carbone first.
Mm-hmm.
Then,
God, I forgot you had Carbone.
Yeah, Taproot, and Ogre Growth, all ungrouped.
Oof, man.
And
I
then
can
Rower
barely
still
hold
in the
all
middle
those
of the table.
chips.
Yeah.
That
Right.
You're taller than your spire.
Yep. Okay.
We're off.
It is your go.
It is my go. So Bishop is launched like a catapult.
Mm-hmm.
And Bishop is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So the rock formation, I could go there. I don't want to go there, but I could go there. The rock formation that is the 3 hex there. Yeah. Bottom left of that one.
Yeah.
One more over. Yep, right there.
Okay.
Yep. All right, and then.
Now, is that before your move or instead of your move?
Oh, that's a good question. I've never played it as it was. It says during the prep phase, place a selected ungrouped unit here instead of the fortress gate. At the start of your first turn during the onslaught phase, teleport this unit to a valid hex within FT range. Yeah, if everything I know about Adam and Josh and their use of the English language, I think he would get to move after that.
Yep.
So okay. Well,
that
let's
would change where you went.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it changes what I'm going to attack for sure. Right. So Bishop will move up 2 and go to the left 2. Yep. Bingo. Okay. Then the arc light will come out and move 2 directly straight forward and down. That's correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Then the conduit will move 2 straight forward to the left. Yep. Then the arc light will move 1 in. And Callus, who has Mountain Walk, which is very nice, will go onto the forest.
Okay. Right. So my retool is within range of Bishop.
That is correct.
Okay. You're okay with that?
I'm okay with that, yeah.
Okay.
Bishop's got 4 health. He's a beast.
This is a specially modified die. I've put a 4 on it.
Here comes the 2.
It's a 2. It is a 2. There you go. It is a 2. Finally.
Oh, the fates. The fates.
Okay. But now Bishop attacks.
Bishop is going to attack,
and
yes.
gets rid of that range chip on the retool.
Yep. Gets rid of the retool.
Yeah, I was going to say, you can still attack it even though it's not your mark. Because it is a target. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Me.
Yep.
Well, Rower
that 2 may have just swung the momentum.
Yeah, I'm if I'd have just upgraded Rower's attack when I could have done, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Right.
Right.
Carbone, move 3. 1, 2, 3. We need to just rush now. Get in. Taproot. The summon is instead of moving, isn't it?
Correct.
So I am not going to do that just yet. And you can't use your talents when you're on the base anyway.
Right.
And then this Ogre Growth. In fact, let's... let's do that. Let's put them that way around. Okay. And then Rower.
Interesting decision to make with Rower.
It is, because I'm going to deal 1 damage to this, but then you're going to deal 2 back to me.
Yes, sir. Math is your friend.
But yeah, we're going to do it. We're going to keep Rower where he is. We're going to attack you for 1, and then you attack me back for 2. So that's the fortification chip gone and a health, putting Rower down to 3 health.
I'm good with that.
Okay. And that is my go done.
All right.
I'm a little bit worried because that retool is about to die, and that leaves me with 1 spire. Considering the objective of the scenario is to defeat all enemy spires.
I just thought of something I should have done, but I didn't do. So that's okay. That's the beauty of this game. You always learn to get better. Okay, so I am going to move Bishop. He's more than likely going to die.
Got to move.
Oh, well, the Retall doesn't have his 2 range anymore.
Nope. I don't think Bishop has a choice.
Bishop is basically going to move 2 forward.
It moves there.
Yep. But he's not going to get attacked by either of the spires, which is good.
No.
And then Arclight 2, Conduit 2, Arclight 2, and Callus is actually going to move into the mountains where the source well is.
Okay. Is that right?
Yep. That is correct.
So I don't attack you. Who is Bishop attacking?
Bishop is going to attack the Retall that
Which
has
one?
only the one that is 2 away from him. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you
Get
get
rid of
2
that
source.
Yep.
Now down to 1 spire.
There we go, folks.
I am down to that. Wow. Okay, so
this is tight.
If
if only you could have made more shrubberies.
I know. Okay, so Rower still on the 1 attack. Needs to start doing something.
Well, the nice thing is Roa can destroy Bishop right now with no
but,
fear of retaliation.
Yeah, but no, I think
And get
we're
your
gonna,
upgrade chip back.
we're going to kill Bishop a different way.
Oh, creative deaths. I like it.
Well, yeah, I'm just thinking it's whether I want to defeat Bishop with Roa or Carbone.
These are the hard decisions in life you have to make, Paul.
Yeah, I think we're going to move Carbone first, and we're going to put Carbone there.
We should have said also at the beginning of this that if you are here to see the most competitive strategies of Cloudspire, you have come to the wrong video.
Watch this. Yeah, if you want to watch 2 people who know the rules but don't really know how to play, then this is the video for you.
That's right. As long as you like good banter.
So Rower is going to go to there, actually.
Okay.
What does Source Field do?
Source Field is when this unit is attacked, you may spend source equal to the amount of damage dealt in order to negate all the damage, but the unit does still retaliate.
Well, I don't like that. I do not like that.
I do. Especially with my 6 source that I have now.
Yeah, so I think Rower's gonna... Yeah, Rower's not going to be here for long. Okay, so there's that. That's the 2 heroes move. So, right, so I'm going to move this taproot first. Again, I don't think I want to summon because that's just going to hold us up. So that's going to move 2 to there.
Okay.
Then this ogre growth is going to move 2.
Very nice.
Then this taproot is now going to summon.
Okay.
So I am going to spend 3 source. Was it 3?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think it was 2.
I think it was 2, yeah. If
2
you're going to do
source to summon an upgraded Treed.
Upgraded Treed.
So that taproot flips over. That goes under there. 5 health. So that's that.
Seems good.
Summon. Summoned unit does not move this turn. Yep, and then this taproot moves to there.
Okay. Seems good.
Okay, so attacks. Your spire doesn't have any range, so that can't hit me. And then Carbone is going to attack Bishop, kill Bishop.
Sure. And get
Bishop is dead. And I get
4
4
source.
source. Not that I need all of this source.
And then
another upgrade.
Carbone's a hero too, so he gets an upgrade.
Carbone is a hero, so gets an upgrade. And the upgrade I'm going to take is attack.
Seems good.
And then Rower does 1 damage to Callus and takes 1 damage back.
Takes 2 damage back.
2 damage back. Okay, that was a mistake.
Do you still want to attack him? That's fine if you don't. We're not playing for blood or anything. If you want.
Yeah, I would have probably moved here and attacked the Arclight.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that being 2. So
no worries.
Are you spending 1 source?
Yes, I will spend 1 source.
Okay. You are down to 5 source.
Yep, but I don't. There's no retaliation.
There is no retaliation. Yes. Right, you'll go.
Okay. Bishop resurrects. No, I'm kidding. That would be Amazing. Yeah, there's. Did you not get the upgraded sheet?
No,
if
no,
you
no. I
actually
didn't,
convert a spire, you can. Yeah, no. Okay.
The FAQ is coming in as we speak.
Yeah, right.
It's from Scott Morris at chiptheorygamespretend.net.
Chip theory not proper, right?
Yeah.
That's funny. Okay, so I think I am going to. Ironically, where your Roa is now an annoyance to my Callus.
Mm-hmm.
But that's okay. So the Arclight is going to move 2 straight forward.
Mm-hmm.
The Conduit will move 2 straight forward, and the Arclight behind him will march along in the little parade line.
Yep.
Now, before or after its movement for stasis, for the Conduit, you may place it on top of an adjacent ungrouped opposing faction minion. That minion becomes inactive. However, any damage dealt to this is removed from the inactive minion's health.
Yeah.
This unit must move off during the next phase. I am going to move the Conduit onto the Arclight behind me. So to the right of...
Oh, hang on a minute. I've been... so you can do it on yourself.
Yes, I think so, if I understand it right.
Before you may place it on top of an adjacent, ungrouped... No, opposing.
Oh, it is opposing.
It is
opposing. I
opposing,
read it wrong. Yeah. So do I want to do that to Roa or not?
You can't. For 2 reasons. Roa is not a faction unit, and also not a minion.
That's right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you are right. Faction minion. Okay, so that's fine. That's cool.
Okay.
So
How
here's
you
how it's
kill
going to
Roa?
work. Yeah, that's the fun part. Is source field only when it's attacked? Yeah, it's only when it's attacked. I will use the Conduit to do 2 damage to Roa.
2 damage to Roa, and the
Roa will
Conduit
do
takes
1
1 back.
And then Callus is
finishes-
going to fire at Roa and kill Roa.
So you get 3 source.
Ironically, I get 3 source. Takes me up to 8.
Yep.
However, if you look at Callus, he does not have room for upgrade chips.
Oh, no, he doesn't, does he?
Yeah, so he can't get it.
So he can't actually get an upgrade. Right, okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
No
All
worries. All done.
Okay.
I tried to line my guys up to force you near the refractor, so let's see how that works out.
So Carbone is going to be going... So your minions are going to be going for here.
Yes.
Callus... He's going... Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to move my minions first.
Okay.
And I'm going to move this taproot first.
And actually, if you're okay with it, since I let you take the Roa move back, Callus should have moved on my turn, and I didn't. I could have moved him down 1 to... Yeah, right down and to the left. Yeah, right there. Yeah.
So...
The other thing I love about this game is it's gorgeous. Like, it has so much table presence.
Minions can't move through minions. So this taproot is kind of blocking the path for this ogre growth.
Yep.
If I choose to summon, then that's not good. But if I choose to move...
Yep.
I will end up... Can I move past my mark?
Normally, no, because you're going towards a fortress gate, but I would imagine yes. I mean, as long as you are closer to your mark than when you started, yeah, I would imagine you could. It's not like you have to move to your mark. You just have to be closer to your mark.
So I think that one goes there and that one goes there.
Yeah, sure.
Then this ogre growth is rooted, so I could choose to stay put if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. That's going to move 2.
Okay.
This taproot is also going to move 2.
Yep.
And then this tree can move 3, but this can actually move through a forest.
That is correct.
So it can go 1, 2,
onto the plains.
3.
Yep.
Whether I want it to go there or not is another question. No, I don't. I'm going to put it there.
Okay.
Okay, and then Carbone is going to go 1, 2, 3 because he's just realised he's left the oven on. So he's got to pop home and just
left the kettle on.
Yeah, just get those out there.
That's fair.
That's called Operation Runaway.
Yeah, look at that. You just have this like wall of growth tenders.
Okay, your stroke mine creeping vines gets to attack.
Yes.
Who do you want to attack?
That's a good question. I think I'm going to go after the taproot.
Okay. And you deal 1 damage to the taproot.
All right, that's fair.
Okay. And then my ogre growth attacks for 2.
Yeah.
Getting the fortification. And then the taproot attacks. Yeah. So that has gone.
Yep. And you get 2 more source.
I get 2 more source. Got way more than I need. And then my new target is the refractor.
Ooh, okay. So I didn't need to try and bring you over here. You're coming over here on your own. I like that.
Right.
Okay.
I'm done. Your go.
Okay. Yep, this is where math is truthfully your friend. That really hurts too, because my plan was to get Callus on top of that spire, but that's not going to work. So I wonder if I should do that one too. Yeah, that would actually probably help. 2, 1, 2. Is that closer? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that would be closer that way. Okay. Let's do the arc light 2 forward.
Along the path.
Yep. Conduit is going to go 2 up. So go, yep, exactly. Yep. Arc light will then go 2 forward. And Callus is going to go 2 down into the tree.
Down in here?
Down to the left, yep.
Okay. Right,
Yep.
so no spires attack. You don't have any attacks.
Nope.
So my go. Right, now. So I'm going to choose to move minions first. So I need to move the leading minion first. The leading
Callus
minion is the one.
Ugly dude.
He is. So the leading
I look at
minion
him
for
and
me
all I
is
can think of is Taserface.
it's my minion, which is the closest to the mark.
Yes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So it's any of those 3, actually.
Yep. Yep.
Those 3 are all the closest, so I can move any one of those first.
Yep.
And I'm going to move Ogre Growth 1, 2 to there.
You know what I just realized, which is kind of funny?
Go on.
I think this may be the first full game you and I have ever played together, because we've only played demo games at shows before. So it took us not going to Gen Con to finally play a game together.
I think we should just cancel all conventions forever.
Yeah.
I've done things that I've never been able to do. Never
Pretty
considered
amazing.
doing before.
Yep.
So I've moved the Ogre Growth to here.
Mm-hmm.
These 2 taproots are both going to summon.
Yep.
And they are both, well, one of them is going to summon a Treed.
Okay.
Which will be this one. So that goes on there, that goes on there. And I get 2 more health. And then the other one...
Forget to flip the taproots over too.
Yep, done that. The other one is going to summon... Oh, and that cost 2 souls. Oh,
2 souls.
So much souls. I was worried about running out.
I know, you have like insane amount.
I was going to buy the other thing that I should have done, but I didn't, so I won't.
That's good.
Yeah, the other thing I can summon is a Vine Herald or a Warbriar. Let's look at the Vine Herald, the upgraded Vine Herald.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
It's got capture.
Yep.
Oh, okay. No, capture's no good, is it?
Right. I mean, it's the same thing that Carbone has.
Yeah. Now, Impale is going to work against the Arc Lights, I think.
Yes, because it's not an attack.
It's not an attack. So, yeah. So I am going to summon a Warbriar.
Okay.
Which normally costs 3.
It's going to cost you nothing. Yeah.
Do I want to do that, or do I want to just wait?
He also has 2 damage.
As well as the Impale?
Yep.
Yeah, go on. Let's do it.
Sure.
So that taproot there
So just make sure I got it right. You got a Treed at the bottom left and a Warbriar at the top right.
Yeah, so from the Fortress Gate, I have Carbone,
Treed,
a Treed, a Warbriar, and an Ogre Growth.
Yep.
So that one's summoned, and that one's summoned. This Treed hasn't moved yet and has Forest Walk, so it can and it will. And it has to go closer to this. So it can actually go, if I want it to, 1, 2, 3, which isn't ideal.
I like the idea.
But...
I mean, I'm a gambling man.
yeah, I think that's where we're going to go.
Okay, I like it.
And then Carbone comes out, because he's gone home, turned the oven off.
All good, all's well.
And he's going to go here.
He saw Callus's face and went, "Oh my
yeah,
goodness, that guy's ugly.
Like
I gotta get out of here."
We don't like that. No, in fact, let's go here. Yeah, there's good.
Okay.
Right. I think your spies are out of range. Yes. So it is just my attacks.
1, 2, 3. Yep, that is correct. Yep.
So the Ogre Growth here, I think, kills the Conduit.
That is correct.
Okay.
You will get 3 more swords.
Okay, 3 more swords.
Which you so desperately need.
Yeah. Then it doesn't really matter here because you're going to spend source to protect yourself. So yeah, this tree does 2 damage to this arc light.
Okay, so I'll spend 2 to prevent that.
And
then I retaliate for 2.
Oh yeah, you retaliate for 2.
Yep.
Oh, in which case I'll do it on that one.
That's fine.
And then Carbone attacks for another 2.
Sure, that's fine.
So you spend another 2 source?
Yes.
Wow, that's amazing.
So now I'm down to 4.
You are down to 4 source.
Yep.
And
if anyone's going, why did Paul do that? Because if he attacks that arc light and it retaliates to the Treed, then when Carbone attacks the same arc light, then he doesn't retaliate.
Yeah, you only get 1 retaliate no matter how many times you attack it.
Yeah.
And I think that is it for me.
Okay.
So you'll go.
Okay. I'm kind of blocked off a little bit, so that's going to be interesting. I 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Yeah. Okay. The arc light is going to move 2 up in between the Warbriar and the Treed.
Mm-hmm.
The other arc light, I think, is forced to move up to the Ogre Growth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, maybe not. The way I count it, it looks like 6 either way.
So you can, you don't have to.
Yep. I think because well, he has 2.
Yeah, if it can't make progress, then it may make a lateral move, but it's optional.
Yeah. I'm just gonna leave him right where he is.
Okay.
And then I am going to move Callus. I really like the idea of hitting that Treed. Yeah, I'm not going to move Callus. I'm going to leave Callus where he is.
Okay.
Okay. So you have no spires that are within range. I get to attack. I am going to use Callus to do 2 damage to the Treed.
Oh, yeah.
Which will leave him with 1.
1.
And then have the arc light deal 2 damage to the Treed.
Which means no retaliation.
Right.
Okay.
And
a little taproot appears and goes, oh,
little wee tiny taproot. And then the arc light, who is all the way stuck up there, is going to do 2 damage to the Treed.
Okay. And that does retaliate.
Does retaliate for 1?
For 2.
Oh, I had him on the wrong side. I forgot about that. Yes. That's fine. Either way is fine. I want him to be the one to take
and you spend
damage.
2 source?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I can't because it's I'm attacking you, not you're attacking me. Your retaliations, I can't spend source to stop. So he dies.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right.
Yep. So you get another 3 source.
Another source literally coming out of my ears.
That's funny. What do you have?
Okay.
You have 12, 22. Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. Right.
That's it.
Okay, so it's only when you are attacked.
Right.
Or you're... I thought it said retaliated against.
It says when this unit is attacked, you may spend a source equal to the amount of damage dealt. Yep.
Okay, and retaliation is not an attack. So, my go. So my minions, the taproot can't move.
Right.
The ogre growth can and will.
Mm-hmm.
This warbriar can and will. This treed moves 3 and can move through forest, so 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
And then Carbone is a bit stuck.
Yeah.
So we're going to move him round to here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Seems okay.
Although, I'm worried about Callus. I'm worried about Callus sneaking around the back and getting rid of this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah. That's the problem now. Okay. That's it. I don't think I've got a choice on my movement. So I have lots of attacks.
Mm-hmm.
But you do have 4 source.
Yep.
So you're actually going to survive this.
Barely, I think.
Yeah.
I think you can kill him. I think you can kill him.
Well, this taproot is going to attack Callus.
Oh, that's right. He's got range.
He's got 2 range. So that's 1 damage on Callus.
Sure. And then
Callus deals 2 damage back to the taproot.
That stops him from retaliating against anybody else. That's really smart. So I get 2 source and go to 6. Yay.
You got 6 source. I then attack you with the ogre growth first.
Sure.
Dealing you 2 damage. Are you protecting yourself?
Yes, I will.
Okay, and then you deal 2 back to me.
Yep.
That arc light is amazing.
Yeah, it is pretty good.
I then attack you with the treed for 2. Are you spending the source?
Yes, I will.
You're down to 2 source. And that
does not retaliate.
That is it.
Yeah.
I should have brought that warbriar in earlier. Right, okay.
I think what you're saying is I have a chance.
Yeah. It's your go.
Okay, so the arc light has to move, so he's going to go 1, 2 up next to Carbone and the treed.
Yeah.
Battle hardened. Remind me again what battle hardened does. That is
whenever I am attacked by a spire.
Spire, yeah.
2 damage is prevented.
That's right. Okay, so that's an interesting decision with Callus. Yeah, I am going to move 2 on top of the spire for Callus.
Because you can.
Because I can. Them's the rules. Which gives him +1 range.
He has now a range of 3.
And my arc light is
he runs away, climbs up, starts throwing rocks down.
My arc light is going to actually deal 2 damage to Carbone.
Yep. So you deal 2 damage to me, and I deal 2 damage back to you.
2, yes, because you have the upgraded chip ability, and that
is
will
that
get
the arc light dead.
Yeah, there's the arc light dead finally. Yep. So you get 3 more source. Don't forget to.
I won't forget to add 3 more source on. There you go. Right. Okay.
I need to get some kind of damage in on that guy though.
So all you have left is Callus, who is stood on top of the spire.
Yep, and he is a hero, so I have no more faction units.
You don't. No.
Yep.
Okay, my go.
Yep.
Well. Now, what type of terrain is that? Yes.
That
is plains.
I think so, because of the
brown.
brown.
Tree on there, but so I have to move this ogre growth first, which goes 1, 2, but this tree can go 1, 2, 3.
That is correct.
The warbriar goes 1, 2. And then Carbone is going to come in and say, wait for me. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, so your spire gets to attack.
Wait a minute. Did
2
you move him
dice.
1 more space? I thought he was on the plains.
Oh, I'm not sure. I can find out very quickly by switching my view to the YouTube video.
On my map, I had the
and rewinding it.
Plains.
ever
Oh,
so
look
slightly.
at that! That's brilliant.
And we've got a cat wailing.
That's
It's
okay.
that
I
time
have
of the
dogs that
night.
may bark.
Have I gone back too much?
Yeah, I thought he was on the plains next to the source well there.
Bear with a minute. He was there. And
So
I
he
went,
goes back 1, 2. Oh no, yeah,
I
1,
went
2, 3.
1,
Yep.
2,
I'm sorry, I
3,
can't
4.
count. Math is your friend. Yep.
No. No, I moved it 4.
Yeah. So it has to go back
So,
1. Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
There you go. Okay. So you're definitely within range.
I am definitely within range, yes. So
It does not do me any good to fire at Carbone whatsoever.
2 damage is prevented if you do, so.
Yeah. And the
Now,
tree
do you have a
has-
choice?
I think so, right?
I'm the last time I played was solo, and I know in solo the AI spires have to follow certain rules. So I'm just checking.
Sure. I think
spires
for
firing.
think for
Spires
me-
fire. For each spire that fires, the controlling player takes the dice pool. If it has multiple targets, a single target must be. Yeah, I think in the AI mode, it has to go for
specific
one that it can kill and things like that. Okay.
Right.
Which one do you want to go for?
That's a good question. Your Treed has
3 health.
3 health.
The Ogre Growth has 3 health.
I think I got to go for the Treed because of the ram ability.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Yes!
That's a double 2. I'm definitely writing to Chip Theory Games and getting some new dice. So
that is one dead Treed that
is
just
a
turned
Treed,
into a taproot.
is an X Treed.
And I get 2 source.
And you get 2 source.
That was beautiful. I told you it's a skill, man. Rolling those dice, skill.
So my attacks. Well, the Treed has a nibble and takes off one of the range upgrades. Oh, can I attack Callus?
I think so. Yeah, I mean he's there. So
what's the rules on?
I don't think for Spire Shot there's anything that prevents you from doing it.
Spire Shot.
Move it on to an adjacent
Spire
friendly.
hang on. The Spire is inactive.
Oh,
this unit is on top.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. All right. We can rewind that. That's okay. So
I was going to say you probably wouldn't.
I probably wouldn't, but we can't rewind that far.
No.
So that's okay. So get your Treed back with 3 health.
Treed is back, 3 health.
I'll go down 2 source down to 2. Yep, I totally missed that.
Oh wow.
Reading is important, kids.
Yeah. That's a game changer, isn't it?
It is a very big game changer, yeah.
So
that's
the
okay.
Treed attacks.
No worries.
Normally I would take the chip off the bottom, but because of the ram ability, the ram talent, I take one of the attack chips off.
Seems to make sense.
And that's all I have. So it's your go.
Okay.
I guess Callus is getting off that spire.
I think so, yeah. Let's see here. If
all the people in the spire are shouting up at him going, get off! We can't fire!
Yeah. Well, they've been shouting it for about 5 minutes, actually, probably, from when I moved them before, going, oh, I'm never going to play this guy in a competition. So, okay, Callus is going to go... what does Rooted do again? Rooted...
I don't have to move if I start my turn adjacent to a spire.
Callus is going to move 1 backwards off the...
To here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's it, because I don't have anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Your Carbone goes into campfire mode.
Only when all of your units have gone.
Yeah, but it's... oh, no, that's right. Sorry. Same conversation from 20 minutes ago.
It's all right. I've been having that conversation for 6 months, and I think I've got it now. And every time I think I've got it, I then get it wrong in the next game. So I think we got it right this time.
I think Callus is going to shoot at the Treed.
Yeah, 2 damage.
So 2 damage to the Treed and no
retaliation.
No retaliation, yeah. Because I got a gut feeling if I can survive with the refractor here, he's only going to roll 1, maybe 2 damage. So can't get that double 2 every time. So.
No.
All right, it's all you.
Okay, so the Treed is at the target.
Mm-hmm.
The ogre growth is now at the target, but will carry on moving.
Sure.
Let's just check that to make sure that they are allowed to do that.
I'm pretty sure they are.
Okay, well, we'll say yes. So Carbone moves there, the Warbriar moves there. Okay, so yeah, we got a crazy amount of attacks.
Yeah.
But your Spire fires first. You've got 1 dice.
Yep.
Who's it going to attack?
That's a good question.
Can attack any of them.
Do I go after the automatic?
This is where the camera angle isn't great. So Carbone is on the other side.
Yeah. I think I am going to go after...
In fact, just for the purposes of the camera, I think I have my overhead set up. So bear with us a minute.
That's okay. I think I'm actually going to... This may be a bad move, but we'll see. I'm going to shoot the Warbriar.
Okay. So yeah, you can see here I've got it surrounded.
Okay,
so you're going to shoot the Warbriar, 1 dice. Yep. Oops.
That was a 2.
It's a what? Yeah, it's got to roll in the tray.
Is that the rules?
There's the rules. 1 on the Warbriar. Okay. And
Since
then
it's your house, I'll let that go.
Okay. Now I think. So do my minions? My minions don't have to attack their target if they don't want to.
No, you just got to march to it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the ogre growth could attack Callus, but if I do, Carbone then goes into campfire mode.
Yep.
So yeah, I think we're just going to have 3 attacks on the Spire with Carbone dealing the killing blow.
Okay.
Which gets rid of the Spire.
Is acceptable.
And Carbone gets a...
Don't forget your 4 source.
Hit point upgrade. Am I not at my maximum yet?
I think you're close to it.
10, 21, 29. Yeah, I'm almost at my maximum.
Yep.
Right. Wow.
I don't think I'm surviving past this, though.
No. I think I'm done. Oh, I now have to switch there. Right.
Yeah. Switch
Callus
what?
is a bit surrounded.
A bit, yeah. That's okay. What should I do? I think Callus is going to go onto the forest and shoot the Ram only works with the spires, right?
Yeah.
But it would be 2. But then he'd have to do it. Yeah, I'm going to shoot the Warbriar.
Okay, so 2 down to the Warbriar.
2 to him.
1.
Get 1 source. Go to a whopping 3. Just for the record, you have like 10.
It's not quite dead. It's got 1 left.
How does he have 1 left? I have 2 with him. I must have counted wrong at some point.
It was on 4.
I had him at 3 for some reason. Why did I? Oh, I had him at 3 probably because I had him on the wrong side. Okay,
right.
Let's try and do that again. All right. Well, if you don't mind, if that's the case, I would just shoot the Treed.
Yeah. So the Treed is dead.
We'll leave him at 4.
You gain 2 source, and we get a little taproot.
Yep. So I got a 4, and the wee little taproot comes out with his 1 little health, and that's it.
Okay. So my go. I'm going to choose to move.
I think I made 2 big mistakes in the game. I think the first mistake I made was buying Callus without seeing until after I bought him that he didn't have an upgrade slot.
Yeah, but the Spire shot is the
Spire shot was the big one. Yep.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to move. I think I'm going to move minions first. So the Warbriar moves 2. The Taproot moves 1. This minion... Oh, it can move because of the swappage rule.
Yep.
So that moves to there. And then Carbone moves to there.
Seems good.
And I think that might be Callus dead. So I will attack with Carbone first.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh,
I thought you could just leave him alive and go in and kill my last Spire.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Because if I do kill him...
then he goes into campfire mode.
Then I lose Carbone.
Yeah.
And I might then not win this. Yeah, you're right. I think.
Yeah, the fact that he takes the 2 less damage from the spires is pretty big.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Let's not attack. So that's it. I'm not attacking. That's not within range, so it's your go.
Yep. That seems good.
Okay. Interesting. I'm tactically, thanks for that tip. Keeping him alive.
I'm not going to be able to get over to get that Warbriar at all. Does the Impale work on a Spire?
I don't think so.
All adjacent opposing units. Yeah.
Yeah, they have thematically named the abilities so that you can sort of imagine how they would work. It's quite cool.
In this land of fantasy, were it logical?
That there's a giant
let me make
pig.
sure. Let me just do a quick check to make sure I got everything right here. So I have the Warbriar has 4 health.
I've got 3.
3 health. It should be at 4 because.
Well, you dealt it 1 from the Spire.
Oh yeah. Yep. All right.
Taproot's on 1.
Has 1.
The Ogre Growth is on
has
3.
2.
Carbone's on 2, but he has a fortification chip.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't put that on there. That's right. Because you did that on his second attack.
Yeah, he's got an attack chip and a fortification chip.
I think the right thing for me to do right now is just move 2 to the right onto the pathway and shoot the taproot.
Okay, taproot dead.
Yep.
You gain 2 source.
2 source. And it's over to you.
Okay. So
my only hope here is that Callus can somehow plink away at everybody.
So
but I don't think it's going to happen fast enough.
The Ogre Growth 2. In fact, let's move. Yeah, Ogre Growth 2. Carboni's going to move 3. So no, hang on. I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I don't think it does either because they would just switch.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that one goes there. That one goes there. Yep. And then Carboni's going to go there.
Yep.
Okay. So you get 2 dice on the Warbriar.
I do.
From the monolith.
Let's roll them in the tray this time, please, Mr. Grogan.
It's a blank and a 1.
All right.
So that's 1 damage on the Warbriar.
I'll
the
take
Warbriar
it.
then attacks.
Yep.
For 2 damage, which gets rid of the fortification chip.
That's big. That's really big.
Yeah. Okay. Your go.
All right.
What's Callus going to do as a last stand?
Kind of, right? That's what I feel like.
Yeah.
He has Mountain Walk, which is kind of nice.
He does.
So I'm going to move into the mountains and go 2 up and to the right. And I will shoot at the Overgrowth.
Yep. So that's 2 damage on that.
Yep. And that's it.
It's down to 1. Okay.
This is really tight.
Yeah. So I am going to move the Ogre Growth.
Sure.
The Warbriar is not going to move. I then move Carbone to there. And you get 2 dice.
Yep.
To attack.
I am going to go after... Let's go after the Ogre Growth.
Okay. 2 dice on the Ogre Growth. Yep, that's dead.
Oof, just enough.
You get 3 source.
And I get 3 source. Goes up to 9.
Okay. My Warbriar attacks you and removes 1 of the attack chips.
Yep.
Carbone chooses not to attack.
Okay.
And then your go.
Whew. And now I'm blocked in. I think the only thing I can do is attack Carbone. So I'm going to move back 1.
Move back 1.
So I'm in range. Yep.
Yeah.
And shoot Carbone for 2.
So he loses the fortification chip and a health.
Yep.
And then on my go, I move to there.
Yep.
You get 1 dice.
Let's do it against the Warbriar.
Yep. You got a 1.
All right.
Warbriar is down to 1. But then I'm going to give the glory to Carbone. So Carbone attacks the mammal and defeats
and that's it.
Wow.
That was
there you go.
Awesome, man. That was awesome.
That was great fun. The only disappointing part of that game is that we didn't spot the spire shot. So you wouldn't have done that.
I mean, I probably wouldn't have, but that's it's totally okay, right? I mean, that's one of the things that I love, and we mentioned it earlier in the beginning of this game, is that a lot of times that this is, I think, the 6th time now I've played a full game of this.
Yep.
And my 2nd time is the Neurorans. But it is a very live and die by your choice game.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And I love that.
Yeah.
And the thing, I remember the first time I taught one of my best friends, it took us probably close to 5 hours or 6 hours to play a game.
Yep.
And he lost, and he immediately said when he was done, "We're playing tomorrow."
We're playing again.
I was like, okay.
Yeah,
it was that exciting of a experience for him, which is awesome. And that's why I love Chip Theory so much, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Adam and Josh and the team there, they make great games, but on top of that, their games are they're just enveloping. You want to be part of the universe so much, and they do so much from a lore perspective. It's just tremendous.
Yeah. Well, you know back in the day when we were able to meet up at each other's houses.
No, I don't know that.
One day last year, I decided to have a games day at my house, and lots of people came over. Lots and lots of games were played. Guess what I played?
I'm going to suggest either Too Many Bones or Cloudspire.
I played Cloudspire. So I played Cloudspire in the morning, then we played Cloudspire in the afternoon, and then I played Cloudspire in the evening.
Nice.
Because, as you say, it's one of those games where even though it's quite long and even though it's quite complex, you go, oh, I made that mistake. Or I want to play this again because now I know. Now I know not to build the Grizzled Oak when you've got a range 2 Spire because I won't get there before I die. Now we know how Spire Shot works and lots of things like that. So every time you play it, you will learn bits, especially if you play the same faction over and over again. You will learn extra bits.
And there's so many things you can do in this game in terms of different strategies because there's part the proactiveness of planning your move, but there's also the reactionary of, you know, if your opponent moves somewhere that you didn't expect them to move. Like in a normal game, we have a lot more landmarks and a lot more things to kind of chase after and go after. I really like the skirmish mode. I don't know about you, but I thought it was really cool. I mean, it's very neat and empowering to start with all those spires on the board.
It's definitely a different way to play. It is a quicker way to play because we did this in about 2.5 hours. Whereas a normal full game, you're looking at potentially between 3 and 4 because there's a lot more going on in a full game. You start off with no spires. You have to explore. There's lots of that. You're building up your fortress slowly. Whereas in this one, it was like slow start and then all of a sudden it really ramps up. So I like it, the fact that they've done a different way to play. This was the scenario that we were sent. I assume there's going to be more because what they will have done is this is a fixed map. Okay, so this scenario is this fixed map, and they would have spent time testing out the different layouts and getting everything to work. But yeah, there may be more to come. I don't know. But yeah, this was certainly this one. Oh yeah, I definitely hope so. This was an interesting alternative way to play. I'm not sure. I think I prefer the full game because that's the one I'm used to.
Sure.
But it does take longer.
It does take a little longer. I do think even given the scenario of what we were presented with in the PDF, you still have, I think, some options. You know, you could mix and match some of the tiles. You know, you don't necessarily, maybe have the full balance like you were talking about as to if you did. But there's a lot of flexibility in that. It's funny. As much as I love the competitive version of this game, I really, really like the cooperative version of the game.
Yeah.
The story and the campaign-driven stuff is really, really amazing. And I think to me, that's probably the most dynamic part of this game is, and you saw it from this playthrough, there are so many different strategies just with 2 different factions and how they're fighting against each other that if you are a competitive player, it really kind of fires your juices, and you're like, man, I want to play this game, and I want to try this strategy, and I want to do this thing. Or like you said, you make a mistake and you're like, okay, now I know not to do that. Now I know to do this. You get that competitive juices flowing. But if at the same time, if you have a spouse or a partner or a friend or anyone that would love to play a game like this, but may not be as adept to the deep strategy type experience, or just don't like the competitive experience, they can play the cooperative mode with you and have just as much fun. And it's just so amazing.
Either the solo scenarios where two people will basically, work out what they're going to do and they play one faction in a scenario, or actual cooperative scenarios, which is, two factions working together to try and meet an objective. So many different ways of playing this game, which is really cool. Obviously, it's an expensive game, but that's why I feel that it's good value for money, because of not just the physical stuff that you get with the game. There's so many different ways to play it. I've probably put, maybe 60 hours into this game so far.
Wow.
And I feel that I'm just getting started. It's just
think about how many $60 games that you buy and play once.
Exactly,
right?
Exactly. And the other thing on the factions, each faction, there's multiple ways to play it. You don't have I didn't start out with the tap routes. I decided to go for the tap routes later on once I'd got the upgrades, but I could have gone for the tap route straight away. There's lots of different ways to play each faction, and then you will adjust that strategy depending on which faction you're playing against. So once you're a really experienced player, you'll be like, oh right, I know the Norröns, I know what they're going to probably do, therefore I will tweak my strategy based on that. Obviously we're not at that stage, but I know people that are.
It's interesting too, because this scenario we talked a little bit about at the beginning. Connected is a big keyword for the Norröns, and it really doesn't. It's kind of negated in this scenario, because in a regular game, the Norröns have a very high chance of upgrading their spires really quickly. So it benefits the players to go out, explore the landmarks, get the spires built up, and things like that.
Yeah.
So ironically, you know what I think my mistake was in this game, and you may laugh at this. Sure, the spire thing was tough, but I think I brought Anvas out too soon.
Okay.
I think thinking about it now and where I had placed the earthscaping thing, if I had used him maybe in round 2 or round 3 or wave 2 or wave 3, it would have given him a little more flexibility to potentially block off where you could get to the refractor. So that's again, that's why I love it. You're like, I could have done
losing a hero in wave 1 is always
not fun.
Always a dangerous thing. But you got to look at the board. You got to think, oh wait a minute, I've only got 3 health. He can move that to there, and he could kill me. And you've got to be aware of that, and retreat if you need to.
Yeah. This
anyway,
was fun.
This was a lot of fun. Thank you very much for coming on. It was great to play against you. And so thank you very much to everybody for watching. Hope you found the video useful. If you have any more questions about the skirmish mode, then please direct them to Chip Theory Games. Me and Scott have just been sent this one scenario. We don't know that much more about it. I'm happy to answer any questions about the game. Apologies if we made any rules goose. I will put some Klingon subtitles on screen if we did. But other than that, thank you very much, Scott, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you to everybody for watching, and we'll see you next time. Cheers, everybody. Gaming Rules is proudly sponsored by Game Toppers, upgrading your gaming experience. Visit GameToppersLLC.com.
Papa, where'd the other islands come from?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer. They've always been out there, Mick. 9 other big islands besides ours and Ankar, and most of them, maybe all of them, inhabited. I'm sure those races won't do the same thing.
Kids are saying there's a problem with the source.
That could be. You know how the source works, right?
That's what makes our machines go, right?
Yeah, but it's more than that. All the islands get their source from underground, usually by clearing dangerous areas and tapping into pockets that are close to the surface. The source has a power in it that makes things work. Our machines, our homes, it even keeps our islands in the sky. It's precious, it's necessary to our survival, and if it ever ran out, many would go to war over it. But now, some think we're using so much source that it's throwing the islands off balance. That may be why our island has collided with these other three.
Those other islands, will they take our source?
Some want to. The heirs, the bird-like people, they think that their ability to fly gives them the right to rule over Ankar. The Narora, they worship the source. They want to be a part of it. And then there's the grove tenders, caretakers of the source. They seem harmless, but we may come to blows with them too.
Will we win?
Don't fear, my son. We Brahmin are a mighty race. Our fortress is strong, able to thwart many enemies. I already have orders to engage the other islands in combat.
Will you be hurt?
It was a simple question, but one without a simple answer.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this really special episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for Gen Con Online. As we know, there's no physical Gen Con this year, which is a real shame because it would have been my first Gen Con. However, everything's been moved online and hence the reason we're doing videos. Now, in really exciting news, Chip Theory Games announced in the last couple of weeks that next year they're launching a Kickstarter for a reimagining of the Hoplomachus series, which I'm so excited about. Like many people, Hoplomachus features really highly in my kind of list of favourite games, but there are a lot of people who don't know that much about it. It's a little bit difficult to get hold of now. So, kind of prior to the Kickstarter coming next year and prior to having more information, what I've done is I put together this little video on the entire span of Hoplomachus, what's available out there so far, just to let you know a little bit more about the game. But do make sure that you check out the Chip Theory Games website, and you also check them out on Facebook and join the various Facebook groups and on Twitter and on Instagram to make sure that you're kept up to date with the upcoming launch of the Hoplomachus Kickstarter reimagining next year. Right, check out the video. The Hoplomachus series brings games of classic, epic, gladiatorial combat. That's right, there's blood, sweat, tears, swords and sandals right in your living room. The first game in the series is the already legendary Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, featuring amazing solo play, or even head-to-head PvP combat, or take it to the next level with 2 or 3 player co-op. Hoplomachus The Lost Cities will take place in either the Pazuli Arena, a close quarter arena with raised stones which offer a tactical advantage, or if you have the Farmel Ruins map, you can take your combat to a wide open arena where archers play a significant part in the battle. Hoplomachus Rise of Rome builds on Hoplomachus The Lost Cities, But now you have new heroes, you have new bosses, you have a new arena, and you have a new way to fight. Rome and Pompeii have risen to the challenge, but along with these new heroes comes new bosses in the shape of the mighty Titans. Face off in epic player versus player combat in the new Colosseum arena as you battle for crowd favour, or take on one of the mighty Titans in solo and co-op challenges. If you have the Lost Cities, you can combine the Lost Cities with Rise of Rome for epic 2-player versus 2-player team showdowns. Hoplomachus Origins is a quick-to-learn, fast-paced, tactical skirmish game taking place over 3 unique neoprene arenas, each with their own victory conditions. The setup takes minutes and it offers a fantastic PvP experience as you and your friend will battle to the death in one of the arenas. For the solo player, there are 20 unique solo challenges taking place over the 3 unique maps, each challenge getting harder and harder. Can you survive and become arena champion? The Hoplomachus series features the very high quality neoprene mats and high quality printed poker chips that have become the watermark of quality from Chip Theory games. Featuring an unparalleled tactical and tactile experience, there are reasons why the Hoplomachus series features very highly on a lot of people's top 10 lists. So wow, as you can see, I've got a lot of passion for the Hoplomachus series, and I'm genuinely kind of over the moon excited about what's going to happen in the reimagining when the Kickstarter launches next year. So please make sure once again that you kind of follow Chip Theory Games on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. Make sure you're kept up to date, check out the website, get on the mailing list, and hopefully in the not too distant future we'll hear even more about what's to come in the Hoplomachus Kickstarter, as well as some other Kickstarters they've got coming in the coming months. So once again, my name's Mark. This is Not Board Gaming. Thank you very much for joining me on this very special episode. Please like and subscribe to the channel to Not Board Gaming and enjoy the rest of Gen Con. Take care.
The lock, a simple mechanism used as a deterrent, a means to keep out undesirables, and a symbol for all that is off limits to the downtrodden and oppressed of New London. It's no wonder then that the citizens of this corrupt and diseased city spend their days learning to open locks by any means necessary. 4 residents of New London in particular have taken their skills to the next level. Elizabeth Watkins, a commoner plucked from the streets against her will, now subverting the royal company ranks from the inside. Axe Derringer, a rail worker with the guts to take on any royal company safe that turns up in a boxcar, good and flying under the radar. Dante Harvard, an airship pilot making New London government runs, known for his quick wit and even quicker hands when it comes to pins and springs. Charlie Beckwith, a machinist with a price on his head, wanted in New London for stealing just about everything you can steal. These 4 residents have caught the attention of a mysterious figure interested in their unique talents. An unusual summons has been issued to each individual by way of a strange lockbox with no more than a time and a location inscribed on the bottom. Clearly, a larger game is afoot, but raw curiosity can dull the senses, and the mystery of it all is a strong motivator. Welcome to Triplock, a simple yet not so simple abstract challenge of skill and memory from Chip Theory Games. Choose to play solo as you work with the stranger to delve deeper into the unknown secrets of the royal company, or hone your skills even further against another master lockbreaker while you wait for the right moment to act. Either way, you'll be racking your brain to solve locks amidst a corrupt world full of intrigue and mystery. Trip Lock can be played in 15 minutes or less. Choose your characters, set up your lock, and draw a diagram. Diagrams give you insight into the lock's composition, and each one you complete brings you closer to solving the lock. Using 2-action dice and your character's unique lockpicking skill, you must discover the mechanisms hidden behind failsafes, working to align them to match your chosen diagram orientation. Simple enough if it weren't for your opponent's traps and countermeasures. Solo play is no less riveting as you select your team and follow the stranger into the bowels of the station, protected and patrolled by Royal Company. Each character is compelled by their own motivations and unique talents, but their fates are intertwined by crisscrossing paths and the mysterious figure's proposal. Unlock your past, unlock your future. You're the only one who can discover what's behind the black curtain of New London's elite.
Let's get this out of the way first. These components are ridiculous.
Insane. They really, really are. I mean, I don't even know where to start. I mean, the player boards are not boards, first of all. They're basically mouse pad material that are really nice die cut for the dice, and I can't tell you how perfectly these dice fit in here. It's just nice. They're just snug enough so that they don't really move around, but not too snug. It's just great.
You have the chips.
But it's so much fun when every time your mission's open, they're like, you can upgrade a point or two. I'm like, ooh, what am I gonna upgrade? Oh, I should upgrade that stat because I really need more dice per turn. But at the same time, I want one of my special dice, and I love those choices.
I can't have this creeping vines creep because they can only creep onto non-path hexes, and this one's only just been deployed. They have to creep at the start of your turn on the onslaught phase.
The first thing that you notice is Tara has her ship right over here, and she is going to be playing as Horizon's Wrath. And they are like a pirate faction that has an airship.
Then your next move, you're still moving around the board, and you're still in the range of that spire, and it's going to take a second pop at you.
Everything else grouped. So I've got Swabby, Buccaneer, Powder Monkey.
Hello everybody and welcome to our review of what may well be one of the most ridiculous productions maybe ever? Too Many Bones is not some grimy dopaminergic loop where players are kept docile by numbers that just go up. No. You've got to understand that this dice game is wicked. The encounter cards that you draw randomly each day are so varied and creative as to make you feel like you're on an actual adventure. One day you might have not enough meat in the pot, so you have to go and bash a bunch of forest critters on the head, and it's fun. Next day, a dragon shows up, and you have to decide, are you going to run for your life or stand and fight? We've got plucky but self-sabotaging characters, a combat system that gets you excited but is prone to disasters, but where disasters are where you shine. And even the treasure is thematically perfect. In fact, in one game, my friends and I managed to win a lockpicking contest by using a crowbar we'd found earlier, which I swear to God is something out of The Hobbit. The designers didn't predict that, but in creating a world that's so tonally consistent and so full of heart, they did still create it. So I guess I should stop rambling and just say congratulations to Chip Theory for reminding me just how charming fantasy can be.
Do you have a mountain of games and sometimes struggle deciding which one to play? Do you feel left out of the decision-making process? Or like your suggestions are tossed aside by more assertive gamers before they're given proper consideration, leaving you hurt, confused, even upset? Every time your game group tries to pick a game, are you tired of the negative energy, the bickering, the frustrating loss of your extremities? Ouch, that'll leave a mark. Well, shrug off the severed arm and turn that frown upside down, Dave. Introducing Game to Pick a Game, the game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play game. Game to Pick a Game by Chip Theory Games is a 5-minute action-packed voting and bidding system layered with characters and skills. You'll need planning and ingenuity if you want to see your nomination win. This amalgamation of game styles and genres will have you using social deduction and wit to thwart your component's strategies while protecting your own. The game takes place over multiple rounds, beginning with a game nomination. Then each player will place a voting chip on their own or another's nomination. The face-down side is the one that counts in the end, but the face-up side determines turn order for the next round. Each character comes with 3 identical voting chips. However, they also have a unique skill that, when used at the right time, can reveal, conceal, or alter votes on the table. Do you fight tooth and nail for your own nomination? Or just focus on the game you know you don't want to play? As play continues, more and more of the common votes have been played, which, in turn, starts to reveal people's strategies. How and when you play your chips makes all the difference. You'll be quite impressed with the amount of strategy hidden under the cover of this beautiful game. But don't take our word for it. Just listen to what some of our paid employees have to say.
Wow! This game is easy to play, but it will take my whole lifetime to master. Thanks, Chip Theory.
Horse apples. My game didn't win, but at least I had a fair shot.
Gee, Gads! Never before has it been so easy to pick a game to play when we wanted to play a game, but we didn't know what game to pick.
Your time is precious. So is your body. And no one should ever have to feel hurt, confused, or upset on game night. When your games feel like they are playing you, it's time for a quick round of a game you play when you want to play a game but don't know what game to play. Game to Pick a Game. Game to Pick a Game, the only game you'll always play on game night. Limited time only, batteries not included or necessary. Chip Theory Games is not responsible for any game resulting in the play of apples to apples. No limbs were lost in the making of this advertisement. All depictions of gore or violence were achieved through the magic of special effects. Do not ingest Game to Pick a Game. Pledge now.
Happy, guys, happy.
Hi Not Board Gamers, and welcome back to this very special episode of Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for Gen Con Online. And what are we going to be looking at in this video? Well, we're going to be looking at an expansion for Too Many Bones, which came from Kickstarter to backers earlier this year, and it came out and everybody went absolutely wild because this will change the way that you can play the base game of Too Many Bones or the base game of Too Many Bones Undertow forever. Of course, I'm talking about the Splice and Dice expansion for Too Many Bones from Chip Theory Games. Now, we all know that in the base game of Splice and Dice that there is the Build a Tyrant mode, and this Build a Tyrant mode kind of works with the base games of either Too Many Bones or Too Many Bones Undertow. And instead of picking a tyrant at the beginning, what you will do is you will develop your tyrant as the game progresses. After each encounter, you will add more to your tyrant, and by the end of your journey, you will have created a truly unique tyrant for you to battle and to fight and see if you can win. And then you
Hello, everybody. What's up? It's me, Josh Welgus / Gilly here with
Adam Carlson / Bunker.
Everybody asks where Bunker is from. Bunker is from
Bunker, Game to Pick a Game.
Yeah.
Bunker's that little short soldier general type guy who's got a little whatever. I don't know why I got that name. I'm a pushover. I'm not one of those slave drivers or whatever. But anyways, I love Game to Pick a Game. Anyways, we're here to talk about Victorum
and the Hoplomachus remaster, I guess. Yeah. So for lack of a better title at the moment, just so we're clear, we're going to call it Hoplomachus Remastered. The internal working title on it is just Hoplomachus with no additional subtitle. We'll see what the final, what that ends up being called. We're still toying with that, but that's what we're here to talk about today. So, why don't you start by talking about kind of the legacy of Hoplomachus and how we got to this point?
Yes. Wow. So, Hoplomachus goes back to 2012. So Josh Carlson and myself, we, I think we have a special segment actually tomorrow. Josh and I will talk about leading up to 2012, so that's going to be fun. But I won't bore you with all of those details right now. We'll start with, day one, Hoplomachus, The Lost Cities, we rolled out as a Kickstarter in 2012. And then...
How many backers did you get on Lost Cities?
211 or 213, somewhere in that range. It was, we were over the moon. That was a lot of backers. We appreciated every single one of them, and it was just enough to get us to get our copies under each arm and then go down to Gen Con with that budget. So we came in right at $0 was, ordering the games and our trip to Gen Con. And that was break even for us. And that was all we needed to do to get on the, I keep saying on the map, but what it did was it allowed us to make the necessary and important connections in that first year. Then we came out with Rise of Rome, because we loved Hoplomachus. Everybody loved playing it, and we took that feedback to heart. And by the way, we met Ricky Royal after we made Hoplomachus The Lost Cities. We shipped those out, and Ricky Royal reached out to us, and he told us how much he loved the game, and there was a bit of back and forth there. But Rise of Rome was made with a bit more of a solo game in mind, even though Lost Cities definitely is solo. It certainly wasn't on the forefront of our mind, maybe would be a fair way to say it, but it's very strong solo. But Rise of Rome is different. We kind of took that solo piece and turned it on its head and made a very dynamic tyrant feel. What did we use? Titans.
Yes. Yeah.
Tyrants, Titans, bosses. Yeah, so we used all those terms. But thank you. So Rise of Rome ended up being like the next step in that story, and just pretty much presented a very similar game. But what we did do there was we made it compatible. So that was kind of a cool thing that we were very proud of, was making it backwards, forwards compatible. And then eventually Hoplomachus Origins came a year and a half after that. So that kind of bookended our Hoplomachus series. So then we ended up with the 3 main games and a bunch of add-ons, and it was a beautiful, beautiful collection.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I think one thing that you'll kind of find as a common theme throughout this conversation is, if you weren't aware, back then, we all do this full time now. I had no knowledge of chip theory whatsoever at the time. I was just a kid, young professional working an office job back in those days. And you two, Josh and Adam, were doing this very, very much in your spare time.
Yes. So Josh and I both had full-time jobs as well. I come from a teaching background, and Josh is graphic design and a bunch of other things web-related. So, but we both ended up making these games using the midnight oil. That's what I say.
And so like the art, the graphic design, all of that was done on a shoestring budget. The art, if you're not aware of, in the original Hoplomachus series, is largely taken from royalty-free imagery from old paintings and things along those lines. Like, it was done on a shoestring budget with whatever you guys had access to, right?
Yeah. I think we call it public domain.
Right.
I'm not terribly familiar with all of that. So all of that is public domain, and we ended up. I think we commissioned the cover art for the boxes.
Right.
That was pretty much it.
Right.
So everything else was Josh, at midnight, just kind of
right.
putting the public domain art in a chip and then making it all kind of pretty. So.
Right. And so even you look at the brand of chip theory now, and we're known kind of as the premium component company, right? Everybody knows, like, a chip theory production, like that's top notch. You look at the Hoplo games, and they don't quite feel the same, right? Like that image of us as a company really started. It started a little bit with Hoplo Origins to a degree, but it really started with Too Many Bones. And so, one of the things that we're looking at with this whole conversation of what to do with Hoplo is really about kind of remaking Hoplo in the current company image and with the reputation that we've established moving forward. So,
I think it's fair to say that because that was our first series, Josh and I learned a few lessons along the way, both from, everything from a marketing standpoint. I think that Rise of Rome, we ended up only kickstarting for just a smidgen more than Lost Cities, and we did everything wrong. We hit launch, and then we actually went to a convention, and we asked people to back our game at a very small time convention, and we weren't available to communicate with any of our backers and so on and so forth. So I think from a mechanics and art and all of that, the game making standpoint, it's fair to say that we had a lot of maturing to do, and I think we kind of came a long ways through that series. And so looking back, it does make sense very much to redo Hoplo in the sense that maybe, I don't know if we should say, the Hoplo that we wanted to make if we had a larger budget. And thankfully, now we do. So we have a team, we have a wonderful artist who can now do all of the art for every single one of these gladiators, and that is super exciting.
And arenas too.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, let's talk about how we arrived here now with this conversation, talking to you about a Kickstarter that will be coming in 2021. Maybe take people through the conversations we all had internally about what to do with Hoplo. Because if you weren't aware, I mean, Hoplo, compared to Bones, compared to Cloudspire, has not historically sold super well comparatively. And again, part of that I think is the fact that it was your first game. It doesn't look quite the same as the other stuff. So we talked. We're finally coming to the end of a print run of Hoplo that is actually a couple of years old. And as that product has slowly sold out, and it's now mostly sold out worldwide, we had to decide what to do about it.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Thank you for sharing. First of all, I think that, so we had hit the reprint button a couple of times with this Hoplomachus game, and I think that one of the things that we, sorry, I'm drawing a blank, you had a couple of questions in there. So, I had so much to say.
I talked for too long.
Can you repeat?
Well, so talk about the decision to do what we're doing with Hoplo as opposed to just retire it.
Right. Okay, so again, Hoplomachus is, close, it's near and dear to Josh and I's heart, so we always talk about Hoplomachus every single week, every single month of every single year. So it's not something that we took lightly every time we hit reprint, and we always broach the subject of, okay, do we need to retire this, or do we need to do something more? So I think one of the most important factors that we need to consider is that again, as we said about making the Hoplo that we wanted to make, I think that deep down inside we wanted to relaunch and do what we ended up doing. The reasons, number one, rulebook. So rulebook work, Josh and I worked on that, and it's a great rulebook, but it could use a little bit of work. So that's something that is kind of a large undertaking. Now that we have Shannon, we have Andrew Navarro, we feel very, very confident that we can just hit it out of the park with a fantastic rulebook. I think, the art. I think so. All of the conversations that we've had about some of the solo mechanics I wanted to brush up on. I've always wanted to brush up on. I think we've had some great FAQs that have come up throughout the game that we wanted to address, and it's just, I think it got to the point where, okay. And by the way, so part of the sales part that you were saying is it started out slow because we're a company that's just slowly growing in terms of getting our brand out there. We aren't able to go into, well, at the time we weren't able to go into stores.
Right.
And now we've just chosen this business model. Every year our Hoplomachus sales essentially beat the previous year. And so it kept growing. But part of that is because people buy bones and then they discover Hoplo. And that gets us very excited too. And we didn't really put a lot of effort into marketing and selling Hoplo. I mean, imagine if Hoplo came out today with, the Too Many Bones or Cloudspire further. I think that's what really got us going. And so it was time. It was time to decide to do the remastered.
Yeah. So we talked about everything from doing a massively blinged out single box version of Hoplo only with existing content. We talked about doing alloy dice as the stock dice in the box just to blow people's minds. So there's a game that literally just comes with metal dice. We talked about and then just leaving it be. That's kind of where the conversation started with all this. And then we were like, Ricky Royal had an idea to do the Trials of Hercules potentially as a small Hoplo add-on. So then we started talking about that, and would that be a potential expansion that we released? Would it be included in this big box we were talking about?
So, yeah, I'd like to jump in on that. So Vicky Royal, if you don't know who he is, Box of Delights is his name on YouTube. So he's one of the prominent solo game reviewers in the UK. Vicky Royal has been communicating with us since virtually day one and professing his love for the game, and he's really what helped us
and
get Too Many Bones.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say. So he listed it as his Hoplo as his #1 solo game of all time, and I don't think any of us are sitting in this room today doing this without Ricky Royal
Exactly. I think
doing that
that
video.
was the first small snowball that started to pick up and get bigger and started picking up. So that's very, very good point. So Ricky, earlier this year, even maybe end of last year, he reached out. He said, "Adam, I need to make a little something for Haplo. It needs, like, he didn't want Hoplomachus to die. He wanted it to be revived again. He wanted fresh blood to be put in there, and he pitched an idea to me. I won't go into details what it is, but we went back and forth on additional Hoplo content, maybe. Like, if we were to decide to roll it out, what would it look like? And each conversation we ended up taking ended up growing and growing, and all of a sudden we were like, you know what, we need to make a solo online Hoplomachus game. And so Ricky is the biggest inspiration for why Hoplomachus Victorum will exist.
Yeah. So let's transition then to talking about Victorum, because Victorum is a solo-only standalone box.
Yes.
And that's a big decision for us. You know, we're known as a company that supports solo gamers big time, but we have never done literally just a box that is solo only.
Yes. So this will be new. First of all, so there's going to be so much content in this game. I mean, if you think, I don't know, I don't want to say Gloomhaven, or, just think about the amount of story that's going to go into this, that playing solo, we didn't want to make a game that felt distracted by, oh, does this work for PvP? Or, oh, is this cooperative? We wanted to give it a real shot to have a pure game in that respect. Mm-hmm. And I think that Victorum, what it does is it shines the spotlight on each individual hero that will be coming with Victorum. Mm-hmm. So that's very exciting. So now everything is going to be focused on this hero. This hero is going to be the customization part of the game, and there's going to be some sort of adventure where you're kind of growing your character, your hero, mm-hmm. and obviously they're within a faction, and there's going to be certain parameters that the hero can build themselves out within, and so that's very exciting.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things that you've probably noticed is that we have invested a ton into the lore and story behind our games post Hoplo. If you go back to the original Hoplo game, like there's a loose story framework associated with it, but it never really got fully fleshed out. So one of the things that we're doing with both the remaster and Victorum is really pouring into that. So you'll see a much more mythologically informed take on the Hoplo universe. Some of the factions like Machu Picchu and Carthage, and like if you look at the timeline we established with the original Hoplo universe, doesn't necessarily make a ton of thematic sense. So we have Ryan Howard going back, so he's done all the lore for Cloudspire. We have him going back and kind of tying that all together and making it make sense from a thematic standpoint. And in addition to that, we're looking at things like adding a lot more women fighters and gladiators, that kind of thing. We're looking at increasing the diversity of the cast of factions and making them, truly from different regions of the world in terms of race and nationality and all that kind of thing. So,
so Ryan Howard is the writer and staff, and he does amazing work. If you haven't seen it already, he's written the lore and the backstory for Cloudspire and a fair amount for Too Many Bones. He basically told Josh and I, this is what you have for Hoplo, it doesn't work. And so I was like, so tell me, and Ryan just went to work and wrote a couple of great pictures, and it really stood out what we should do based on Ryan's feedback. But Ryan has been hard at work crafting and making sure that everything makes sense and everything's spot on from a almost like a historical, mythological something standpoint. There will still be some, I don't want to say made up parts of it, but it will feel very real in that sense.
Yeah.
So this isn't just a flippant storyline or whatever that Josh and I did with the original Hoplo. So this is going to be very crafted and meticulously, yeah.
Yeah. So I think a couple other things that we'll cover quick, and we have a bunch of questions rolling in, and we definitely want to get to those because we want to talk about what you want to know. One of the big, we've said this publicly a little bit, but one of the big driving inspirations for Victorum has been our enjoyment here in the office of the video card game, deck builder, Slay the Spire. So, so we, looking at that, we're looking at Slay the Spire as at least an inspiration for the kind of solo framework, both in terms of the original remastered content, in terms of how we can tie that together into a unified framework rather than all these little one-off scenarios, but then also how we're developing the system that is going to drive Victorum.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so Slay the Spire is a card drafting game that you can get on Switch and
Steam, iOS.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's a fun little game if you're interested in something.
A fun little game that Josh Carlson may have spent over 400 hours playing so far. So
yeah, great point. Thank you. So Victorum will have, because it's going to be focused on the hero, and we're kind of going all in on the building the story side of things, and the hero obviously goes on his quest to slay the volcano. No, but yeah.
Shout out to Jason Miller.
Yeah. But so Slay the Spire has some very interesting simple choices in which you go left to right, and those choices are presented to you, and they help develop the story, much like Too Many Bones, where you have the encounter, but for Too Many Bones, there's only one choice. So
right.
This is what's next, and Slay the Spire will have some, options for you, and they will have a risk-reward element to it. You'll be able to get items and whatnot. So ultimately, having your eye out for those, what did you call it, relic type?
Yeah, there's relics and other things that you collect along the way that dramatically change the way that you're going to build, your deck in Slay the Spire. But we're talking about so we're talking about how we can do that in terms of changing the way your hero potentially, or traditionally in Hoplo that would be your champion, but how your hero functions. With equipment, with other units in your army potentially.
Yes, so there will be the recruiting and I'm calling it exiling right now of heroes, so that you craft your gladiators really.
Yeah.
That you craft your team, and it needs to be a tight knit team, because this is if you have too many of them, then you're gonna dilute your chances of getting specific gladiator that you're looking for, or equipment or tactic really.
Right.
So there's a bit of the Slay the Spire. I think on Discord everybody was talking about the PS2 game called
Gladius.
Gladius. So we played that. So there's a bit of the Gladius elements. So, and then obviously Victorum at its heart is still a Hoplomachus game. Mm-hmm. Everything you know and love about Hoplo is intended to and will be in the Slay the Victorum game. So. Yes.
So one last question: is Victorum going to be like a campaign-based game? Are we talking about? Is it more of like a sit down and play it once? Too Many Bones.
Yes. So again, Victorum is in its early development right now. So everything that we talk about today, in terms of detail, is not necessarily going to be at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
it's all subject to change, but
yes. So, to answer your question, which was what again?
Are we looking at a campaign, like a legacy campaign?
Yeah.
So one-off, like Too Many Bones.
Yes,
what are we looking at?
So in the, I should say playtesting, because we've kind of gone through the motions with this game already. There is sort of a Too Many Bones feel to it, in terms of there's a series of arenas. There's the story that's built in. So there's an end right there at the end of the session. I think that a lot of us are talking about, and we have a desire to make it into more of a true campaign, if you will. So an ongoing story over multiple days. And I think that that's definitely something that's on the table. And whether it's part of Victorum or beyond Victorum, that remains to be seen.
Right. We have the renown system in Cloudspire, which carries, from scenario to scenario. So looking at some of those types of elements, and even looking at the remastered content, you're not gonna play through all the remastered content in even a week. There's a ton of it in there. So we are looking at some of those things in terms of how can we turn it into a meaningful campaign.
Right.
We're not gonna come out and say it's gonna be like this. It's not necessarily gonna be Seventh Continent or Tainted Grail or anything along those lines even, but we're looking at how we can integrate some of those elements. Okay, we're going to jump to your questions, which is probably the main reason you're here, so sorry for talking at you for 24 minutes, but first question, will there be backwards compatibility with the original Hoplomachus?
Yeah, that is a great question, and that's the one that we all want the answer to right now. I think at the moment, it is in our hearts to really embrace the old game. I think what I was saying earlier about the designing of Victorum being with solo gaming only, we didn't want I don't want to say distraction of the PvP side of it, but that is the right word. I would also say it's true for the original Haplo. I don't want Victorum to necessarily be distracted by the original game. Mm-hmm. And while we want to make it forwards compatible, I can tell you right now it won't be backwards compatible.
Sure.
In terms of forwards compatibility, remains to be seen.
Yeah. And in terms of those of you who own old Hoplo content and moving forward with this new Hoplo content that we're developing, there's a chance that it will end up being, forward backwards compatible in a way, but we are not designing with that in mind. So if it ends up being backwards compatible, even through a little bit of home brewing in terms of changes in iconography or skills, alt attacks, that kind of thing, again, it will be, I don't want to say coincidental, but we're not using that as a limitation in our design process. We're trying to make the best Hoplo games that we possibly can, and so we're going to make whatever decisions serve that goal, not decisions that serve backwards compatibility, if that makes sense. All right, so this is a good question. How much of the simplicity of the game is going to be changed or removed?
Wow.
So that's an interesting opportunity to talk about the complexity of CTG
Thank you. That's
games.
a great question. So, one of the things we all love about Hoplomachus is that it's lighter than Bones and Cloudspire mechanically. There's something special and magical about that, right where that complexity is right now with the drafting and then letting the gladiators do their own thing and not having, a Bible of a rulebook behind it. I think, so the goal is to match the complexity. So I would actually say that we have, it would be fair to say, sorry I got distracted. Yeah, we have someone,
We have director's notes coming in from above the camera.
The complexity, right. So,
I think what we're looking to maintain the Hoplo system, right? Like the Hoplo system is simple at its roots. It's you have two abilities, usually on a gladiator, a little bit of movement, and then you have dice to roll, and that's really that's where the fun.
So So thank you. So there's my thought. So Victorium's gladiators may actually be simplified in a way. We're looking at trying to actually reduce the number of keywords initially, and then allow for the drafting of gladiators from remastered and or potentially the base game. But we're going to add a hint of, I don't want to say complexity, but unique customization side from the story, the development of the hero itself, because that's the star. So while it may sound like we're making it more complex, it's important to distinguish the two, that the story building and the customization part is not part of the gameplay. The gameplay will absolutely remain as simple as it is currently.
Right. one of the things we love about Slay the Spire is that the mechanics for that game are very simple at their core, but there's a million different ways to modify them. And frankly, that's what makes Bones interesting as well. The base combat in Too Many Bones is also fairly simple, but we add a million different layers on top of it to make it more complex and that kind of thing. But yeah, we very much want to keep the spirit of Hoplo combat exactly where it is, but add interesting choices and elements. Some of the things that make Bones and Cloudspire magical, we will certainly be layering a few of those things on top of it. But,
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so is this the start of a total reboot for Hoplo?
Wow. Show me the exact question. So, total reboot. I think that would be sort of a fair statement. I think that the remastered, we didn't want that to be necessarily the reboot side of it. I think remastered is more of taking what it is and making it what we wanted it to be, the original Hoplo. But I have a feeling that Victorum is really going to take off. I think people will love the solo element, the story side of it, and Victorum could definitely see some growth. But again, nothing is off the table for our company. So if Hoplomachus base game is just hot, we're definitely going to revisit that too. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I think it would be fair to say we have no plans beyond Victorum. Sure. This is not the beginning of a scheduled out six release, 6 expansion product line. However, it is very much a test to see can Hoplomachus, take its place on stage with our other big titles that sell very, very well. We think it can, we think it will, but right now Victorum is that's the stopping point for our plans anyway until we see how this stuff does.
Sure.
Yep. All right.
Here's the next one. What are the main changes in the OG Hoplomachus versus Hoplomachus Remastered was OG again?
Original.
Oh, the original Hoplo versus Hoplo Remastered. Okay. Beyond art updates and more solo, more folks. Okay, perfect. So really quick, it's important to note that Hoplo Remastered is not more solo focused. It's the same elements in terms of, we're going to see all of the classic bosses. We're going to see the classic titans. We're actually putting the Army of One expansion stuff into it currently. So Blaze Out, all of those add-ons, they're slated to kind of make the cut. Now it's true that we want to kind of fine-tune our chips, and so we're going to be, I like to call it trimming the fat of the game to make sure that the chips are all important and make sure that they have a role within the game, but it will very much be feeling like original Hoplo outside of the story, meaning we're retelling the cities. The cities won't even be the same.
Right.
The art, of course, and the rulebook is going to be smashing, and just.
Did you want to talk about potentially the new arenas, though? I think we should. We want to be honest, about some of this stuff. Yeah.
In the process of discussions, trying to fine-tune and I want to say perfect the collection, there's an opportunity to add a few more of the Origins arenas.
So the Origin size arenas, if you're not familiar, are the smaller arenas from Hoplo Origins, which is the smallest box. So yeah, we've got them right here. So
there's a chance that, so we have 3 out, Xanadu, Atlantis, and Eldorado, and by the way, those will get renamed for the remastered, but there are still going to be 7 factions planned, and each one of them, at least for Victorium, will probably have their own home arena. So if it's going to Victorium, we may decide to put it into remastered. So there will be a little new content in remastered.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. How much, again, we don't know. As we start to pull this stuff together, we will be making that more apparent. It's a good opportunity. I don't know if this has been asked yet because I can't see on the questions, but I think this is a good time to also talk about the projected price points for these items.
Sure.
Just so that you have an understanding of, if you're on the fence about jumping in on Hoplo, if you are super bitter with us and hate us for releasing a new edition and don't want to spend $300 again? What are we looking at for the price points on these new products?
So I think after looking at kind of a little bit of a downsizing and repurposing, repackaging, so it's important to know that we're trimming the rulebook count, the PVC count, the chip count will be going down a little bit, so not really a whole lot of stuff trimming, but the box.
Only one set of health is a big thing.
So we recognize that there are some eliminations in that regard. Funny enough, the gameplay is going to be very, very comparable. But I think that our goal was to aim for similar to Too Many Bones and Cloudspire. It could end up being closer to 150, but we're going to try and keep it in that same realm.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, and then for Victorum is not a small box by any stretch of the imagination. This is a full-fledged new Chip Theory release.
Yeah, I think so. What it's looking like right now is it's basically an undertow to the Hoplomachus game. It's a massive, massive box in terms of just the content anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I think that, again, it's going to end up being about half of what the Hoplo Remastered is. I'm just looking at the content. And so just know that it's going to be a very, very complete, and there's going to be a lot of content to be playing through. So.
Yep. Yeah. So we're aiming, again, in that undertow range of $75 to $85, depending on a whole bunch of factors. But that's the goal. We do have a history of scope creep at this company in terms of adding more content than we had originally planned, but that's very much the goal. That's very much the goal.
The Kickstarter price, probably.
Right, yeah. So we should also say that is the projected MSRP of these products, not necessarily the Kickstarter price. You know that we don't do Kickstarter exclusives, but we do often discount the price by a notable a notable margin on Kickstarter. So how many times can you say Hoplomachus in a row super fast?
Wow. Hoplomachus, 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 blah, 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 blah.
It was about 7.
7? Who?
7, yeah. I'm not going to try that on camera. I might try it on my own time later and let you know.
All right. That was fun.
We'll try it on Discord. Is Victorum looking like it will be played on a bigger map like Lost Cities, Rise of Rome, or more like Origins? This is a great question.
So again, early development. We're looking at all of the options. It's important to know that we don't want just this massive box, and working with neoprene is interesting and fun. I think what we're playing with right now for Victorum is we are, like I said, we're using the smaller arena type thing, but I think that Victorum may actually have a cutout of almost the same size of the arena itself as it's, if you're playing as Xanadu, on the Xanadu arena, you're going to have a piece of neoprene about this big, and it's going to go on your board here, and then it will probably be, at least at the moment, it's planned to be supported by sort of a world builder type. I have the Cloudspire sketch right now. We don't know what size or shape, but the idea is that with a small arena in play, you're going to have pieces that are part of the story, and your gladiator will end up setting foot on the arena, and that's when kind of the games start. And then you have sort of a conclusion to that as well. So I think that there will be a little bit of both.
Right. Yeah, I think one of the things that people have mentioned, people love Hoplo, but one of the things that gets mentioned occasionally as a criticism is just when I play through all of the content in Hoplo, like there's not a ton for me to go back to in terms of variability in the game. And so one of the things we really, one of the best things about any modular board really is that every time it can be different. We can ask you to draw things at random to build an arena. We can really change the scenario up on the player and make sure that it remains an endlessly replayable game. And that's part of building in some of the roguelike elements of Slay the Spire as well, is to make sure that you're not limited to just these pre-designed scenarios that we've thrown at you, we
That's
have a way to keep you engaged,
That's right.
to play through it multiple times for years to come. So
Yep. Exactly.
Will there be a Hoplo Trove chest?
I'm going to let you take that one.
So, again, this would largely depend on the success of this project. So, the Trove chest, in case it wasn't obvious from watching the video on those developments, that Trove chest has taken as much effort and development time as Splice and Dice did. Really, it's a massive undertaking from a structural engineering standpoint, from a thinking through user experience and organization and that kind of thing. I would not say no, we are not ever going to do a Hoplo chest, but again, the Hoplo Remastered edition is going to come in one box. At least that's the plan, unless we can't build a box strong enough to hold it. But it's going to come in one box, and then you're going to have Victorum on top of that, which in my mind, if we do our job right, won't require a Trove chest out of the gate. Now, if this does serve as a Hoplo relaunching point, and we do develop more content in the future, we could see that happening. Again, the response to the Trove chest has been magnificent and amazing. So we wouldn't say never. I don't think you'll see a Hoplo chest as a part of the Victorum Kickstarter in 2021, however. Yeah.
It is fair to say that it was our first venture into the Trove chest world. Much like we dove into minis and just try that out, and it just takes a little bit of extra effort up front when it's your very first type of product like that. So the next time we make a box, hopefully it would take not quite as much time as the Trove chest did, but that's the idea anyways, and hopefully it's well received. I love that Trove chest, man.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. So. Will Victorum keep the versatility of the original with how different each base game is as far as solo? I think we've touched on that a little bit. Again, that we've learned a lot about solo game development over the years, from the really structured puzzle nature of Cloudspire to the kind of roguelike inspired encounters of Too Many Bones. Sure. You've heard us talk about Slay the Spire and how that's informing a lot of our design process. So it'll be different. We're aiming to challenge the player in numerous different ways throughout their adventure in Victorum.
Yeah, versatility. That's an interesting word. For the original Hoplo series, I would actually call that maybe not as versatile as what Victorum will be, because you just have that arena, and then you've got your card, and it sets up where the gladiators go, and then it's go, which we love, and Victorum won't be too much different than that, other than the fact that it will have some more elements, and it will feel more story and traveling. Yeah.
You may see some more story-driven, objective-type gameplay. Again, you've seen that in Cloudspire at a very, very complex level on Cloudspire. So this would likely be simpler than that. But you've already seen us play with those objectives and how much that changes up the nature of a game. Whereas almost all of the Hoplo solo content that exists is really just about getting out there and killing stuff. So, yeah,
minus the dice, I would liken the customization and the route that you can take your hero in Victorum kind of like training a gear lock, in terms of it's not just dice, but it's the gladiators, it's the tactics, and it's the relics that are the part of the game. So,
equipment and all
so
that kind of
that
thing.
is the versatility piece for sure.
Yeah. Will Gilly cry and lose his other arm in the Kickstarter videos to come for Victorum? We're going to have to chop off one of my arms again at some point in the future. It's become legendary. Hopefully we can do it on on another really terrible infomercial or something along those lines. I'm not sure Hoplo lends itself to infomercial advertising, but we'll see.
Yeah, you've seen the cover art. It's just so mature and it's just
evocative.
So,
Yes. Gladiators are more likely to lose their arms in Victorum than I am, for whatever that's worth. All right. Will there be any #cured meats in Hoplo Remastered to help boost health? maybe we'll talk to Anthony about that.
So really quick, some of these jokes are coming in from yesterday. So if you're just joining us today, sorry about the inside jokes. But anyways,
That's your motivation to get on Discord and join our conversation.
Regarding losing an arm, I think we replay that little game to pick a game ad throughout the day. So you'll see it if you haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we've kind of answered that one already. This is a good one. How many units will you control in Victorum, and will that vary?
Wow. Yes. Early development. It's not too different from original Haplo. I think that because there's a hero component, and that will kind of end up being the star, but it won't necessarily start on the map. It will still be a squad tactics-based game. So I think it's fair to say it won't be terribly different. There will be a few of your guys, a few of their guys. You've still got everything that we love about Haplo in terms of positioning, a couple of talents, and some of those beautiful, beautiful dice that we all love. If you haven't seen these dice before, this is part of the attacking of Haplo, if you will. Each gladiator had a custom lineup of whatever color dice that they got to roll. The black one being a 5 out of 6 chance to hit, all the way down to the yellow 2 out of 6 chance. So when they rolled it, they ended up counting the number of hits and doing that much damage. So while Haplo is very much a skill-based game, this is the luck element that we wanted to just have just a hint of that.
There's luck, but it's calculated odds, right? You know what your odds are when you get in range. So different attacks have different odds. Yeah. Okay. I love the solo trials and how you have to go down a step if you lose twice. Will there be something similar in Victorum, maybe even a full-on campaign?
Wow. Actually, at the moment, the way I have this visioned is going to be a yes. I think that as far as the campaign part goes, when you're choosing your options, similar to the Slay the Spire type thing, if you choose a tough one, expect to have a tough chance to win. But if you lose that, then your next option, you're going to have to try and maybe take a step back and do something easier, because there needs to be a losing element to the game, and at the moment what really works well is a back-to-back arena loss.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I like that idea. We'll definitely explore other options too, but thank you for pointing that out. I'm glad it's well received.
Yeah. What parts of Hoplomachus, TLC, Rise of Rome, Origins, expansions will be in the remastering? Adam kind of touched on that a little bit already. Really what we're looking to do is as little changes to content as possible. Again, we've talked about, kind of reincorporating existing solo content into a meaningful framework, so it's not so siloed, I guess is what I would say. And again, we want to add more theme to it. But in terms of actual gameplay content, we're looking at trimming the fat. That's an ambiguous way of saying if a unit doesn't quite serve a purpose, or if there's too many of that unit. We may not need every faction in the game to have 65 archers and that kind of thing anymore. But by and large, it's going to include all of the existing Hoplo content, save for, again, a few things that we would consider to be trimming the fat.
Yeah. If we had to throw a number out there, I would actually say 95% of Hoplomachus will still be there. It's just going to be with the different art and the different things that we're touching on.
Yeah. Will the remaster have all the same play modes? Yes. And I would also mention that the remaster, because it's all in one box, should allow us to say and advertise that it is 2 versus 2 right out of the box, which we can't do on existing Hoplo content because you need to have Rise of Rome and Lost Cities in order to play that mode.
Yes.
Is future Hoplo going to be more asymmetrical than
great question. Victorum, we talked about it being hero-based and customization, so just by that alone, it will feel very unique. And asymmetrical implies that there's an opposite side to it. It's not a versus game, so in that way,
Victorum specifically,
asymmetrical is the right word, but certainly it's going to feel like, a Too Many Bones character in the way that you just kind of find yourself doing something different than any other game that you've played. Yeah.
Right. We are not, we continue to say, though, we are not interested in turning Hoplo into Too Many Bones. We are not interested in turning Hoplo into Cloudspire. I mean, and both of those games have some really wild, asymmetric things that are happening. To that end, no. We want to very much retain the spirit of Hoplo, which is like...
Very good point.
Yeah, easy to learn out of the box. Nothing that's going to, take an hour for you to wrap your head around.
Absolutely, yeah. So, yeah, thank you for pointing that out. The volatility is definitely going to be turned down, way down for Hoplo. It's going to feel like, I say, a breath of fresh air, because it's going to feel so different from any other game, even though some of the similar mechanics may find their way in because they're good. It's still going to feel like Hoplomachus.
Yeah, I don't want to keep coming back to Slay the Spire over and over, but when you start your game in Slay the Spire, you have attack and you have defense for the most part, depending on the character that you're playing. And the complexity gets layered onto your character as you add additional cards to your deck.
Yes.
But you don't, to sit down and play Slay the Spire, I could explain it to you in 5 seconds. Getting good at it and knowing how to build your character is a totally different thing. Whereas with Cloudspire, by example, if you sit down not knowing how to play your faction in Cloudspire, you're going to be like, you're going to need to study your reference sheet for 15 minutes to even begin to understand all the strategic layers that you have at your disposal, which is really cool in its own way. But with Hoplo, again, it's the easiest CTG game to teach. It's the easiest one to pick up and play, and we really want to maintain that as much as we can.
Really quick, we're running out of time. We can do the last 2 questions that we have here.
We have an extra 8-minute. We have an extra 8-minute buffer, though. So yeah, we've got a
we'll
little
do the
bit.
last 2 questions, and then we'll wrap it up. You guys, these questions are fantastic. Oh wow,
Yeah,
there's a whole lot. Let's take a second. I'll let you scan. For
I'm going to answer. I'm going to rapid fire through these as fast as I can.
Absolutely.
All right. So somebody asked, will Ricky Royal be a part of the design team in some way? That's more up to him. He's certainly a huge Hoplo fan, and he's made suggestions to us that we take under consideration. Last time we checked, he didn't have time to do any full-time design on this project, but we're certainly not opposed because Ricky's...
Yeah, I've talked to Ricky. He definitely wants to be maybe a little bit a part of the process, and he wants to play it with us, and I'm definitely going to be seeking him for feedback and whatnot, but as from a designer capacity, I think he's got his plate full. Ricky is working on some designs, so yeah.
Check out Renegade from Ricky if you haven't. As a regular player of Too Many Bones, how does Hoplo compare in terms of learning curve and complexity? We've already said it's a lot simpler as a whole. There's certainly elements that you'll recognize from our other games, but it's much simpler. Do you create your hero, or you just use from pre-created ones?
Sure, yeah. So the game will come with, a small number of heroes. I want to say, 7-ish, give or take. You get your starting hero, which is part of a faction, and so you'll have your starting few chips that go with it. And then the creation part comes from the customization as your hero grows and matures and becomes a better combatant. So you'll have your starting set, and then you'll grow into something else.
Yep. Will we see some deck building mechanics in Victorum? Maybe bag building, army building?
Yeah, so that's where the gladiators, you're going to, maybe if you wanted more attackers rather than defenders, you can exile a defender, recruit an attacker, a tactic can come in or go. So again, small, tight knit, but you'll have pretty good control over what your chips are, which is really cool.
Will there be modular tiles included or static arenas? Right now we're playing with both options, but planning for some modular arenas. You heard us talk about that a little bit. With Victorum, are they planning, they being us, on continuing the game with community events monthly? I love that idea, for the record, and actually had something drafted up to that end for Bones that, again, just being the small team that we are, we haven't had enough time and energy to really embrace that. I love the idea. I'm not promising it, but we would love to do something like that in the future. Will you be able to carry over your hero from Victorum to the new Hoplo Remastered somehow? Especially if you created a house like in Gladius and being able to bring it into the remastered side of things.
Right. So we are looking at that. That's a great idea. It's right now in the idea bin to make it backwards compatible from Victorum. But yes.
Yeah, so again, backwards forwards compatibility between Victorum and Remastered is kind of we're taking a wait and see approach to that. Got a couple minutes left. I'm trying to get through as many. Oh, we're almost to the bottom. Okay. Will there be new premium health? Count on it, and you need it. How will the AI work for Victorum? Is it going to go toward Titan cards or simpler things in between? Probably depends on the scenario. With the AI, I know Titans tend to be people's favorite for the most part. Hoplo solo content, so we'd be foolish not to lean into that as we develop the AI for some of these new things. Will pieces like minis, or will we do minis for Hoplo? Andrew Navarro wants us to, but as of right now, we are not planning on that. We will see. And then, will my alloy dice still be viable with the new release? Again, we're not planning for it, but possibly. Are we keeping crowd favor in the remastered version? Certainly. Victorum.
Yeah, Victorum's looking like there's going to be something like that. Crowd favor was kind of a resource management thing. So something similar, yes.
Would people who got a strategist pledge get Victorum only or both remastered game and Victorum? That is something we're discussing internally. I'm not going to make any promises either way on that. We are discussing it internally right now. And do you have an idea of when the Kickstarter will be in 2021, even in the general time frame? The goal is spring. We have a huge potential project being lined up that lines up with a license for fall of 2021, and so we got to get this one out in the spring and get it done so that we can move on to that other huge, and I can't emphasize enough how huge it is, project that we can't talk about yet because there's literally no ink on any contract yet. But
yeah, it's fair to say that we're really doubling down on our efforts to, put more and more team time, efforts into getting these games out on time. So yeah.
And then the last question is other translations for Hoplo. It continues to be something that we're looking at across the board with all of our games, and a lot of the viability of that depends on sales and interest. Right. So I won't say no, but I will also say that right now we're not planning on that. It will at least at initial release it will be English only. That's everything that we've got, and we went 5 minutes over. Thank you all for all of your questions. I hope this was informative. I hope it was entertaining. I think everybody's going to love what we're coming out with for this game. We're excited about it, and I think you will be as well. So stay tuned for more content coming your way. I know I'm hosting trivia in about an hour. I'm not 100% sure what's in the interim. I'm going to eat some lunch, let my voice rest. I'm going to hydrate.
Did Smash Burger arrive yet?
Yeah. It did. Oh, it has.
Woo!
All right. I'm going to go eat lunch. I'll see you all in an hour for trivia. Stay tuned. Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Hi Not Board Gamers and welcome back to Not Board Gaming. I'm your host, I'm Mark. Now this episode is brought to you in conjunction with my very good friends at Chip Theory Games for Gen Con Online, and in this particular episode we're going to be speaking about a game which is both an expansion to and a standalone game from Too Many Bones. That's right, in this episode we're going to be talking about Too Many Bones Undertow, the kind of sequel to Too Many Bones, but you can mix and match everything from Undertow in with your base game of Too Many Bones. When Too Many Bones was released and everybody fell in love with it, there's a reason it's the number 61 game in BGG's kind of top 100 games, none amongst us thought, I know what this game needs. It's more water-based battles. But, you know, in typical Chip Theory fashion, they knew exactly what we needed. And the guys at Chip Theory released Undertow as this, as I say, standalone and expansion to Too Many Bones. And most of your battles are going to take place on a raft on the water. On the water, you say? Surely that is going to change absolutely everything. And you know what? You're kind of correct, because when you open your box of Too Many Bones Undertow, you're going to be greeted with a new battle mat, a double-sided battle mat, because some of your encounters will take place on land, some of them will take place on the raft, and the battle mat allows you for that. You're also going to be greeted with 2 new gear locks as well that come in the form of Stanza, who's this kind of lute-playing, guitar-playing gear lock, and Duster with her faithful friend Nightshade, and they make a winning combination as you send them out to battle against the various baddies and the 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. That's right, there are 5 new tyrants that come with Undertow. Did you think you'd had enough and you'd beaten all of the 7 tyrants in the base game of Too Many Bones? Ha! Let's give you 5 more tyrants and a whole wealth of new challenges for you to overcome. So these 5 new tyrants come in the form of Nobulus, Barnacle, Volkesh, Colossum and the Goblin Queen, and they come with a variety of different lengths of game for you to provide you with a completely different challenge. And the best bit is, you can absolutely mix all of these in with your Too Many Bones base game to expand your Too Many Bones adventure. But of course, it's Chip Theory Games, and providing you with a new environment to play in, a new battle mat and 2 new gear locks and 5 new tyrants just wouldn't be enough. So what they've done is they've included as well some brand new 3-point baddies, and these 3-point baddies come in 2 colours depending on whether you are battling your baddies on land or on your raft. The 3-point baddies that you battle on land are various types of mechs, and the 3-point baddies that you battle while you're on your raft are the Krelm, and the Krelm will try to eat your raft from around you, making you almost fall into the water and suffer a terrible drowning fate. Of course, it's a Chip Theory Games Too Many Bones franchise game, so there are the wonderful heat transfer dice that you get in the game as well, and these look absolutely fantastic. Not only does each gear lock get its own arsenal of dice, but you have separate dice for the tyrant dice, and of course you have all of the dice that would allow you to use Too Many Bones Undertow as a purely standalone experience. Of course, along with the wonderful weighted chips and the beautiful die-cut neoprene mats and the wonderful heat transfer dice comes a wealth of cards for the tyrants, for the encounters, for your
Everybody, welcome. Most of you probably saw the teaser graphic come up, but if you head over to chiptheorygames.com/burncycle, you can see what we have to say about our upcoming game for this fall, launching on November 10th. Originally scheduled for November 3rd, but that's election day, and that's not a great plan. So, November 10th, Burncycle will be live on Kickstarter, the next new IP and big box title from Chip Theory Games. So, welcome everybody. I'm Josh Welgus. You may know me as Gilly. I'm here in separate offices, properly socially distanced, with Josh Carlson there in the middle, lead designer on this project, and Andrew Navarro, our studio director, to talk about this upcoming game. Yeah. So I'll let these guys say hi, and then I think we'll kind of let we'll let Andrew Navarro, Andrew, you can jump into just a little bit about the theme and the art development and kind of what's been going on behind the scenes with this title.
Cool. Well, hello, everybody. Yeah, do you want to say hi first, Josh?
No, it's all good.
All right. Okay, yeah, so Burncycle is the new game we're going to be bringing to Kickstarter in November. This is something that that we've been working on for, like, Josh has been working on this for quite a while. So I was brought on board earlier this year and started talking about it more, trying to bring it to life. And so I'm excited to talk about the lore, which is one of the most fun things for me about this project so far, and a little bit about the art style and how we landed on the promo image that you're seeing on the website. Hopefully, you can check it out. I don't know if you're even listening to me right now. You might be reading that page. But so I'll start with the premise, with the lore. So this game takes place in the future, in the far future. It has some cyberpunk overtones to it, for sure. It takes place in a world where, say, about a few hundred years from now, human beings create sentient AI, and then shortly thereafter, humans go extinct. And then there's a blissful 500-year period on Earth where there are no humans and there's only robots and nature, and they clean up the Earth, make it habitable again, and then they have the bright idea to bring humans back to life. So they do. And this game is set 200 years after that event. So the robots have brought humans back, and the humans, in their great wisdom, have retaken the Earth from the robots, and in their gratitude for the robots bringing them back into existence, have oppressed the robots and are making their lives generally miserable. So in this game, which Josh will get into more when he talks more about the gameplay, you'll be taking on the role of robots working against what amount to monolithic, ethically dubious corporations and their leaders, and essentially fighting for your freedom as a people, as a robot people, against your evil human oppressors. So I think that's a pretty fun premise. Ryan Howard is the lead on the lore for it, and I was talking to him a lot this afternoon. We're still throwing around a lot of ideas about the world and how deep we want to go with the detail and the nuance. But personally, I'm really excited about it. I think it's a fun twist on a pretty well-worn genre, the kind of the future cyberpunk big corporation genre. So I'm really excited about that. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that, Josh, before I move on talking about the art?
Only thing would just be kind of the original vision of it was inspired by all of these kind of dramatic, like sci-fi, retro sci-fi visuals of like a giant robot standing and like a human cowering behind something, and the whole idea of that was just really compelling. I just wanted to flip the script on it and see if we could pull that off. So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, cool. Well, so, like, you queued it up perfectly, because the first image that I'd like to bring up, Heather, if you could bring that up, is is some of the inspiration behind it, and that image is present there, where you can. So this slick collection of images is really the art. We looked at a lot of like really awesome, kind of pulpy sci-fi artwork that Josh was pulling up and was really inspired by, and there's some really cool, some really wild stuff. This is definitely not the wildest group of artwork that we looked at, but these are the art pieces that really informed the promo image that you see on the website.
And I think the one that's showing right now is actually our first comps.
Oh, okay.
So Yeah. I'm just seeing it now. There's a bit of a delay, so
I see.
But there's another one that is like the art that you're referencing.
Yeah. So maybe we can get to it. But there's that piece that Josh was talking about there of the human cowering with this giant robot at the threshold of this cave. Was really I think that's really that key piece of art. And what I pulled away from that as from art direction standpoint was that stark contrast there between like that vibrant color and a lot of those deep blacks, and pulled a lot of that into the promo image. And then we were looking at robots too. Like a big thing that we talked about was trying to make, since you'd be playing the robots against humans, it was very important for us for the robots to feel like you could relate to them, like they're actual, like maybe more human than the humans themselves. So we were kind of looking at different robots designs and stuff, and then that crazy walker with the guy in the bubble, which is pretty awesome. And then the last piece that kind of pulled it all together was a more modern piece, which is this piece of this astronaut here, which is kind of like this heavy ink look with like a really vibrant color underneath with a little more variety in it. It's very reminiscent of a lot of artwork that I see out in Eastern Europe, Eastern European illustrators, in the Witcher 3 video game and those the loading screens. It's a very similar style to that. So after that, I put together some rough compositions and then throw them to Josh. So Heather, you could bring those up. Maybe those are the ones that you guys saw already. With the robot cowering on the left there, and then I had an idea of doing like a CD burner kind of thing, and then another one that was trying to really try to put the robots in like a very vulnerable position. And I think interestingly, I think all these things kind of combined into the final, so that after some conversation, the next piece that you'll see is like the final comp that I put together to give to Anthony as a jumping off point for his artwork. So you can see kind of how all of them came together. One robot became two robots kind of hanging out underneath a giant server stack with a very ominous mech there looming over them. And then it went to Anthony. So, and I think it's worth mentioning that, like, as we were talking about this, I think a lot of what I was thinking is like maybe we could maybe work with a different artist for this. But then we're like, well, let's just see if he gets inspired by it, see what he does. And he was amazing. Yeah. So we went back and forth a lot. These are just a couple images. We probably had maybe like 4 or 5 total like back and forths where he'd submit some stuff, we'd move some things around. So you can kind of see a little bit of the evolution from the robots to being more simple, very plain, and a robot on a laptop, which Josh was like, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So. So you see on the next image how we moved the screen to the robot's arm, put a lot more detail into the robots, made them a lot more straight lines and planes, making them look more like they're made out of metal and pressed steel, and brought more detail into the mech itself. And then the final image with the final logo that you can see there. So. Melanie put together that logo. I think it looks fantastic, and that was the one thing that came from that CD and that burning CD image was this kind of off register effect that I wanted for that logo, and I think that turned out pretty nice. Oh, really nice actually, pretty nice. It was too soft. But so this is the final image. I really, personally, I'm really pleased with it. I hope that you guys like it, and I was really blown away by Anthony's versatility because this is really unlike anything that I've seen him do, and the fact that he was very gung-ho about it and very receptive to it and inspired by it, I think was really exciting to be a part of that process. So. So yes, that's the crash course in the lore and in the look of the game. We'll see how that look translates to the game itself, but I'm excited to see it through.
That's
That's
fantastic.
That's what I got.
Yeah, I'm gonna JC. I'm gonna throw it to you for a second, just so everybody's aware. I think my headset the battery's about to run out on it, so I'm gonna really quick look for a USB adapter for it so that I can charge it. But JC, if you want to start talking about kind of just the overview of the gameplay for burncycle, and I'm gonna grab a charger quick.
Yeah, that sounds good. So yeah. Just starting out here, I just want to cover, this is a Q&A, like we will open it up for some questions near the end, but we wanted to kind of plow through a bunch of aspects because a lot of the questions that probably will come in, we might end up answering. So I just wanted to cover some of the inspiration and some of the mechanics behind burncycle, and we're working with some really old components. I think we mentioned that earlier. We're still waiting on prototypes. This is not a how to play burncycle by any means. I just wanted to touch on a little bit higher level, based on the time that we have, the mechanics that we're toying with, working through, testing, all of that. So again, this is a game that is co-op. So you're playing a robot or multiple robots, which we'll get into. And you're trying to get into one of these corporations. There's going to be 4 corporations currently that we're working through, and you're getting in, and then you're getting to an exit. And so part of the game is getting in and getting to the place where you're trying to go based on a drawn objective. But then a lot of the game is actually about getting out as well. So it gets kind of interesting in that way. The first thing I wanted to address was the mat. So this is going to be what we're working through right now, and what we're trying to see how well it plays is a large neoprene mat that kind of serves as the corporation, but it's a nameless corporation at this point. And so before I flip this over, imagine a big outline of a building, and you might see a street corner on 2 sides, but then it's literally just like blue carpet or whatever. It's the office floor. It could be any color, I guess, but it's on a grid, a square grid, and then you're taking bits of neoprene that symbolize each of the rooms, and you're setting those in various places on that neoprene, and that's actually making the building, that floor of the building. And so the void, the spaces that end up being the void of what you've placed are the halls. So this is all printed on here right now, but the whole idea is that you'd have pieces of neoprene that are being laid down, and those are covering up, starting to cover up the blue carpet. And after you get enough of them, you've got an entire building layout with all sorts of different rooms, and the halls again are the voids created. And so those are where a lot of the action is going to take place, especially for the guards. And so each corporation is going to have a different layout. The corporation is going to have a set of floors, and you're kind of trying to progress through that corporation. A little bit more on just some generals with this. Definitely solo. Definitely there's co-op up to 4 currently. We'll be testing like 2v2 strike teams as well. That might be a little bit of a co-op competitive feel to it. But right now we're wanting to make sure that we've got the solo and co-op locked down pretty good. We've got campaign built in is the idea, and it would be based on the corporation that you're facing. As far as like the depth level of this game that we're going for, I would say it's lighter than Bones in terms of like the understanding of each bot, how they work, how they function, but like equally challenging in terms of the strategy to complete and successfully win the game. And there's a major replayability component that I'll get into here. But this is a new kind of game for us because the the object isn't like, you're not necessarily dealing with health. It's a lot more about like combat as a last resort. So you're literally trying to sneak into this building, break in, unlocking doors, hiding out in offices, letting guards pass, creating distractions for guards to go check out so that you can get the rest of your team navigated through this floor into the rooms that they're trying to get into, server rooms and all sorts of things. And like the strategy comes from how you manipulate those rooms and how you manipulate the guard routes accordingly. And so there's everything from terminals that you're hacking into that would either allow you to unlock doors or actually spy on like the intercom system or spy on with the security system, different rooms to show your team if there's guards or if there's a loot crate or some type of an equipment crate or other terminals that you can access. And every room has those terminals, or most rooms have terminals that you can access, but once you've accessed them, the corporation is basically ever evolving, learning, identifying the access that you just made to the system and shutting it down. So there's limited opportunities to get information or modify the level, and therefore you have to use those sparingly and at the right times. But yeah, the objectives that you have are also changing. You have a floor objective, and then you have the overall objective, which I think Josh will get into a little bit. But I wanted it to be something where the corporation and the CEO or the boss that you're ending up going up against were kind of one and the same. They're connected. And so for the example, we have Grimace here, but then that corporation hires a security detail, and that detail is drawn at random. So you may go up against a building or a corporation that's known for it increases its threat level way faster than the other corporations. But then the security detail that you drew is Crucible and his security forces, and they have their own personalities as well. So the two of those combining make for a really interesting scenario that's very replayable, even though you're going through kind of a campaign mode, or that's one of the ways to play it. So that's kind of something we're really excited about. We're figuring out. The guards themselves are chip based. They have routes, and those routes are specific to that type of guard. So some guards are going to go on a specific path and then turn around and return. Some guards will roll a die at every single open hallway, and you don't know where they're going to go. They might turn around and go back the other way. They might take a left, keep going forward. There's others that are made to just stay stationed outside a door, and the only way they're going to leave their post is if they hear an alarm triggered elsewhere, and so you're literally kind of luring them away from their post, and so another part of your team can get in. But let's so that just touches on the guards, the rooms, some of the things that we're trying to do with this. Again, it's stacking here. The rooms are sitting on top of the base layer of neoprene, and so it becomes kind of 3D very quickly. We have crates that go in the rooms and that reveal potential equipment. Those are another 3D aspect that we're toying with. And then we'll likely bring in the bots themselves, which will be starting outside the building in different points. Right now we're working with and just seeing chips versus some type of a mini for the heroes themselves. But you're working together. So each bot, at least in this iteration, each bot brings very specific skills. I'd equate it to more complex than like a Hoplo unit, but way less complex than like a gear lock. What's interesting about these robots is that if this bot brings a specific primary skill that is toss, for instance, that toss, depending on the campaign, might allow a bot to throw a detonator to a teammate, or roll a smoke grenade down the hall, or toss a key card to, under a door or something like that. And so toss in and of itself becomes varied in the ways you intend to use it from scenario to scenario. Probably even more important than their primary and secondary skills, these bots are bringing specific actions to the team. So this ties in a little bit with the theme. The idea would be that the humans have basically tried to oppress the robots and put bookends on what they can do. And so every robot is bringing 3 different types of actions: a physical, tactical, utility, and then I guess there's specials as well. But and they have certain amounts of those that they're bringing to the team. And those are right now controlled by chips, or specified by chips. But then your teammate, if they're bringing their bot to the table, they are contributing a set of actions as well. And then you'll have a community bot, which is controlled by any one player. So any player that's on their turn, they can move their own bot, or they can move the community bot. And that gives you a little bit more versatility. If this person, if you really don't want to move your robot and you want to hack a terminal instead, but you have a bunch of physical actions, you don't want those to go to waste. So then you can control the community bot and move that along a path instead of this one, and use your utility or your tactical actions for this robot. So again, it's splitting up those actions appropriately. Your turns and the guards' turns are all intertwined, and so you have to be careful with when you're moving your robots and how you're moving them, how exposed you're leaving them, kind of figuring the guards' routes and when their turns are going to happen. I'll just jump to a couple other things here. The bot's character mats are much more simplified than the idea of bones, but each robot will have their own character mat where they're increasing some of their basic skills. The idea I think we're toying with right now is that we have a primary and secondary skill for each robot, and then a programmable skill that can potentially be unlocked during a game or chosen through progression within the floor. There's a lot more here, but I'm going to throw it over to Josh to talk a little bit more about like game progression and where that comes into play. If you have your headphones worked out.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
All right.
Those look good on you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so special shout out to Shannon for letting me borrow her wired headset real quick. I tried plugging my wireless one in, and it completely dropped my Bluetooth connection, so that was exciting. Anyway, let's talk about progression in this game and a few of the things that make it unique. So one of those things is that, as Josh mentioned, you're progressing through a building. So there's going to be multiple floors of this building, and not only are you completing objectives on each floor, but then you need to make your way to the exit, and it's not really an exit, it's actually like a staircase to the next floor. And as you progress through the building, your threat is going to continue to grow, the types of enemies you're going to encounter are going to change, the room layout is going to change, etc., etc. So and one of the things that is really cool, I think, about this game, and that we mentioned on the landing page a little bit, is that you're not just being pursued through the building in physical space. You are also being pursued by the we're calling them CEOs for now, but think of a tyrant. Think of how a tyrant flavors a game of Too Many Bones, right? So you have specific special encounters that are going to get shuffled into your deck that might affect the final battle. They might just be thematic in terms of the types of things that tyrant can do, the types of baddies that they normally can bring to the table. Well, these CEO bosses are much the same, in that they're going to be trying to lock you down on the network, as well as have their physical guards lock you down in physical space inside the building. So, and the way that they're going to do that is different for every boss, for every CEO. So those types of things, they're going to be tracking you. They're going to be, modifying the types of actions you're able to take with certain characters. They might be limiting your movement. They might be limiting your access to certain, whether it be the security cameras or whether it be the defense mechanisms that the building has, et cetera, et cetera. So there's this kind of cat and mouse chase both in physical space and in digital space. And I can't say too much more about that right now because we're testing a bunch of different methods for how that might look. But it's this dual threat. And the other thing that does is, you may be, the bots that you bring with with you as a player, they might be really, really tailored to helping your team in the digital space, or they might be really tailored to helping your team in the physical space. And there's a really interesting dynamic between trying to keep the right bots in the right place. You don't want the bot who's really good at operating on the network and operating the security cameras to be going up against a heavily armored, human mech suit. Instead, you want to have them very, very much in the shadows with quick access to terminals and things along those lines. And throughout the entire game, then, you are managing what we're calling the threat level. And with every single action that you take, the threat level is going to be increasing throughout the game. But other things may increase your threat level faster. And for example, if you're engaged with a guard or the security system or what have you, when your turn begins, your threat level is going to increase by 2 instead of 1. If you're spotted, your threat level is going to go up an additional 2 points. If an alarm is triggered, if another guard spots an unconscious guard that you forgot to drag away and put away, your threat level is going to constantly increase. So those types of things are going to dramatically change how the scenario is playing out, both in terms of how much they can track you down and attack you, how much they can lock down your programming actions, what types of things you can do on the network, etc., etc., etc. But once you've accomplished your goal in a given floor, then you're trying to go up to the next floor, and then the state of the network, because really the CEO is the one that's kind of trying to track you on the network. The state of that network, when you get all the way to the top of that building, is going to affect how difficult your final encounter with that CEO is. So you might be a pro at managing everything in the physical space. You may be a tactics master when it comes to avoiding the guards and grabbing the intel that you need and finding the key cards and opening the doors and shutting everything down. But if you are a hack at hacking, get it? Sorry, dad jokes. But if you're terrible at managing your network and you're terrible at managing, everything that's going on in the digital space, you may find yourself in a very, very precarious position when you make it all the way to the top and fight that final battle or have that final encounter, so to speak. So, and so Josh also mentioned, so we're looking at a modular board right now, not like Cloudspire with it all interlocking together, but we're looking at a one big map, on the table that kind of serves as a blank slate of hallways. And then the modularity in the game is going to come from these rooms that you overlay on top of that bigger map. And what that's going to do is it's just going to create different building layouts. So, your security room may go in different places on every floor with different layouts. And then the space in between becomes your hallways. And those hallways are what, the guards and you will be navigating and sneaking in and out of and trying to hide through. So I think that's kind of the basics of what I was going to cover. Yeah,
that's a good overview. I think the only other thing I'll mention when you get to the final encounter is the story is going to be setting this up that the leaders of these corporations are like literally plugged in to the building itself, and so it's not so much a battle of health as it is a battle of like disconnecting that leader from its equipment, its the building and whatnot. So as you're able to kind of unplug him literally, him or her, we want that to be like the success, the key to success of winning that. And so that could be from a number of different things. That could be getting to specific terminals in that final space, and it could potentially rely just as much on your hacking as on your ability to navigate physically around the space and do what you need to do. So again, I think we want it to be something where even when you're playing a campaign, it's a completely different game each time, because again, the surveillance that the rooms provide, like, you don't know what is in a room in any given game until you roll the die that exposes what's in that room. So it might be an NPC, it might be a crate of equipment, it might be a guard or multiple guards that are all in that room for some reason. So the hacking that surveillance is really important, but again, by doing that, you might literally be giving up the ability to unlock a door that your teammate needs to go through, or like hacking the comms to pull someone away from a post. All of those things are, or from just sheer gaining XP through a terminal access that'll allow your bot to tap into his secondary skill or their learnable skill. So lots of options, lots of different tactics to come at the same objective, or fulfilling that same objective. And yeah, ultimately, you're trying to get through all of these rooms. And as the threat level rises, it's bringing more and more guards to the table. So your threat is basically a timer for the game. And if you let it climb too fast, you're gonna get overwhelmed, and you're basically gonna lose from just that. But there's ways to lower threat, and that also happens through terminals and through other ways in the game. So. The threat meter is kind of that overall thing that's following you throughout the game, and it's setting up the basis for the next floor. And that's another thing that I'll just mention is, at least right now, we're trying to make it so that one game could be played on a single floor, and that would be a nice contained session that gets you to the exit or the stairway. And then if you want to go for a longer session, you could go and play the next floor. But over the course of three floors, it would take you to the top. We're experimenting with game lengths right now. We want to see how that feels before we commit to anything specifically. But that's one of the things we're looking at, is that there's enough to do on a single floor to fill an hour's worth of time. So like we're looking at how we want to, do we want to pack that so that you get to the top in one session? I think that would be really good. But then we don't want every floor to feel too light. So we're figuring all that out, and that's why we're hesitating on saying too much at this point. But that progression feels really cool, because then you just clear that floor, you set up the next one, and it's always, you're trying to reach the top. So I think let's hit some questions. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, absolutely. So I will mention I don't have the director's notes doc. I don't have access on my computer, so I'm going to rely on you actually to read the questions. But
sounds good.
Yeah, I'll also say, if you're noticing a theme again, this all of our games have been, not all of them, but most of our big box games have been really, really combat focused, and really what we're trying to do in this game is lean away from that a little bit and try something different. So this is very, very unique in terms of what we have done with genres. So let's start hitting some questions.
It reminds me of my references are always video games. Shows you like where I came from, but like an old game called Thief, where it was just as if not more important to like take care of the people that you knocked unconscious and like bring them into a dark alley or whatnot, and like you're as it was to incapacitate that specific guard or whatnot. So that the same is true here. Like if you manage to knock out a guard, and then you take off and you get to the exit with the rest of your team, that guard, because he's left in the open, is going to negatively affect your threat. Like, it's going to increase your threat. So not taking the time to like deal with and hide and cover up your tracks will affect the game. So yeah, it's just a kind of a neat.
And I think too that like something that we've also like talked about is like it's not that you're 100% really trying to avoid conflict necessarily, but it's a little bit more interesting and nuanced and almost more mousetrappy, where you're you're trying to lure guards into specific situations where you could take advantage of their vulnerability, as opposed to just going up and like bonking them on the head with a crowbar or something.
It's true. Like, the longer you're engaged with guards, the faster your threat is climbing. So it's better if you can avoid them, but there will be times where you'll have conflict, and that's fine too. It's just you have to pick and choose those moments really carefully. Yeah. So the first question is does this game fit into a specific genre of gameplay? Do either of you have any any specific gameplay that you would like, genre that you would draw from for this?
Is cooperative a genre?
I mean, well, that's that seemed really broad, but yeah.
Yes. It's kind of a pirate game, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, those we've always wanted to make a pirate. I don't know. I mean, I think as I look at it, it definitely has inspiration from stealth elements. I'm seeing in Discord, you know, lots of people posting, you know, people in cardboard boxes from Metal Gear Solid and that kind of thing. I definitely was a huge original Metal Gear Solid fan growing up, and I was joking with my brother earlier today that I was going to hide all sorts of really obscure dialogue references from Metal Gear Solid in this game. I'm not actually going to do that, but I have a shirt that says "Ahind D." What's the Russian gunship doing here? Whatever. Anyway, I think it heavily informed by stealth, but it's still very much a squad tactics game. I mean, like, and that's really, you know, Josh that's Carlson, that's your bread and butter, right? I mean, like, that's what you love. That's it's still squad tactics. It's just the tactics you're using aren't necessarily to shoot and kill and hack off guys' arms and whatever. You know, like in a gladiator arena, it's a different way to do it.
Yep. Okay, next one. Will the robots have beards? That's asked by Anthony. Thank you, Anthony, for that.
I see no reason why we can't make that happen.
Okay, let's see. I don't know if some of these I feel like some of these questions are just trolling.
That doesn't sound like our community.
So I do know that we didn't have that collage of the inspiration images during my segment.
That
we could pull that up and show that if you wanted, so people could actually see kind of the a little bit of the craziness that we were looking at as we're thinking about the look of the game. So this is what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about the robot walker guy in the weird bubble, and then like the really the big important image was that robot at the threshold of the cave with the human, and then the idea that we're switching those roles, and that was really the thing that was that kind of got Josh's imagination going, and I thought was really cool. But you can see like the amalgamation of these images, I think, like leading toward the piece that Anthony did. We will continue to experiment with this as we create the visuals for the game. But I think you kind of looking unlike anything that we've done before.
Another good question: does the game have heist elements? There's the stuff that I'm working through right now with that would be in campaign mode. There would be more. Like the difference between just playing something through where you're trying to get to the top and take out the corporation versus a campaign would be where you're unlocking aid along the way. So there's likely going to be bots that you need to free or not. But in order to get through the game, it's going to be better if you do. And like those types of elements, breaking in and getting those bots into or onto your team would be an element to the campaign mode. And then like certainly you're stealing information, you're trying to undermine the network's ability to do what it's doing, and so you're bringing information from one point to another, or you're installing some type of a virus into the servers, and so lots of different aspects to that. But like heist specifically, stealing information or like freeing someone that's captured. That's where my mind goes when I think of that. Complexity rating compared to Cloudspire. I will say at this point, I think it seems much. There's not quite as much stat tracking right off the bat when I'm looking and playing through this as there is in Cloudspire. So I would say it's a fair amount less complex from that regard. I think overall strategy, though, there's still a lot that you need to factor in when you're trying to choose which actions to do at which times, and how that's going to overall accomplish the goals that you have. So the challenge, I think, is there and is up to par with Cloudspire, but at a lot less complex level, probably is the way I would answer that right now. Line of sight, so there's a couple things there. The guards have a certain amount of stats, and they have a kind of an awareness stat, they have a speed, and then there's a couple other smaller stats along with their route. But the main three are their route and their awareness. The awareness is basically serves as sight, but also like it's your audible awareness as well. So if a sound is made or an alarm is tripped intentionally or unintentionally within that range, and they don't have some type of specific skill that keeps them in place, there's certain guards that even if their route is like stationary, they don't actually have a route. If they hear something, they'll follow it. Others, or they'll investigate. Others literally won't. That is a guard you have to somehow deal with in a different way. But yeah, that awareness stat is kind of covering both sound and sight range right now.
So right now, is that counted out on squares, or we're not worrying about measuring corner to corner or something like that?
Correct. Nope, it's handled by squares. Thank you, Andrew. Yeah. So will there be minis? What will they be like? So I mean, I think we're not quite far enough to answer that definitively. We're starting with chips representing the bots and the guards. Right now, we're actually working with a smaller size chip than your standard poker chip. Not much smaller, but it's something we are looking at, and that's just to allow enough to happen within this space without the actual board getting unruly. But I mean, we've toyed with. Josh is going to give me. We've toyed with magnets going on the base of a mini, and then potentially like that combining with the chip. So it would. The mini would go on over the chip. It would snap to the bottom, and you could reference the couple stats that you have on it, but then move it freely around. It would likely be an add-on. I don't know that we'll package those with the game. It depends on how ambitious the mini option gets. Right now, that's undecided at this point.
I think that sounds cool.
It does.
We're not. I will say because I've seen a few things in Discord, just like people being like, no, not minis, no, not a minis game, blah blah. We're not interested in making a minis game. Chip Theory is not a minis company. That doesn't mean we won't do minis for games on occasion, because we do have plenty of fans who. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, nobody needs to like panic that we are suddenly that like the Cloudspire Spire minis were some like great. Precursor to us turning into mini theory games or anything. So.
No, that's definitely not the case. Chips are kind of first and foremost in what we consider and what we use, and then if a mini somehow made it even more inviting or just lended itself to certain people and what their tastes are, we would consider it. So, will character stats carry from one game or from game to game in campaign mode? That isn't determined yet. I think the simplicity of the bot is such that the advancements that you make within the certain corporation progression are small enough that I would say I'm leaning toward them not carrying to the next corporation. We want that to be, because we want you to be building your team, and also your skill composition for the corporation that you're up against. So I don't want those avenues that you take to already be defined for the next corporation that you're facing. So likely you'll want to kind of like start fresh again. And so there will be other ways that we link these, compelling ways that we link them together within the campaign. It will be primarily with story, and then also like what bots you have access to, and when those bots, maybe become captured or unavailable for a time. And so like from those ways, I think is what I'm leaning towards right now versus like stat carry forward. Let's see, how many CEO corporations do you anticipate the game will have? Again, loosely, I'm working with 4 different corporations. We've teased those online. We have, I don't know, I think we have like 9 that we've been just vetting and seeing which is the most compelling. And so we're trying a lot of things, but right now we're working with 4. And again, I think after 4, I think if we roll something else out, we would want the opportunity to change up the rooms a bit, because the rooms, there will be, not every floor is going to use every room. So we want this to be an ever, visually we want this to look different as you progress through. And so certain floors will have a giant conference area, and others will have, a lot of small offices. Maybe, another room or another level will be a fairly open warehouse or whatnot. So like lots of different things there, but after 4 corporations worth, I think we're going to have used these rooms plenty, and we're going to want to have some change up there. So I don't want to add too many different corporations with this set of neoprene. Yeah, I mean that kind of leads into the next question, like, is this roguelike? No, right now, no.
There's nothing stopping you from playing that way, I think, if you wanted to punish yourself.
And that's where I was going to go with it. Like, the campaign mode, you'd have your set floor, and those rooms would be set. You'd see where they go, you place them. What goes into those rooms is very roguelike, I guess. So if that's, I don't know if that's fair to say that, but like that is ever changing. It's new every game.
The procedural generation portion of it.
Yes, correct. However, if you were to play a one-off, that is something we would want to provide, where you could literally mix these rooms up and place them out in a certain way that we define for you, and it could be a brand new game every time. That's something we'll definitely look at. If that was, if there was a way to seamlessly work that in, I think that's a real compelling option to consider. So. What are we trying to accomplish in that building? So the building has, again, a drawn objective for each floor, and that's something as basic as hack a server, or upload a piece of information to the server, go and disable a very specific NPC, or place some piece of evidence in this location, and then you're getting to that stairwell. So that is a different objective every time. Right now, those are drawn objectives, but in the campaign mode, we might have a little bit more to say in how specific that objective is. It might literally be a set objective, but that objective is still needs to be, like, the room has to be discovered, or you have to find the person that you're looking for on that floor, and you just don't know where they are yet. So you have to tap into the surveillance, and you have to locate them, and that could change with every game, even in campaign mode. But the ultimate goal is to take out the boss at the top and to basically disable them. Let's see. We have a scenario book like Cloudspire. Will there be art and lore? I mean, that's stuff that we are always we love that kind of stuff. So
yeah. I was just chatting with Ryan
likely.
about that this afternoon. Like, how deep we want, because we were talking. Again, I mentioned it at the top, but I'm so intrigued by the story of this setting.
Yeah.
That it raises so many interesting questions in my mind about this world and how the robots came to the decision to bring humanity back, and how do they feel about it now, and it all depends on how nuanced we want to get. But I think there's definitely a lot of meat on that bone that we could, if it worked out, I'd love to do one of those books.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of questions coming in. I think I'm going to just try to get a couple more answered before we transition. Let's see, are there lost conditions? The biggest one there is your threat level overwhelming you. Like if all of your bots are captured, there's literally no way for you to escape, and that's when you would lose the game. So you're going to, like, if a certain party member is captured, there will be decisions that you have to make versus like how do you boost them? How do you get them back into the team, free them from wherever they've been taken, and then or do you let them be captured and you then assume basically the role of the community bot, and if that gets captured, then that queues up a lost condition as well. So we're still working through how penalizing we want it to be for you to literally lose one of your bots, but that's still in flux because we're still trying out the different combinations of how many bots we want on this floor working against the guards. Like, we don't want this to get too convoluted, and so the 3-person, 4-person games where you're each controlling one right now is if it's a 4-person co-op, you're playing with 5 bots, and so you have one bot that's being controlled by everybody, and then you have one of your own, and then that allows us to transition fairly easily to a solo game where you're controlling 2 bots. So lost conditions would be related to threat currently. Is this a story-driven campaign? Yes, like we're working with Ryan on that. Definitely story-driven in each floor. The answer is yes. As far as like within the game, not like Bones, where you're flipping over a card, you're reading an encounter, and then interacting in some way. Terminals, you're going to be faced with choices, and certain terminals give you access to certain things, and that is always a choice there. Like what thing are you going to hack? You only have a certain amount of time. Do you try to hit surveillance, or do you go ahead and use this opportunity to tap into the comms? So there will be different things with each terminal, but there won't be a story attached to that. So the story comes both before and after, and in the transition between floors and between buildings. Let's see.
Pretty good question at the end of the doc, Josh.
Okay,
we feel like we can answer that one.
Yeah. Estimated price point, is that the one?
That's the one. Yeah. Well, if we're almost out of time, that might be something we might.
Yeah, no, I need to make this the last question. There's so many here. We'll try to hit some of these maybe in chat too, but estimated price point, like right now, I'm so tentative on answering that just because of how Trove went.
Right.
And I like thinking of like the sky's the limit, but certainly we're trying for under $100 for this thing. So that is where we would like to go with it, depending on how much neoprene we fit into this thing, and like if we start adding to it, the chests that reveal dice and whatnot for equipment and whatnot. We'll see, but I think right now that's where we're shooting for is under 100, and I'm not going to say how much under, but yeah, that's
one penny.
That's 1 penny under $100. Yeah, I mean, I know that this is like such a rudimentary example. We don't have a lot of art. We don't have a lot to show, other than what we're just talking about. But that's going to come quick, and as now that Trove is wrapped up, and now that Cloudspire is nearly wrapped up. This is kind of becoming more and more people's main focus. So I hope everyone is excited to see what we come up with and what we are able to complete before the Kickstarter in November. So thanks everyone for joining us. I'm going to throw it back and we'll get into the next segment, which is, I think, story time. So
we're gonna head to story time.
You have to go and get in your chair.
I have to go get my chair.
And I'll just say, a lot of people are saying, I want more details on this, I want more details on this, I want more details on this. This game is still in development, and remember that even when we throw things on Kickstarter, they are still in development as well. So hang tight, more details are coming, but we wanted to whet your palate, let you know the theme, let you know the vibe. There's going to be a lot better details coming soon. So thanks for joining us. We'll hop into chat and answer a few things if we can, but stay tuned for Gearlock Storytime, and have a great night, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.